performing quite as well at kickoff so far. And last week he basically, and I won't be surprised going if he continues to put up performances like he did last week.
I think the main thing for him as well is that he's been pretty consistent, I think, since coming into VCT, at least across the last 2 matches that they've played. It's almost as if he's been able to warm up to the stage and actually, you know, show the worth that he has here in VCT. I think another thing as well is by him being that primary smoker, it does allow KC a bit more flexibility in terms of we're seeing Sugetsu jump over to that sentinel role a bit more, as much as he has been playing the Viper and kind of supporting that double controller identity that KC have been going for. But yeah, I mean, he's been a great player and a great addition to this roster.
It's like when you say it out loud, like the firepower, Aves, Sugetsu, Dosia.
สวัสดีครับผมคงสวัสดีครับเกมสวัสดีครับบลูเวลสวัสดีครับยูกิสวัสดีครับอันเดอร์สวัสดีครับ KCG สวัสดีครับลุงทิพย์สวัสดีครับคนสวยสวัสดีครับเบื่อทัวร์เบื่อกันทำไมโอเปนสวัสดีครับเพชรสวัสดีครับ
Was that enough to convince you?
I mean, last week I was very critical in saying that maybe Jet will be the right approach for him. But honestly, last week I was.
ขอบคุณสำหรับ40ชิมชิมครับพี่นา What's up bro
After yesterday, okay?
So when he played the other day, he did have a
เปลี่ยนภาษา
strong performance on Yoru and Wele.
วันนี้เจอใครเหรอ
On defense side,
TH 20 Liquid
but I think going
20
forward- And so there is a little bit of hope there for me that it's not just.
ลิกเซอร์สวัสดีครับดีจัดจัดหัวทั่วสวัสดีครับ
There was some hope, but obviously one series to me isn't enough. I think I have some questions over.
สวัสดียามค่ำคืนครับสวัสดีครับกอเลียส
And
กูเป็น1-1มากะใช่หรอคมจัดหรอ
a little bit harder to execute on the attack compared to an
ไปเสียตังค์มาปะนี่
The defenses with the operator were extremely good from him.
Yeah, something that impressed me in their game against Foot was the amount of passive information he was able to get on the defense specifically through taking deep angles whilst he was on the operator. So more of that, please.
More of that, please. But maybe we'll answer your
กู
question
ตบ
because
ไก่
we're
ไว้
going to head into our first game of today. KC
สวัสดีครับเซโลโนฟิลสวัสดีครับ
against Heretics.
เฮ้ยมาแล้วไอ้เหี้ย FS แข่งวันไหน FS แข่งพรุ่งนี้ครับมาดีครับจูดคิวสวัสดีครับดิมอนวันดิมอนวันลงไหมไม่ลงนะดิมอนวันกูจะได้แข่งวันไหนแข่งพรุ่งนี้ครับมาเปลี่ยนได้คำสั่งเดี๋ยวเปลี่ยนตอนมันเริ่มมันชนะ101แมปค่อยเปลี่ยนแล้วกันทีเดียวอ่ะ Hello baby UFL UFA Champion League Female ฮะเอาเปิดโหวตมาเฮียแต่กูชอบเพลงนี้จัดไอ้เหี้ย
We want to go back to fundamentals. We want to see these teams shine through with the identities that they potentially form.
มาลีสวัสดีครับเติมมาลาพร้อมเชียร์เรียกพี่ตัดเรียบร้อยกินข้าวมาแล้ว
At least expectations for what we hope to see from both of these teams.
So
เนยดีครับเฮ้ยรอบนี้ใช้ ID ทุกนี่
Pro and Hate, both
ตามมาแล้วสวัสดีครับโปรเฟสเซอร์
usually, and both teams.
จะได้ใครคู่นี้
So to me, it's who's won this game of chicken. And
He
it
hit.
looks like KC have won this game.
2-0 มา
a little bit. Team Heretics have had to go into Banner Pro.
Yes.
And then they also picked Haven. So KC basically got those for free. So usually when that happens, it means
KC
that
2-0 เหรอใช่เหรอ
being able to go to here, saying Abyss and Corrupt. Map
จริงๆใช่
wise, Abyss, Haven, that Haven should be a banger. Both teams liking it. Any thoughts about Abyss?
Yeah, I think Abyss for me is interesting because Team Heretics obviously lost that against the Giant X. They got 30-0 on it the other day, so now that's not looking.
พี่ซุยแบกเหรอ TH Show
We only
No
got to
way
see
right
3 rounds from KC's attack on Abyss though, so I'm really intrigued to see how their composition works out there, given that we've spoken about how
No way right
looks on the defense and the fact that he usually plays Jet on that map. I think as well when we consider the last 2 maps there, Team Heretics
สูงหรือต่ำคืออะไรอ่ะ
ban Bind and take us to Corrode. I think is interesting
that's
here
สูง
because
ต่ำอ่ะ
KC don't usually play Corrupt.
เอฟเอแข่งพรุ่งนี้ใช่ครับ
Heretics also hasn't played Corrode yet.
มา
And what are we gonna see?
and obviously they changed
มันพักกี่วันก่อนแข่งมาสเตอร์แพ็คอาทิตย์หนึ่ง
so it's almost like you
อาทิตย์หนึ่ง
didn't trust in your own composition change and so have decided to get rid of that bind and take us to Corrode which
มันเป็นอะไรอ่ะ
obviously we've
15 วันสุดท้าย
Yeah,
แข่งที่
what we
28
can see from both these
อัดเอา
teams
2 อาทิตย์ว่ะ
are cozy and comfortable on their Razor chairs because we are
กินมาม่า
getting
ไปจัด
jumping
กิน
into the server, but the discussion really does have to start with Abyss when we're looking at Abyss.
เอ้ยหาวไอ้เหี้ยแปลกๆไอ้ที่นี่หาวแปลก
against Team Liquid Granted, Liquid is now also in this lower bracket, so it like.
ไปไหนดูไอ้คัมแบ็กหน่อยดิคัมแบ็กมันจะไหวหรือเปล่าวะ
But from the side of Heretics, would you be worried?
จะได้ใครอ่ะจะได้เฮลิติกไปวะ
Obviously, a pretty close one. I think that what
ไม่น่าโดนหลอกเนาะเฮลิติกอ่ะ
well on Abyss
ใช่ไหม
last time was on the defense, the gravity well was
เกิน8ไม่หรอใครอ่ะ
disrupting the execute.
ก็
And I think
กูว่าเกินแล้วกันอ่ะไม่รู้
understanding that they can't just all in.
ดูเอ็ดรวมยังอ่ะผมหลับไปเลยไม่ได้ดูไปแล้วครับโคตรมันนะเอ็ดรวมอ่ะ
I think the plus side for Team Heretics is we were speaking about them going back to the identity that works for them in terms of double initiator, and they do decide to play that on this map, at least the last time that we got to see them play it. So it should be comfortable for them in that sense. KC don't really know.
เปิดไทยอ่ะเปิดไปแล้วนะเปิดไทยผลนะ
Because obviously the last
ขึ้
time
น
we
มา
played it, it was so dominant. So like, there's only so much that we could read into that because we've not.
ดีมาวันรับค่าจ้างแล้วบินกลับเลยเหรอครับคนละโซนครับดีมาวัน
I think it's continuing
อเมริกาครับ
discussion about their comfort. Like on Abyss.
อันนี้ยุโรปนะที่เราดูอยู่อ่ะ
Jet, so
อเมริกาเริ่มวันเสาร์ครับ
Cypher,
for
Astra.
Astra, it's like if you could handpick the
จะบอกว่าอเมริกามีอะไรบ้างวะแชท
players, they get it on this map.
And neither one of these teams has changed their composition. They're sticking with their guns.
อเมริกาวันเสาร์วันที่
they're
7
comfortable with.
อันนี้น่าดูอยู่เนาะ
Yeah, coming away from this, if Heretics
7-8
look shaky on a
8
position in which comfort
แชทเดี๋ยวนะ
is key, both fit like in terms of
8มันเอา3คู่เลยเหรอวะ
and in terms of
ตี3
individual comfort, then that's
6
gonna
โมง
raise question marks for me for
8 โมง
kickoff and also this year.
And on the opposing side, we had a brief conversation about Levin, right? Being able to perform on the jet. Obviously, we know he's great defensively.
บ้าเปล่า
Like I said, we didn't get to see their attack, but if anything, this should
I
be
think
good
that
for
was a
them.
nearly 300 ACS performance the last time he was on the jet, so I'm expecting big things in this jet head to head.
มันเป็นทำไมอ่ะ
Ever wonder like maybe you're setting the expectations too high?
I mean,
สวัสดีสวัสดีชอบเหรอโอ้โหพ่อมึงเถอะ
you know what I mean? Like, you know.
290.
พรุ่งนี้8ไรพรุ่งนี้8ครับ
Okay, that's more real.
เออนี่มันบ้าปะวะ
Well, my question then for you both is
จัสเดาถูก
how
กี่
are we
คู่คืน
expecting
นี้
each
เด็ก
of
ให้
these
คู่ละ
comps to go up against
100
each other?
เอาดีคืนนี้ดาวถูก2คู่ครับ
I'm gonna throw that question to the casters instead.
เชื่อมั่นแบบ 100%
Hypod. Let me know about the composition.
ตอนบ่ายยังถูก2คู่เลย
do that. We could do
Why
that.
she flies under the bus?
I don't know, man. Like, we're not analysts. I'm just here to be entertaining. That's
หิวว่ากินอะไรดีกินไก่ทอดไหม
anything about the comp standing out to you because it does look very comfortable, I
อยาก
guess.
กินไก่ทอดวะดูทุกคู่สู้ทุกลีกจัดก็แน่นอนครับ เราก็ทำมาตลอดอ่ะ
Familiar territory, which is being comfortable and confident with the
โอ้แต่พรุ่งนี้ขอไม่ดูอเมริกาแล้วกันนะเอ้ยไม่ดูยุโรปแล้วกันนะไอ้เหี้ย
where he's probably struggled elsewhere in terms of maybe
ดูอเมริกาดีกว่าว่ะทั้งนั้นอ่ะ
just some other things for KC on the attack. Here, back on the jet, I think he's allowed to stand on his own 2 feet and kind of do his own thing. There's been certain instances of like Levin being so far ahead of the rest of the team, and whether that's an IGL, a calling issue, or mid-rounding, or anything like that.
มา
It's probably going to be safe to say he's able to
Chup,
do
chup.
his thing.
คู่2คู่แล้วให้เราจะไปครับไปครับ คู่แรกเฮลิติก
Let's say
ไม่เอากูไปรอบหนึ่งแล้ววันนี้แม่งนอนไม่พอหลับคาไวเลอร์เจนจีโคตรแย่โอ้ยดีแล้วพักผ่อนบูเวล
combat assimilated to
มา
the
ดู
roster
ยินดีต้อนรับสู่ VCT EMEA นะครับผมคู่แรกที่เราอยู่ด้วยวันนี้คือ TH เจอ KC แมปแรก KC เป็นคนเลือกนะอย่าลืมโหวตกันนะอุ้ยเฮ้ยมาจากบูมอีสปอร์ตนะเนี่ยมาจากบูมอีสปอร์ตนะเนี่ยรอบที่แล้วไม่ได้ลงก็เลยคิดว่าบินกลับไปแล้วหรือว่าไม่ลงแล้วหรอครับอย่างดิมันวันไม่ลงแล้วครับก็เล่นให้ C9 ครับเล่นในโซนอเมริกาครับ
Who's going to find himself an upgrade here?
ดิมันวันอะ
KC haven't
เล่น
taken
โซนอเมริ
much
กาครับ
space away.
C9 ครับ
Tucked in quite close to spawn here on a high
เรียบ
low.
จีเจตันยองสวัสดีครับ
Shados just resetting a little bit.
ทีโดนบอกแค่นี้ no way เว้ยโอ้ยคอมสำเร็จหามิลเลบี้ขอบคุณครับผม
One of these two, aren't we? Come back.
ยินดีต้อนรับทุกคนนะครับ
Really good. And, the eyes turn for a second for KC's
สตรีมเป็นไงบ้าง
standing very
เปิดมา
favorably.
KT ได้พิสตอล
man.
I mean,
Going it huge.
ใช้อย่าลืมโหวตนะเดี๋ยวปิดโหวตนะ
Mirror, though, on the pistol to have so many players from Heritage set up, maybe just kind of matching plans a little bit. But yeah, I mean, Dose has done fantastic to get 2 in that situation. But a 3rd on the round, but 2 there towards top mid. KC with a
แมปใครแมปมัน KC last phase he had 645 days ago in the VCT EMEA stage 1 this is the longest running gap between rematches of any 2 teams โอ้โห
yeah, and again,
สองทีมนี้เจอกันล่าสุด2 ปีที่แล้วครับ
You know, as I said, they've always been very creative, and that feels like an
เพิ่งกลับมาเล่นนะเหนื่อยมากอุ้ย
basics. They have firepower.
โอ้ยขอให้แรงขึ้นนะครับผม
how they approach and in comfortable roles, we could see it
ขอบคุณ
really
สำหรับลิน
find
นะครับ
form here. Sadly for Heretics, that's going to be a hard situation to handle.
ดิมอนวันจะไปเสียเหรอจ๊ะใช่เหรอวะ
Where they're
ว่าไม่นะ
obviously a team that needs to do. But I mean, they've set themselves a lot of work on
คัมแบ็ก
certain
เขาบอกพูด
aspects
อังกฤษไม่คล่องจริงไหมจ๊ะเห็นเขาบอกพูดฝรั่ง
of
เศ
the
ส
game
ปะ
this year already. Boo's not seen anything just yet. So KC still anticipating.
กะเอาคนดูส่วนเราตาย
Now we'll regroup
จริง
outside.
เยี่ยจะแข่งกันแม่งบ้าจริงนะคุณโล
And all three members of Heretics have made their way over this side, but going to have their hands full in terms of this site here.
Yeah, it's only
Well invested, actually. It's only Shados with a pistol.
Yeah, so I guess for KC, they
โอ้ย
can't
เขา
really
จะยี่สิบ
afford
ปี
to
ขา
lose
เพื่อ
too
ซอ
much. See them lose
No, no,
players,
no.
right? That's kind of the marker of clean success. So let's see how they handle this one. There is obviously threat, even if it's just classics, and there's one to fall, right? Any more, it gets dangerous. Luckily, they batten down the hatches, they keep things clean, and Rien's trying to do the dance, but I think is
ไอ้นี่น่ากลัวนะ
for a little bit.
ไอ้ลูอินน่ะ
At least he's working that out.
ไอ้ลูอินน่ากลัวนะ
11 down to just 6 HP.
ไอ้เหี้ยนี่ถ้าลั่นขึ้นมาคือ
Chance to take away another
ชิบหายนะ
rifle
ใช่ไหม
to soften this bonus, but
Does this feel like we are seeing Casey just going back to basics? I don't want it to sound like a negative, but compared to other kickoff
ซับ
styles,
30ชิมชิครับไอ้ทิโร่ thank you bro
yeah, I guess so. For me as well, the focal point of that
ขอบคุณ
statement
ครับ
being 11 on the jet, right? It's back to where
ผมกลับมาเล่นวาโลตาแรกโดนฝั่งนู้นอวยบอกว่ายิงคมขนาดนี้ไปเป็นนักแข่งตา2โดนไป13-1อ้าว
especially with the
เรามีขึ้นมีลงครับชีวิตเนี่ย
I think there's an example now, especially with well, actually everybody else on this.
ให้ IGL KC หรืออัพเชดอสครับ
Allow them to kind of do things
ลิวอินหรือเลเวนครับ
within some of
ฝ
these
รั่ง
rounds.
มันแบบฝรั่งอ่ะว่าเลเวนมาแบบชิวๆไงเลยอ่านเป็นลิวอิน
Huge opportunity here, but it's shut down. Rien's to find a response.
Benji.
Benji's gone into the mix here.
But-
This could be good, but
Oh,
the flash
shit.
is eaten, forced away. Stays alive, fortunately, but they've got the cross. Nice refight, and Sugetsu gets caught kind of in between no man's land. Plan cancelled. Oh, Aves is in trouble here, man. They find any stability? I don't know if they can get this plant down. Maybe another attempt here?
Heretics probably just
ดอทนายมาจากบูมครับ
be able to make moves in here. Flash is ready from Woot, but nobody overstepping just yet. Benji gonna find Shados. Just Aves left.
ไม่ได้บูลลี่กันใช่ไหมเนี่ย
And again, just simply numbers game.
กูไม่ได้ลงแรงเลยครับเพื่อนช่วงเนี้ยถ้าผมลงแรงก็บอกเลยครับคนอื่นไม่ได้เกิดครับ
Keeping numbers up.
But definitely seeing the pistol round here, this is something Heretics are very, very happy to do, is explore top mid very quickly. They're obviously in a position to shut this down before there's any pressure into the back lines. And we can really wrap A site as easily. Obviously, there's a big gap to kind of close towards spawn there, so. And Heretics already showing
แล้ว
that
คอม
they
มัน
don't
ชอบ
have to
รี
come
เอง
up
เป็น
with
ไร
these
ไม่รู้
issues
ไฟ
of
จ่าย
the
ไม่พอหรือ
answers
เปล่า
on the fly, 'cause
ใครแพ้
seeing the
กลับบ้าน
pistol,
ปะครับ
looks as if that
เฮ้ย
address is
อันนี้
already there.
สายล่างแล้วป่ะแชทใช่ป่ะ
See how this just
ว่ะ
I still don't think we know exactly where these two teams sit, if I'm honest. Don't know
ใคร
the
แพ้กลับบ้าน
highs
นะครับ
yet.
เนี่ย
I think we've seen some of the lows, if I'm honest, but at high level potential of, as I said, Breen come back into a role that works really with him, bringing the rest of the roster.
ดอทนาย
with
เป็น
Heretics
ดอ
on
ท
the
เชี
same
ย
page.
ไหนดูดิ
Yet to see that fully find its place. And obviously, same scenes almost on the other side in a mirror way, but with the in-game leadership of Shados there, and a couple new additions, obviously, to round it out. So, plenty of moving parts.
ผมชอบตอนที่วูดดูเอลและยังมีแพ็ค
But
แต่
now
ไม่
you
ได้
can see it there, conversation with Shados.
ผมก็ชอบตอนนั้นเล่นดีเลยอ่ะ
Slower approach here, but 4 members of Heretics lent over towards the B side.
ตอนไม่กำลังดีเลย
And Dosia the only one with an ultimate just yet. This could be an absolute brawl for the B site.
It certainly could be, but the amount of bodies sat on this
แพ้
side
ตกรอบครับ
feels
แพ้
like
ต
a
กรอบ
great win for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Levin has to go huge if he's to dash in here.
He's gone pretty far, but they're kind of sitting back on contact. I don't know if he's. It looks like with that paranoia.
Yeah.
ใช่เหรอวะ
right in. Wu trying to
มินิ
help
บว
out
ม
a bit, but by this point they're already on site. It feels like a survival game here.
30 seconds
They've
left.
managed to carve a path, but there's 4 players on the same side of the map. They're sat here like this. And still standing. I don't know how there's no fight breaking out yet. They're finally turned on the
แฟลช
front
สวย
foot.
ซาด
You said he had to go big, and he does. 3 huge kills, and the site's still not safe. Still got issues everywhere. And that's going to make it easier, at least for KC, as Rien's.
I don't think you spotted Rien's there, but Sugetsu with a decent idea, and obviously Aves holding this angle now. That could be a huge shock dart, though.
I mean,
Ui,
Rien's,
winnable.
out of all the players, you give him a bit more room to work, right? You give him a second.
ไม่ทันละโดนเทเวนยิงละ
Sugetsu's position though check 2 kills in the round and KC carry on
ถ้าคู่แรกจบไวจะดูคลิปเอคลิปครับรอบ5อีกไหมเอ้ยเอาดิ
It's a little bit awkward because the timing comes perfectly. I think
เอาดิ
that was about to happen. Boo places a star. That's what kind of spurs on this flash out from Arvez and sets Levin in
จะไม่ได้คม
motion.
ไหมปะวะ
But again, if they just pause for another second or two, there's a
จะ
chance
ทำไงให้ยิงแม่นขึ้นมีสูตรไหม
back on.
ต้องเล่นเยอะจริงๆฝึกวางเป้าครับ
Asked for it, Levin. Huge delivery there.
โอ้ยคำสั่งอีก20 บิตค้าเบื่อซอ
Blade Storm online.
มึงเคยคิดอยากเป็นนักแข่งไหมไม่เคยวะ ไม่เอาว่ะแข่งกีฬายังเคยนะแต่แข่งเกมไม่เคยวะ
Maybe just try and send them down with some aggression. Woot's got the reward of 1, but there's so many bodies still around. KC not really dismantling the stack, keeping numbers.
ขอบคุณซับ2 เดือนครับนายขอบคุณครับ
Even things out, but at this point, they have managed to fall
จัด
back
กี่คู่วันนี้ 2 คู่
Yeah, I think KC probably anticipating a couple of extra bodies behind.
ก็
that,
ยัง
but
แยกบูธกับปฏิเต็กไม่ออกอยู่ดีเครียดวะ
can't really take the space, and now
เย้ย
everyone except Arvez.
แต่ตอนนั้นมันให้กันโคตรคมอ่ะ
Yeah, I mean dealing with the camera just here now.
Maybe trying to get active, get Benji able to drop another weapon, give that over to someone else, but
Arvez has got a great read on the
จากกิเลมาจากกิซุกิมาแมงโก้กิเลมาครับ
they might get a little bit of timing. No, I think that just passed. And Sugetsu fully.
I think Arvez relaying that information perfectly.
I mean, looking where he's looking, yeah, I think I'm with you on that. And it's all about timing. They've kind of got the beat on 2 of the 3 players alive.
เสียใจ
And for Heretics, not really getting into the swing of things, it feels like here. Not too threatening yet. Benji, the one with the hero rifle.
Flash as well.
โอ้โหอาเวส
On top of that fight. Hold on. Still having a biff on this, but they do need to get past Sugetsu, who looks solid as hell. Holding this back line like it's nothing. So, Boo unable to get an upgrade, but finally getting a little more interested. And Boo doing well, taking down Shadows. Suddenly, we might have a round on our hands. Benji, you got something for us here, bud. That's 2 players to lock down. He ain't got it in him. Sugetsu having a moment there, and it was a dangerous threat of a round in the end.
Definitely is 4 big kills from Sugetsu.
ชิบหายแล้วเหม็น
To
วะ
find the 4th for KC.
ชิบหายว่าเหม็นวะ
Again, Arvez doesn't get confirmation here, but just in terms of, like I said, relaying the information, the
เฮ้
timings.
ยมันจะกลับมาเวลาล่างนั้นน่ะคิดง่ายๆครับบูอาปาก
KC
เท่ากับมิม
don't necessarily
Would
overheat
up back
towards
mim.
site, which is the important aspect. And
ดีจ้า
probably
เด็กสม
one
บูร
of
ณ์ส
the
วัสดีครับ
key indicators of maybe an aspect
ปา
of
ติเต็ก
KC's
ตอนนี้ไม่เหนื่อยหรอกปาติเต็กไม่มีทีมนะครับ
that pace and
ใช่ป่ะ
understanding what to do and when in the round.
It's quite interesting watching kind of an experienced
ทำไมวะ
player walk into the IGL role, right? You don't
พี่
know
บู
quite
พี่เหรี
their
ยญพี่วุฒิ
identities
3 ทหาร
and
เสือ
maybe
จากไทย
There was a quote I was waiting to drop, but I think Mini said the other day, it's like Eng said
ถ้าไม่ใช่เค
previously,
ทีเรา
Shadows
จะ
was
เชีย
the
ร์เฮลิ
smartest
ติกก็ดี
player. Something
พี่แห้งหรอใช่ครับพี่แห้งครับ
Something along those lines, and it's like, if a
พี่จัดเป็นป้าปากจะเปิดเองพี่จัดเป็นมันนะเว้ยตอนโฟกัสหรือเมมอะไม่รู้เป็นเฮียเหมือนกัน
kind of rule of the roost, basically.
ทำไมทุกคนไม่ใช่หุ่นยนต์ไอเดียดีวะเอาหุ่นยนต์มาแข่งวาโลแรนต์ดีป่ะแชท
If you look at this, this is kind of 4 players outside of Shados. Well, Shados included in this, but 4 players that can stand on their own 2 feet. I mean, you've got
มิกเวลไปไหนมิกเวลไปเป็นสตรีมเมอร์แล้ว
one of the best last
Yeah.
man standings of
Absolutely.
many of the
I mean, we're
rosters.
starting to see it here already, yeah.
And Dosia as well, who's already shown us.
มิกเวลบอกกูไปรวยแล้ว
If it is an agent issue and a composition issue, maybe that can be cleaned up a little bit with just some good results under his belt within this roster. And Arvez, who, again, has just shown his hand at being very versatile and being able to do his own thing. This previous round being a perfect example.
Yeah, and I don't think his work is necessarily numerically shown yet, if I'm honest. He's yet to get off the starting blocks, but again, that positioning, that great timing of
Yeah, but
presence.
put him on a Phoenix. Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite fun to watch this develop as it
แม่มา
goes.
เกตน่าจะมาพรุ่งนี้ว่ะ
There's been some messy games with these boys, though. There has been that, which I think you'll naturally get with a new in-game leader coming in, trying to get everything kind of sorted.
พิมมี่ก็เป็นหน้าอาปากหรือว่ากูเก็บกับพิมมี่วะ
Early on in
Yes,
seasons.
yes. Also fair. Very standard default here. Super
ทำไมแดด
deep
ถึง
as
ร้อน
well.
เอาละ
Maybe trying some
ไอแฮม
expectation. They put a heavy emphasis towards B, maybe starting to read in that investment of utility, additional bodies. There has been that trend of 3 over towards the B side, so maybe looking to explore the weaker side of things, but doesn't look so weak knowing what's in Comeback's hands. Yet to fully get the ball rolling though.
ลืมคิดว่าทีเอสมันก็ทีมหลอกเด็กเหมือนกับเซนฟานาติก
Pulling off that
คิดได้ก็
first
แตะ
corner.
ใส่ไปแล้ว เอ้ยใจเย็นดิจะมาเอาให้เพื่อน
Still consideration from Heretics towards mid.
ทีเอสทีมไทยชื่อนักแข่งก็ไทยทำไมไม่ใช่คนไทยนี่ไงพี่เหรียญเอาให้เนี่ย
Shut down here. Rian's with the spam in. It's basically a freebie. come back. Still looking for an angle here. Again, Heretics should really post up now and try and hold some of these choke points.
I feel like they don't quite know where this is ending yet. Boo's still drifting, but Rien's finding contact towards heaven is a problem, and now it's pretty much, I don't want to say panic
เฮ้ย
stations,
ไม่มี
but
อะไรดีนายเหรอ
that's getting a little bit tougher.
Well, I mean, look what they got in the post here. The Hunter's Fury, still got a Shock Dart, still got a Recon, and the Knife from
โอ้
Arves.
เจแจน number one
Paranoid on top
fan
of that
I
as
am
well,
good
actually.
ครับ how about you ครับผม
Docia's position, he's staying shouldered up on this. The other two are very
ไอ้ดอนนาย
disconnected.
เบาเพื่อน
Suzuki
โอ้โห
playing outside of expectation and landing it. Followed up, does he
Oh,
know what he does?
oh.
Disrespecting Heretics on the playback through and bringing it to this 3v3. And now that utility comes into line.
Shadows can really disconnect from this now.
เจดอนมันโอ้โห
Beautiful.
มัน
And
จันติแล้วเนี่ย
there's the layering on this. Who knows his days are numbered. That was stunning.
Played to perfection. Again, an
เล่นกันอย่าง
example
นี้
here of KC really managing the resources very well. And again, an example where Docia put him forwards. He can frag man, put him in the corner. He still delivers two. We talked about it in the pistol round. No way he should get away with a second.
The fact he gets the follow-up here. Oh, I thought Boo... I imagine Boo thought he had him dead to rights, but now we've...
Coming out of the TP animation
Yes.
as well.
We've been quite complimentary of KC here, but I also now need to put my attention towards Heretics. They haven't really been keeping up with this. They
อันนี้ใส่อะไรครับ ใส่ล่างครับ แพ้กลับบ้าน
The level we're
ถ้า
seeing
โจนไม่แพ้
from
จนหมด
Heretics
เวลาในราวนั้นจะได้เงินไหมไม่ได้ครับ
He's going to reveal at least one member.
คือแบบไม่ได้สุดอะไม่ได้เงินสุด
Come back. Going to take some space away here. Actually tagged down 10 HP.
ได้ค่าแรงขั้นต่ำอะ
I think he found a, actually, yeah, Arves did take one shot, but certainly nothing.
ขออนุญาตไปนอนได้ไหมโอ้ยพักผ่อนในหินาถ้าไม่ไหวอ่ะ
Away with his life there on that timing.
พรุ่งนี้มันๆเลยพรุ่งเนี้ย
Some of the utility being stripped
ก่อนไป
away
บอก
here.
แล้วจะเติมทีมไว้ตั้งแต่แรก
It's got Benji interested for sure.
Oh, that's nice. Go on, Benji. You got 5 HP though. Might have run its course here, just so low as KC flood the site. We've seen them do great work. Couldn't quite get the follow-up. So Arves again creates security on the site.
พี่จันเอาครบ8 ชั่วโมงไหมครับทุกวันนี้ไม่ครับแล้วแต่วันครับ
But you'd love to do a bit more here. And Arves already got all happy with this one. Farms it up. And for Rien's masterful, yes, but
เฮ้ย13-1เหรอวะแชท
is a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. And especially on this side of the map, I don't think he's got much here, sadly.
เริ่ม someone in
He's
this
early,
chat
doesn't
oh
even get a
my
picture
god
of it. Do we see a double timeout first half here for Heretics?
I would imagine so, yeah. But the positive being
อันนี้แข่งที่เยอรมันแล้วมีทีมเยอรมันไหมไม่มีครับ
But now, unfortunately, the scoreline going to make things a little
พรุ่งนี้ทีมอะไร
harder
อ่ะ
to
พรุ่งนี้
justify
ฟูลเซนมีเป็นไปเลยก็ดีบาสามอ่ะ
mid or even challenging some of this pressure that KC are leaning into. Not going to see it here. Obviously, going to have the buyback.
ลอง
in
บอท
comfortable
วันลองวิน
position
บอท
to
เดี๋ยว
the
บอท
ultimates
ปก
here
ติพุท 500% ครับ
for Heretics. On the other side, no command and a
ลืมตัว
TP
ศูนย์ครับบอท
for KC. Op in hand now for comeback. Does he go hunting? Yes.
Posture up, but the
See you
problem
tomorrow,
is that
happy na.
looks like a tempo change, and it's Benji and Rien who are going to be
Comeback overlay ไหมตอนกูคิดถึง overlay ไม่ใช่ comeback อะ
It's open, site is available, and Levin's going looking. He's got his target, drops the body, sees a
ไอ้นี่มัน
follow,
ไอ้นี่มัน
can't
ดิ
get
บะ
that
เจ็ด
one
ดิบะ
down.
ตอนเนี้ย
Riens holds the line well enough to at least trade in and keep it within maybe the realms of reality, but oh look
เป็น
at
สนุก
this.
เลยเหรอ
Look how far away
เป็นสนุก
Sigurdsson
ดีเฮีย
already
ทีมที่
was.
กูเชียร์มันแพ้เนี่ยสัตว์
Getting curious. 1 to 7 though, Mike. It's not been a hot start.
ไอ้เหี้ยคัมแบ็กมันหลอกเด็กกับเพื่อน
Drives it. Couple of flashes available for Wu as well. Now they know Docia's solo on the site. I was going to say, if comeback goes to challenge here,
Yeah, he's going looking, but there's a bit of time.
เอาดิเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิเอาดิ
well, they can stall so much here.
Yeah, he's not found him on the site. Back. Who's just been shot. Beheading out by A main. Flashing a check. He's got a nose to get to's around here. Got the utility. Can play this to time. But how do you get past comeback? Locked in. Yeah, he's gonna land.
มาแล้วมาแล้วมาแล้วเพื่อนมาแล้วเพื่อนเจนเพื่อน
Finally
เจนเพื่อนกำลังมาเว้ย
stemming the bleed.
กำลังมาเว้ย
It was
กำลังมาเว้ย
a drought of rounds.
กำลังมาเว้ยไอ้นี่บอกกูกำลังมาเว้ยแป๊บนึง
Landing
แป๊บนึง
here, just
เครื่องมันกำลังอุ่น เครื่องมันกำลังอุ่น
get if Sugetsu's got a further forward position, but I mean, Rien's finds
ทีม
two
เยอรมัน
kills.
มันไม่แข่งอเมริกาดิG2 ใช่ไหมทีมเยอรมันน่ะ
Shadows
คัมแบ็กมาจาก MA นะครับ
as well to give up that much space on site. Just kind of has to get onto a passive angle. Unfortunately, come back able to isolate both
เดี๋
players.
ยวเอาให้ทีเดี๋ยวเอาให้เดี๋ยวดิ
And the buy is still it's semi-protected. I mean, So get to the only one struggling behind this for KC. Oh, shit, 12 and 6 as well.
Man,
Yeah.
he's doing work.
ทำไมต้องเป็นจุดที่โดนหลอกเหรอไม่โดนหลอกครับไม่โดนหลอกครับเชื่อมั่นครับ
Switch up of setup as well for Benji. And through with first contact on Shados.
I'm trying to probably figure out where Benji's setup is right now. It's going to be a much. Levin's found Woot there. Yeah.
I don't know if Woot was just a little.
But he must have been on top. But I mean, the kill marker's down to the side. But what, the challenge over the top of the smoke there?
Yeah, maybe. I'm quite curious because it looked like actually KC were changing their minds, maybe not fully focused on it.
On the moment, KC were looking to pivot.
Yeah. So I don't know how they've caught that because that might open up a new chance, right? Comeback still.
แม็กขอร้องแหละน้องตัวหนึ่งอะถ้าแบบเจอมิดได้อ๋อไม่มีมิดหรอกไปบีป่ะไหนเคมมิดแล้วไม่มีอะป่ะ
And Boo would be waiting. Comeback is here now. Dividing this.
ปาเต้ๆเมื่อไหร่แล้วฟรีเอเจนต์ล่ะครับใช่อยู่ลิควิดแต่ฟรีเอเจนต์
Blind Hunter's Fury and a tag. That's very
โอเคคุ้ม
Brienne's gonna catch, but that's the go signal.
ว้าบู
Bangs out two of them. Now a 2v2 though. They've got to know there was presence still on that A side.
How far can Levin go though?
I mean, he's
actually backing away. Yeah.
I almost wanted him to go further, but the timing's going to be everything. He's got a smoke to play to and to get to on the side. The timing. He's gone away with daylight robbery already.
Big info for Levin.
When do you play? Do they?
พี่เหรียญล็อกไว้พี่เหรียญล็อกไว้พี่เหรียญ
Do you dare? You don't even see it coming, Levin. Brilliant positioning. Hell, I thought Boo might have had that one done enough to find two. Wasn't the case.
Tanking the fragment, but still delivering 2 kills here. And even that first blood, not really. Oh, it's just as
หน่อยเพื่อนหน่อยทุกคนแล้วเธอหน่อยฉันด้วยหรอไม่น้อยนะ
Levin looking to obviously cut silence for them to pivot away.
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
Beautiful stuff from Boo, but Levin able to capitalize on some of the freedom behind this.
BBL แชมป์ไหมจ๊ะ BBL แชมป์ครับ
It was just Boo anchoring.
อะไรไปจ้างง่วงมากมาดิครับก้าวคุณนายนะกันนะ
I mean, Perch is not going to be there for round 10. KC obviously reading into that very well.
I mean, they look so comfortable here in that B side. I feel like I mean, they look comfortable.
Look at the assist on that for Benji, man.
Just got the whole team in support, apparently.
เฮียสัตว์
It's quite
แค้นว่ะ
interesting to see if this is what KC can start
แค้น
looking
ว่ะ
like. Way more.
เฮ้ยหมอกล้อง
If you see this coordination
พัก
carried
ขึ้นกด
across
บอล
all
ลูน
the
ให้หน่อย
maps
นะ
as well. It's
เปิดบอลลูนเหรอ
this is
ไม่ได้เปิดอะ
sort
ดิ
of
เดี๋ยวบ้านแดง
hinting at
บ้าน
what
ม
the
นบินนะดิ
ceiling
หมอ
of this roster could be. Obviously,
Just looking at Levin here, still. Man, everyone's hitting today. They are hitting shots on the KC side. They've done their warm-up. They've done their work. And it's showing an in-zone flawless. I'm a little stunned here. We're seeing probably a really big upswing from Doja, who's been great, to be fair. A really, like, standout player. Can't really deny that.
มันแมปบุกใช่ไหม
At
แชท
the same time, just that 1-2 punch and then everyone
มันแมปบุก
else
ใช่ไหม
fulfilling their role diligently. I mean, what are you meant to
yeah,
do?
he was actually just back inside.
Oh man, yeah, double
จบ
time
2
out now.
คู่ลงเลยไหมลงเลยครับจบ 2 คู่
Yes,
พัก
have to
พรุ่งนี้
really characterize what's going wrong for Heretics here.
มันๆนะ
'cause I
พรุ่ง
just
เนี้ย
think we're seeing such an
อันดับที่
upswing
2เหรอ
once more. Same map that we saw versus Liquid. KC looking back in the comfort zone, which is where, you know, some of the
คำถาม
criticism
กู
we
นะ
saw elsewhere
ทุก
were
คนเรา
really
มาทายดีกว่าว่าใครเป็นคนหลอกเด็กนะครับคัมแบ็ก39วูด38บู49เบนจี้59จากใน4คนนี้ใครเป็นคนหลอกเด็กครับ
เล่นแบบนี้ก็2-0อ่อนจาก
great.
TS
So
โอ้โห
certainly here a way more cohesive approach
JJaz
from KC.
การหลอกเด็ก
See Heretics now.
คนไทยสี
Back
ใจ
in a
แยก
position
เครื่องหมาย
where
สี่
we're
เหลี่ยม
asking
คิดถึ
for
ง
a
มินิ
response.
บวมเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมจงกลับมามิ
And it's
นิ
got to be
บวมเครื่อง
frustrating
หมาย
as well,
สี่เหลี่ย
coaching
มมิ
staff
นิบว
wise,
ม
because
มากก
I
ว่า
mean, yeah,
แบบ
because
เครื่อง
seen
หมายสี่เห
the
ลี่ยม
good
ที่
side of
มูเดล
Heretics
หลักตอน
in a
ไหน
while. They've made changes.
เฮ้ย
Obviously, Heretics come into this with preparation.
ก่อนในเดนให้เบนจี้หน่อยเหรอแต่มันร้องไห้ดิ
Say, well, okay, we
สกอร์แบบนี้ขอไทยนะไทยจัดเชียร์ทีรออะไรล่ะ
in terms of the veto, obviously.
ไอ้จัดเองมานี่ด่วนเลยอะไรเนี่ยให้มาทำอะไรเนี่ย
Just been shut down and
คุณลิเล็กสวัสดีครับ
Heretics don't historically look great at coming up with problems.
แปซิฟิกเห็น OT 38ลาวใช่
Throughout an entire map in terms of weird comps.
แต่มันมากนะจินจีอ่ะ
That's why it's tough to watch.
Yeah,
ไม่มี
it
เฮ
is.
เว่นก็ไม่มีแล้วทีเอสหรอ
I mean,
พี่เหรียญหลอกเพื่อนว่าฟอร์มเดียวกันไงบังโอ้ตาลือตกบ้านคืออะไรอ่ะแปลว่าอะไรอ่ะ
And Heretic's trying to play crunch on this. Look over towards the connector. Benji's there. Comeback's there. Our drone still only going to see one. 11 strikes though. Denies Benji and looking for a follow-up. JJaz has it back. It is systematic in middle. And Boo.
Well, I mean, Sugetsu is just running away with the map now. Yep. This is the issue. If Heretics commit more bodies to these mid crunches,
Martin ไปไหน Martin ไปอะไรวะ
to be able to slip the net, relay some really valuable information.
Come back home.
Boo seems to have an idea.
ลืมว่ะ
Find it. Still a 1v3 behind this.
ไปเป็นนักร้อง M8 ไป M8 ครับใช่ใช่
JJaz clinging to life but has Hunter's Fury. Don't expect him
สาย
to
บ
be
น
coming
ชิว
forward.
ๆอ่ะ M8 อ่ะเจอ BBL แต่ BBL น่าจะชนะนะ
And look at Levin's position too.
เจอกันทีเฮดสเตทวัน
Do you think? I guess. Try it out. Not gonna happen, but try it out.
ลาวันกวนแล้วจัดถือว่าขอนะไม่แล้วแปซิฟิกวันนี้จัด 100% ลาวันไม่เห็นชมเลยฮัลโหล
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the investment there, they're going to come into round 12 basically broke, or well, not going to be able to muster up a full purchase. I guess maybe a vain attempt to get the Hunter's Fury to, I don't know.
We're clutching it.
Yeah, desperation mode.
And it's just, it does feel a shame because at their highs, Heretics is such a good team to watch. And I think
no picture อ่ะจัดเพื่อนจริง
Yeah, that's probably more indicative of what we're talking about, right? This is the, you know, if we plan for this, this is not what we practice. This is.
คือมึงจะบอกกูทุกอย่างไม่ได้นะเพื่อน
But we hear that a lot. It's like, but in prac, we got.
เป็นไปเล่นเจอทีวันไหมเป็นไปเล่นเจอทีวัน
The teams don't think it's just a Heretics thing, but that whole like in practice it was fine. They knew what the plan was, but it came to the game and suddenly like, they've forgotten. It's not happening. It's not working out. It feels like that, but over and over again. Again, I'd love an extended chat with the coaching staff, but Levin, it's just the executor. Boo's dead to rights. Boo's barely been in these rounds, man. He's been trying. I think he's the top of the board maybe for Heretics, but
แมปเขาเราปล่อยแมปเขาเราปล่อยแมปเขาเราปล่อย
Too simple, too easy. The calling's been great. The individuals have been great. It's a good upswing for KC. And you can see why Levin is absolutely on a tear. A brilliant game from him. 18 kills already. Unbelievable. Benji.
อย่าว่าพี่ตัวกันเลยครับไอเฮียจ้า
Nearly have to double his score to get this round even possible. And it's not
พรุ่งนี้ล่วงนะพรุ่งนี้ล่วงนะบอกไว้ก่อนนะมึงอ่ะ
It's not a pretty half, Mike.
No, it's absolutely not.
แล้วจะเนี่ยไอ้ทีมไหนเป็นเล่นวันที่วันเหรอใครก็ได้ออกมาเถอะเฮียได้หมดอ่ะ
And everything looks like it's starting to fall into place.
กูถามแค่นี้คัมแบ็กไม่แชทคัมแบ็กหรือไม่ทุกคนครับคัมแบ็กหรือไม่คือมึงไม่มีคำว่าเชื่อมั่นกันเลยเหรอวะในซีเอสอ่ะ
ถ้าไม่เชื่อจัดสลองเทียเคซีดูว่าเป็นเพราะใคร
มันไม่เกี่ยวไม่บินไม่โป๊หรอโอ้อันไหนเฮ้ยน่ากลัวนะเนี่ยเปิดวิดีโอบอลลูนอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยกูกำลังทำอะไรที่อันตรายต่อมนุษยชนมากตอนเนี้ยแต่ไม่ลองไม่รู้เว้ยใช่ปะไหน
สูสีตลอดเลยครับคือเย็ดยิงคือเย็ด
มันไม่เกี่ยวหรอกว่าแมปใครสกิลการยิงของพวกมึงมันสู้พวกกูไม่ได้เลย
ใครส่งไอ้เย้ยยังแม่งบอลลูนแม่งมีคิปปี้อาร์ตมาได้ไงวะเฮียไอ้เฮียโอ้ยกูจะหลุดไหวเฮียหมอกล้องโอ้ยไม่ทำนานจะด่าเนี่ยคาร์ลจุดฮะพออยู่ข้างทีมไม่ชนะครับพิจารีอ่ะ
FS ก็แค่ขนม
โอ้ยเมื่อยเอาดีเพื่อนรัก
15 assists. And that's not just off knives, we're seeing
Legendary คลิปอะเหี้ยเมื่อกี้
plays out of smoke. Obviously, the last round there behind
ถ้า
the
วันนี้
divide as
ใน
well
กลับ
to catch
บ้าน
the
เรา
ball.
ขอกลับด้วย TL แพ้ 2-0 กลับบ้านหมดอุ่นใจ
Work to set them up, which is something we
คิดว่าไม่น่า 2-0 หลอกก่อนจัด TS 2-1 ใช่ไหมพูดดีครับ
obviously something KC have worked on, and it's paying dividends.
Let's go Talon มันบอกว่าเล่นเจ๊ของ TS ใส่สกินโคไปแข่ง VCT
First nail in the coffin, and look at the quick flank, and look at the quick positioning coming from Levin. Does as long as he can buy time on the site, that'd be fantastic.
ใส่เลยวะ หมวกเหรอ ตลาดมืดเข้ากี่โมงครับแม่ตี 4 ครับ
The flank is on the way, and they don't seem any wiser, and they still don't know how is he getting away with it. Dosia from up above gets two. They were absolutely clueless, so Benji has to save the day. He's got 2 players to locate. Levin
ก็เปลี่ยนอะไรไม่ได้เพราะพวกเงินมันง่าย
likes that. Doesn't, I think, show. Oh, Levin might get an angle on this. He does. Yeah, just a little look. Drags him off the plant. Benji's trying to put in a shift here. Maybe eyes up where Su gets to is can't quite note it yet.
HP, he's already tagged up.
ตาย
So 11, yeah, would have had an angle onto that, but KC just waiting.
Patience. Very disciplined.
Planted the spike.
Timing
กูไม่เข้าใจ
now.
นะทำไมทีมไม่แบบไม่แบนแบบเฮียนี่สักทีวะ
Hugs that wall. He's safe for a second. Nothing to be done there. Body
เฮ้ย
shots
มึง
for
แบนแบบนี้เถอะ
days.
กูขอร้องละ
KC.
ไม่ไหวเว้ย
Just again, another situation, a third situation in the same map where Dosia's got away with 2.
สวัสดีครับโซดาแบ็กสวัสดีครับ
And again, they see where the paranoia comes from.
อย่างแรกเอาไอ้คัมแบ็กออกจากทีมก่อนเนาะ
Was it a flash maybe from
หลอกเด็กไปว่ะ
I think
Yeah,
it
there was a flash
blind,
outside.
right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
regardless, even just seeing that, I don't know if they think that during the paranoia he's just TP'd away or got out of here, but
Oh yeah, they just
there's nobody looking top here. There's nobody to the backside on. Just really bizarre. And like I said, their sidelines are cut on the way in, but they get the confirmation.
กลับบ้านไปพวกงู
โอ้คัมแบ็กโคตรเนี่ย
that is really.
But like I said, it's
ลบ
another.
คัมแบ็กบวก JJaz อันนี้ไอเดียดีครับ
Chelsea gets 2.
This guy's damn good.
Michael Dublé.
กูเอง
He can be the Michael Dublé of the day. Levin forced off, and it just looks direct from Heretics. Just gonna buy up, stingers out. Let's
ถ้า
just.
คิดกลับกันแบบที่แบนไปอาจจะหนักกว่านี้เหรอแบบนี้มึงหนักตลอดอ่ะ กูก็ไม่เข้าใจไม่แก้หรือเหี้ยอะไรกันวะโอ้โหโอ้โหโอ้ย
This is just a massacre.
โอ้ยอันที่ขอบคุณครับ
In zone
ขอบคุณครับผม
Just looking fired up there, actually.
W ทันชีในแชท bro
He's just standing there in the open, having a biff. Look at him.
Yeah, it feels a little like just, okay, rip the band-aid off. Let's get
ไม่
to
เกี่ยวกับ
that
แมป
too.
แล้วเหรอวะ
Obviously get
หนัก
to,
เกินออกมาเรียนเนี่ย
conversely, obviously their comfort zone
ลั่นนะมึงอ่ะลั่นนะ
historically
ลั่น
being
นะมึงอ่ะ
Haven. Eng looking way more chilled out today.
Oh yeah.
7643แชทใครหลอกเด็ก
Rightfully so. A 12-2 scoreline
7643
here.
ใครหลอกเด็ก
Heretics still going to try and make something happen here, but oh, weapon, yeah, tagged up. Good information for KC to react. Well, Spike not committed just yet, so
Check him
Heretics
now.
able to follow through on that opening damage.
เซนหลอกเด็กอันนี้ไม่ใช่นะครับ
It's only really re-ends and comeback the ones with a feasible chance to do damage
อ่า
here.
หลอกหลอกหลอกจริงอันนี้หลอกจริงอันนี้หลอกจริง
Is there just gonna be a
ที่ทุกคนเห็นไม่ใช่โจ๊ก แต่แค่เล่นเหมือนโจ๊ก
Combine's already got down. I think it was just blind. Arved's gonna get that pretty much for free. It feels like man to the good. Make it more. Shadows again. I mean, KC making better choices than Tenz's award show right now. It's done. This one is wrapped up. Heretics down to just boo. Michael, this has been an absolute one-sided affair and a half.
Yeah.
33 นาทีแบบนี้
to seal the deal here. An in-zone flawless to close out 13-2. And what feels like nothing but a GG go next.
Pretty much that. We're going to leave it at that and just keep in mind Haven coming up next. But we do have an interview standing by.
JJaz, I'm
Oh
gonna take you
my.
into your team because I
Elf,
have
stop,
to
bro.
ask you another 13-2 on Abyss. What is your secret of this map?
No, to be honest, it's just our best map. That's why, like, we feeling the map, we are feeling the gaps, we understand how to play off each other. That's it.
All right, well, thanks so much. I'm gonna let you go. We're gonna be heading over to
เรา
a break.
ตอนนี้
and we'll
รู้สึ
be
ก
back
ได้
with a
นะ
second-
ว่าเราอยู่ในแบบท็อปฟอร์มนะครับแมปก็แมปเราที่เราถนัด ทุกอย่างแบบกำลังไปในทางเรานะครับ เราเข้าใจว่าเขาเล่นยังไงเราอ่านเขาขาดนะครับผมชิวจัดครับผมสัตว์ยิงลบมาดิครับ VCT yes sir bro ทีเอสกินแล้วกลับบ้านกินอะไรดีอ่ะคือมันคิดไปถึงตรงนั้นเลยเหรอซีเคนกับทีเอสสภาพเดียวกันเลยเหรอวะเป็นไปได้ไงวะซีเคนกูเข้าใจแต่ทีเอสเนี่ยอะไรวะฮะแต่อันนี้คืออะไรวะเฮเว่นเคซีเก่งทีเอสยิงงี้กลับบ้านวายูเชียร์นูบทีมโอ้ย
เขาได้กลั่นการใช้สมองในการเลือกทีมเปล่าวะว่าควรจะให้คนดูสนุกไม่ใช่หวังแค่เงินแล้วเอาทีมโง่ๆมาในลีก
ไม่เอาไอ้เฮียมึงอันนี้มึงคิดตื้นดิไอ้สัตว์ไอ้เฮียมันคือหน้าที่ของสังกัดหรือเปล่าไปหาทีมพี่โอโทนอ่ะเอ้าเขาเลือกสังกัดเลือกคนครับอีเฮียมันไม่ใช่เลยออดครับเฮ้ยกิฟต์เอฟเฟนเนสยังเลยครับผมกิฟต์เอฟเฟนเนสคือมีอะไรอ่ะเชียร์พิจันนานแล้วขอแทงสวนพิจันบ้างเผื่อลุงโอ้โหเฮ้ยอันนี้เชียร์พิจันได้ครับพิจันแม่นยำนะครับผมเปิดวนแบบ2แบบอีเหี้ยท้อว่ะเปิดมางี้กูท้อว่ะโรเบิร์ตเอชแอคเซนต์สังกัดคือนักลงทุนที่เรามองใช่ครับ20เหรอแชทมันเป็นไปได้เหรอวะจะ20น่ะฮะมันเป็นไปได้เหรอวะกลัวไม่ไอ้ยัง20ก็เฮี้ยไปโอเคประวัติละมัน2แบบมาเปลี่ยนนิบูคนเดียวอาการมันหนักขนาดนี้เลยเหรอมึงคิดดูดิเฮี้ยหนักสัตว์อะเฮ้ยเหม็นว่ะโอ้โหเฮียบวก15bro ไอ้เหี้ยโดนคังยิงไอ้เหี้ย bro เลยสัตว์ bro
don't know what. Yo, full sense. I don't know what. Don't ever type in my chat saying, oh, full sense is for sure gonna make it a Santiago. No, don't ever type some stupid shit like that in my chat again. Bro, all these guys in my chat a couple of days ago freaking out. Full sense, bro. Why aren't you including full sense? And then all of a sudden, they got me to start saying, all right, yeah, it's gonna be Paper X, Full Sense, and GE that are gonna make it. Cap! Cap! You can't be serious. They don't even have strats. Like, what did we actually just witness? Bro, trust me, Full Sense were world class till now. I don't know what your definition of world class is anymore. All they did was walk around, not throw any util. It looked like they were looking around, like, you know, like devs. They look like map devs. Looking at the map to see what's wrong with it, and then we're dying in the process. That's what I witnessed just now. Stop being mean. I'm not being mean to be mean to the players. There needs to be more effort put into these game plans. It just has to be. I want to be hard on them so they can be better. Obviously, they're all good players. They can all shoot. But what the did we just watch? Like what? It's just kickoff, so they're saving. That's fair. If they're saving strats, just tell me, because they saved all of them. Every strat, every single strat they saved. I didn't see a single one. So you let me know. Yeah, they're save the util for next match. That guy still has 4 brim ults. Like I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to say. Yo, full
ไอ้เหี้ยลำยับเลย มึงบอกถ้ามึงคิดว่าฟูลเซนจะไปมาสเตอร์เนี่ย มึงอย่ามาดูสติมึงอย่ามาพิมพ์ในแชทกู เพราะไม่เป็นไปไม่ได้ ถ้ามันเล่นกันอย่างเงี้ย ประมาณนี้
bracket, but I think there's a lot here.
เป็นไปไม่ได้
Yeah, and I think another thing to add on.
มึงเลิกโคเปียมกัน มึงเลิกแบบไอ้โคเปียมภาษาไทยคืออะไรวะแชท แบบหวังปลอมๆกันอะมึงเลิกหวังปลอมๆกันนะถ้ามึงคิดว่าฟูลเซนจะได้ไปอะไอ้เหี้ยโมเอามันพูดในเชิงแบบว่ามันพูดในเชิงคำว่าวิเคราะห์ไงแบบโมเพ้ออะมึงเลิกเพ้ออะเจ้ามันพูดถูกปะก็ไอ้เหี้ยก็ว่าเกมล่าสุดที่เราเจอก็ไอตอนหนองชิมมา12-9ปิดไม่ลงอ่ะมันก็น่าคิดอยู่นะเว้ยมันก็ไม่ได้พูดเลยผิดอ่ะมันพูดในเชิงแบบมันไม่ได้พูดในเชิงเฮเตอร์นะมันพูดในเชิงแบบว่ามันดูเกมอ่ะถ้ามันจะเล่นกันอย่างนี้แบบไม่จ่ายของเดินยิงอย่างเดียวอ่ะจ้าขอเมาส์ตัวจบตอนนี้หน่อยจะใช้ไวเปอร์V3 Pro ว่ะจะแฮปปี้จัดอ่ะแม่งบอกว่าแม่งเดินกันเป็นแบบเดฟอะเหมือนเดเวลลอปเปอร์มาดูแมปอะมาชมแมปอะไอ้เหี้ยประมาณนั้นสกิลไม่ใช้เดินดูแมปมันพูดอย่างงี้มันก็ไม่ได้พูดเลยผิดนะแต่ใส่โหดเนาะมันไม่ได้ใส่โหดมันบอกว่าคือมันบอกว่ามันพูดในเชิงวิเคราะห์วิจารณ์ว่าแบบมันไม่ได้แบบว่าโมหรืออะไรแต่มันก็พูดแบบว่าหวังดีอ่ะจะได้เอาไปพัฒนากันมันก็พูดถูกประมาณนั้นงั้นไปถามเป็นเฟเนซีแล้วไอ้เฮียที่เคยเจอทีมไทยทีมนั้นยุคนั้นจ่ายสกิลไหม
จัสมีมากกว่านั้นข้อเน้นเด็กขอญาตรีพอร์ตฮะ
อะไรนะแต่เฮียเขามีถ้วยดีเราไม่มีถ้วยเราไปพูดอะไรกับเขาได้อะเดดแอดเดอร์ V4 นี้ต่างกันเยอะไหมเดดแอดเดอร์ V4 แค่ทรงมือขวาครับเดดแอดเดอร์อะไวเปอร์ทรงธรรมดาเดดแอดเดอร์ทรงมือขวาแนะนำหูฟังตัวจบหน่อยเนาะอันนี้ผมว่าแล้วแต่คนเลยว่ะRQ ขายประสบการณ์ตอนนี้ RQ ก็มีหมดแล้วว่ะตอนเนี้ยในสตรีมยิงอย่าโหดไอ้คัมแบ็กแต่ในแข่งยิงหมาก็นั่นแหละกูว่ามันก็ไม่ได้พูดอะไรผิดนะมันดูมีใส่อารมณ์หน่อยเพราะมันดูรำคาญมั้งมันดูรำคาญกับแชทมั้งว่าแบบไอ้แชทมึงเลิกเพ้อกันดีแบบเพ้อเหี้ยอะไรกันในสัตว์อะไรเงี้ยประมาณนั้นตอนแรกมันก็เชียร์แต่มันก็นั่นแหละพอเล่นปุ๊บมันก็เอาไงRQ ขายประสบการณ์ระดับinternational ในโซนมันยังโหดใช่คือตัวเรายิงได้เว้ยแต่แผนต้องรอหน่อยว่ะกูดูตรงนะยังไงก็อย่างน้อยสเตนหนึ่งอ่ะก็ไม่รู้รอดูอัพคิกออฟมันไม่ใช่แค่เราพลาดคนอื่นก็พลาดได้เหมือนกันเนาะหรือไม่จริงครับใช่ไหมมันไม่ใช่แค่ว่าเราพลาดคนอื่นก็พลาดได้ก็ได้ว่าไหนคนอื่นพลาดมากกว่าเราก็หวานเจี๊ยบแต่ถ้าเราพลาดมากกว่าเขา2 ครั้งก็จีกับบ้านแม่นเห็นคลิปเราทะเลาะกันยังอ่ะทะเลาะเลยวะ
มองเป็นกลางไม่อวยคมคือตามที่ปูจันพูดไปกล้องส่งของให้ทีมไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ไอแมตตอนเจอ DRX ที่ได้มา10 ราวก็เพราะปริมมี่ทั้งนั้นหรือไม่จริง
ปริมมี่ยิงแรกไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวเข้าไปยิง3 ยิง 4อ่ะเหี้ยมันต้องใช้เวลาหน่อยมันต้องรอก่อนคือเราเบมคนเดียวไม่ได้เว้ยนะครับมันต้องด้วยกันแพ้ก็แพ้ด้วยกันชนะก็ชนะด้วยกันกูเนี่ยคู่แปซิฟิกว่าจัดแม่งเอาสุดเกินรอหน่อยไอจิตพึ่งIGLไอกล้องมันก็พึ่งประมาณนั่งแบบฟังไอจิตอะไรเงี้ยทุกอย่างแบบมันใช้เวลาทุกอย่างเป็นความผิดไอจัดจบถ้ามาเตอร์ไม่ได้ไปกูก็ จะพูดดี
Yeah, I think if your team's not playing
กูก็ไม่ได้
the way you want them to, why is that? And that's your own.
เสียดายขนาดนั้นนะ
That's your
ถ้ามาเตอร์ไม่ได้แปลสมมุติอะกับการเปลี่ยนแปลงเยอะขนาดเนี้ยแต่ถ้าสเตจหนึ่งมาแล้วยังแบบนี้อยู่ต้องกินละ
กูท้อกับการเมืองบ้านเราว่าไอ้พวกนั้นไม่พอต้องมาเหนื่อยกับผู้ใหญ่ที่แบบกูภาวนาทุกวันให้วันที่ 8 มันออกมาดีๆเจริญ
เฮ้ยวันที่8ไว้ทุกเราไปใช้เสียงของเราไว้ใช่ไหมอย่างไรเราก็ต้องทำหน้าที่ของเราก่อน เก่งกับกล้องคอเยอะสุดแล้วใช่ครับ ก็คือน้องคิดมากเลยนะน้องเน้นจ่ายสกิลยูทิลอย่างเดียวอันนี้จะน้อย แต่น้องยิงโคมยิงได้แต่สกิลยูทิลก็น้อยมันก็ต้องรอดูอ่ะให้เวลาหน่อยแต่สเตจหนึ่งยังสภาพอีกอยู่กูก็ว่านะจีคนให้กว่าแชทปีหน้าว่ะมาเฮ้ยสเตจ2คือสเตจ2ไม่บีเลย
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better player to set you up, right? You got re-ends. So let's, you know, if you
มาแมป2ครับ TJKC
So let's see
แมปนี้
that.
ทีเป็นคนเลือกนะ
Let's see them working together. Let's hold them to that standard of taking confident
บอกเลย
fights
นะ
when they
ยุโรป
have
เป็น
the
โซนที่แม่ง
opportunity. That's what I'm going to
เหี้ย
look at
เดิน
in
รายการ
this
ช้า
map and
จัด
then the cipher potentially. Beyond that, we've got Casey with another opportunity to maybe
แถว
show
นี้
us
ไม่แข่เลี้ยงไดโนเสาร์ไหม
what they're working
อยา
on
ก
as well.
แล้ว
Considering
ก็
we
อยาก
sort of
ไป
bested them
อยากไป
in the
นอก
last
อว
map.
กาศ
Let's
ด้วย
see if
อ่ะ
it carries over here in any sort of similar form. Confidence will be sky high for them, and they've already got a plant.
I was going to say, Dosia are the one to maybe take some space elsewhere.
พรุ่งนี้มารวมกิจกรรมกันได้นะพี่เต้นะครับ
Head on a swivel here.
They certainly do. Woot's going to be rewarded by keeping presence towards Garage now. A lot of bodies coming their way. On this bottom side of middle, crunch going to be happening now. Sugetsu plenty of targets and comes out on top, but he's got a feeling there's more here. They've heard that drop down as well. Certainly going to hear that.
ใช่อย่าลืมโหวตนะอย่าลืมโหวตนะเดี๋ยวไปดูนะ
Blue and Rien's going to have to work in perfect unison to be able to pull these players out of the corners. Plenty of smokes, but now plenty of bodies to put to this. He's going to get half, but around we go. Oh, is that a Rams in it? Doji's got it. Doji's got it. It's fine. I don't know who's going to get that kill. Even in low light levels, like, could have been mine. Good start for KC. Got a bit sketchy at the end, but we're fine in the end.
กับแล้วมึง
And KC just very proactive with immediately taking space elsewhere. Dosia see the initial person to probe elsewhere. I didn't even catch
เราเลือกอะไรไปครอบครัวเราก็ไม่รู้อยู่ดีใช่ไหมล่ะใช่ไหมเราเลือกของเราไปครับสุดท้ายเราก็แค่ตอบในสิ่งที่เขาอยากได้ยินแล้วกันเพราะเขาก็ไม่รู้อยู่ดีหรอกหรือไม่จริง
almost being there, downfall there inside the smoke.
Revealing area.
They go with a bit of pace.
ปิดโหวตนะทุกคน
Start with right. It's all in. It's very direct.
Oh no.
Woot might be dead. I think Woot's
ซูม
dead.
แจ้งของเราฮิโตริคุง
Fair enough. Evacuate. And they won't play from backside. Maybe still keep that shorty in range as classics. I have a shout. Ooh, he was on the money. It sets up Rien's to at least drop a body, but still, they're just happy to bulldoze, right? They can stay as a pack, fight as 5. Plant's going to come down. And you're looking at what's remaining. Comeback does get a chance to maybe do something, but man, it just feels like it's not landing.
Head กลับบ้านเลยป่ะ Head กลับบ้านเลยครับ
It's just like things like that just make you feel like you can't get into
โอ้
a game.
อุ้ยถือว่าดีอยู่นั่นน่ะ
In a 1v4, it would take an awful lot.
Could you imagine though? The odds on this
I
one.
actually can't imagine, no.
You can't see it.
Can't visualize. Maybe an exit. Even think KC are going to give him the opportunity here. See Levens.
Time to jump.
Still hanging about.
Grinning, man. They're happy. They're having
I just saw Sugetsu during that kind of engagement to heaven. He was literally just laughing.
That's awful. Get confident, guys. They're laughing at me. They're laughing at me while I'm trying. Please.
เฮ้ยสมาร์ทสวัสดีครับน้องชายสวัสดีครับผม
That's 4 standing, and the second round for KC.
And again, even just
ทำไม
coming
โอ
back
เค
into
ซี
what
แพ้
we
ยับ
heard
จัง
there
วะ
from
จัด
the
ตัวสำรองไม่ใช่หรอโอเคซีอ่ะ
opening 2 rounds, not necessarily ones that you're going to come out and now feel confident in your buy round to put something in motion.
ไปเถิดเล่นอย่างสมองปลาทอง TH คือครอบครัวการที่เสียมินิบูไปคือเสียโมเมนตัมของทีมไปเลย TH มาไกลขนาดนี้ได้เพราะความเข้าขากันล้วนๆ
รอก่อนมันกำลังมารอก่อนมันกำลังมารอก่อนมันกำลังมาเว้ยคนตีนครับบายเรานี่ครับกำลังมาแล้วครับ
now does offset that a little bit with a rifle.
เพิ่งหายไม่สบายมาเหรอโอ้ยเอาดีโอ้ยแข็งแรงน้องชายจะไปเดินเกษตรแฟร์ยังครับไม่ได้ไปไกลเกินว่ะ
On the side of Heretics, maybe actually
คนก็น่าจะเยอะอะ
further pace to
น้องชายว่า
capitalize on
KC ไม่แบบนี้
these, but Benji,
ผมว่า
that's a glimpse.
แต่ผมเชื่อมั่นในเทียนนะแต่ผมว่า KC ว่ะดิมอนวันรับจบทุกเคสเหรอทีมไหนไม่เวิร์กเรียกดิมอนวันมาปะ
Oh, does he? No, okay. Boo's actually going to get the drop on that. I thought he might have threaded the needle. Not the case. And you can see Casey starting to suffer on the side, but it's Arvez takeaway.
มันรู้นะแบ็คไซด์มีโอ้โห
feeling a little down and out, but it's taken Boo to do it all. Boo is the only one to be drawing blood so far, really. 3 kills
คน
in
รอ
this
ซ้ำเยอะ
round.
หรอไม่เอากันได้ไหมอ่ะ
Look at Woot in the background.
Surely that's where it stops. That's where everything should be wrapped up. A little hesitant to feed a weapon in. That's fair. I don't blame you to pause and hit
คิด
the
ไง
base.
เชียร์หรอ
But Doshi's got
เชื่อมั่นที่เราเคยมีอะดิ
somebody to overstep here on the side of Heretics. Still consideration made towards backside of C-Long.
JJaz committing to hold this CT side, right? Like they've almost had to leave some space open. Can't really challenge along either. Oh my god, might have been seen there, not sure. The net gets closer and Rien's the one to capture them both. The view should be...
Maui.
That was off the back of Boo there.
พี่เหลียนเก่งมากพี่เหลียน
I believe both of them blind through the smoke. Didn't actually catch them on camera, but again, 2 kills.
สวัสดีครับพี่จ๊าตอนนี้หมดไฟกับการทำงานมากทำยังไงดีครับ
To shut things down here.
ถ้าหมดไฟเหรอถ้าเราเป็นคนโชคดีชีวิตไม่มีภาระมันก็พักได้อะเนาะแต่ถ้าคนเรามีภาระมีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันก็ต้องสู้หน่อยวะน้องใช่ไหมขอบคุณ20 ชิวๆครับขอบคุณครับสู้ๆเว้ยสู้ๆเว้ยแต่มันก็ผ่านไปได้ ภาระคือโปรเจกต์จบทำไหวชิวภาระโปรเจกต์จบอะไม่เคยดูแต่เด็กมาตื่นสนามหรือเปล่าไอ้คัมแบ็กเหรอโอเคนะเบลไม่รู้แข่งมาจนเปื่อยแล้ว
I guess you got to take some chances, right? Try and maybe get
ขอบคุณ30 พี่กับป้านขอบคุณครับ
quite alone.
แล้วกูคือโปรเจกต์จบให้สู้ทำได้
So information not forthcoming, but they are up long. They are close on this. Maybe playing contact off this flash pretty much. Yeah, spins in nice from Rien's. The paranoia not quite there in time to be supporting of Rien's.
Wood.
Bodies behind it. Still a fight to be had for the rest of the map, and Woot on the refight takes away the pressure from Long. Leaves JJaz with limited options.
Yeah, that's taking a ton of damage there.
เฮ้ยมันไม่กล้าด่าเราหรอกเชื่อเราว่าเดี๋ยวแบบนี้เราชนะไงเพื่อนใช่ไหมดูจีมขอบคุณ20 ชิวๆครับขอบคุณครับเจดอสมาฟนาติกแทนไว้ครับก่อนตอนนี้กว่าฟนาติกได้อยู่ให้เวลาหน่อยกว่ากำลังมา
Literally internal Discord comms. Yeah, this one's
ดาวว่าไงครับโปรเฟสเซอร์
pause on this, but what do you actually make of the Phoenix? I haven't actually asked you about this. How do you feel about seeing it?
I mean, I love Arvez on it as well. I think he's shown that he's very proficient. I think as well, talking about the ability to take risks and whatnot on the defensive side, if you can farm up that ultimate, it's just another tool that you can throw out as a probe. You can set things in motion in terms of just taking engagements on the defense. I think it fits quite nicely into certain teams' playstyles, and particularly how they obviously want to play.
ต้องมานั่งประคบนักแข่งที่เดี๋ยวนะกูว่านี่ไม่ใช่นะที่ทำงานอันนี้คือแบบไหนเนี่ยที่ทำงานที่เราแบบประคบนักแข่งรูตุนเนี่ยอันนี้ก็ไม่ใช่นะอ๋อสมมติว่าเป็นมันตั้งแต่เริ่มหมอเชดอสเหรอว่าจะไม่เวิร์กว่ะมันดู energy แบบร้ายๆดูอ่ะไม่ดูแฮปปี้อ่ะ
Alt-wise, not a million miles away. Rien's already has his.
เดลูจะ
And financially, obviously,
หมายถึงแบบแบบนี้
KC right now. So a little bit of a shaky purchase. Still functional. Gonna be lacking in certain areas.
ในสังกัดยังครับตอนนี้ยังเลยครับผม
Position towards A long here is
เฮเลติกตั้งใจไว้มาดิ
but KC as if they want to
แบบบุกครับแบบนี้
the Arvez to pave the way here. Benji's got to be careful. Does have come back in support.
How much space can others get here?
Oh my god คุณว่ากระสุนเข้าหัวไอ้เหี้ย
So that's going to make things harder. Keep in mind that Doja does have spike there, so could have been out on a limb. Wasn't in the end. They've handled it well. Heretics were keeping this in hand, only losing Boo thus far, and still keeping vast majority of control on this map.
Difference being now Heretics winning some key engagements, not necessarily confident plays, but shutting down some of the ulterior motives.
เซฟเป้าเซฟเป้าเซฟเป้าเซฟเป้านาวีเหรอ
Concede a lot of space towards A, but pretty comfortable in terms of the coverage here. The fact that Sugetsu and Dosio have taken a ton of damage.
30 seconds left.
I think it's hard to swing this 3v4.
Yeah, just again.
เราเล่นรีเทคหรอ4-3อ่ะเราไม่สู้ในไฟท์หน่อยหรอ
Gonna hear the smoke investment.
เล่นรีเทค 100% ว่ะ
And should be able to play very safely for a retake. The shock dart a little too short to really deny Doja here. So Plant is in 3v4, and as you noted, the HP is very low for the KC side. Dart ready. Now they've got to work together. Let's see that timing and synergy and spacing. This is what it's about. The first goes for the second. Comeback's gone, but the spacing's good here. Sugetsu would have comes in, re-ends in unison. It is Heretics.
ปูซานสเตจ2บินไหมไม่รู้ครับพี่จัดได้เขียนคนบ้างไปช่วงนี้ไม่ได้เขียนเลยไม่ได้จับแล้วไม่ได้จบมาปีนึงแต่ฟราติหาคนเก่งจัดไม่เหมือนทีมแดงๆเอาเด็กใหม่มาแล้วอะไรเดี๋ยวรอดูพวกผมไปมาสเตอร์นะครับแต่เนทตอนอยู่แกมบิดเทดอมมันน่ารักนะเคยบอกไปตอนไหนนี่แหละเหรออุ้ยแต่เอเนจีมันไม่รู้ว่าจากที่ดูผ่านๆมันรู้สึกว่ามันไม่เข้ากับแฟนตาซีกว่าหรือเปล่า
But meanwhile, it's Levin to fall to the Hunter's Fury on the back of that, which again is that support system that potentially could have found value alongside Arvez's ultimate.
One thing I am going to towards, even in the successes, is the fact that comeback is quiet here.
Yeah.
Now this he's on the neon and
picked off a couple of times in rotation as well. Yeah.
And honestly, also very.
I saw that deal. I saw that one.
That's fine. Like he's
playing control.
We know his potential on the neon. We've seen it on this map in the past. We know how good it can be. So I'm looking to see that find some form here. Maybe down the line, doesn't have to be early, but would like to see him activate. Just while the piece is not quite there yet, but. Heavy emphasis on this B side and a very quick plant potentially. Levin going to invest the ult on this, but Woot's getting right in there. Dangerous though, burning alive. And speaking of comeback, he's one of the two alive, yet to get off the starting blocks. And now trying to do the dance. Levin outdoes him, breaking the ankles on that. Now Boo's done some great work, but once again.
I love Sentinel very much. Oh, very good. Best team, no.
Comfortably, the issue being he's disconnected. All the way outside double doors here. We'll find the first snapping from Boo.
Warming up, man.
Smoke me.
Still some time to play with.
Yeah, still got
smoke back.
A little bit to play with. 8 bullets though, and that time's starting to tick. You can kind of hear it. If he's lazy on the clear or just takes a gamble. Yeah, there it is. It kind of falls apart on that one. You feel it. You know it's kind of dipping away. Time is the factor. Shayla should not lose this. And I don't think he does. Yeah, time is very much gone here. Nice attempt from Boo, but too little.
ทำไมสโมกเหลือที่แค่กระติ่งเดียวให้เล่นวะกระติ่งเดียวตรงบอมอะ
On the back of the ultimate from Levin. Yeah, initially here, it looks like they might just win out. I mean, Woot gets 2 kills, but at the same time,
ล่าสุดเจอเสื้อเซนในมาร์เก็ตเพลสปล่อย30ต่อไม่ต้องหนีเอ้ย
responses
เอา2 บาทฮะ
prevent Heretics from capitalizing on that pressure towards the plant. That's a tough loss as well. And not a full investment.
2,000 ต่อนี่แปลกล่าสุดเจอเสื้อเซนในมาร์เก็ตเพลสปล่อยต่อ30ไม่มีตำหนิอันนี้เขาว่าไม่ใช่นะเธอเขาบอกเช็ดเท้ามานับไหมโอ้โหอีเด็กเหี้ยใครเนี่ยสายล่างครับอันนี้ใช่ครับสายล่างครับคัมแบ็ก05ใจเย็นดีใจเย็นดี
And comeback dead again. I mean, it's not looking good, and they can't really do much off the back of it. Yeah, they're behind enemy lines, but Alves, good flash, good follow-up, finding more. Casey fighting back. It's only Boo. This turned into the Boo show, which is not what I wanted to see. There's got to be more than this.
ดูทุกคู่เลยไหมครับดูทุกคู่
Lost alive again in a 1v3. Doesn't get the upgrade, so makes this one even more unlikely than the previous. KC don't scramble to make a decision here to take another site. They actually
คุณพิจารณ์ให้ใครคุณพิจารณ์ให้
stand their ground in spawn.
นะครับผม
Huge investment
พิ
in
จารณ์
terms
เชีย
of
ร์
bodies
อ๋อ
from Heretics. Again, it is a
ตอน
role
พูด
of the
ชื่อ
dice.
ทีม
We
ไม่
talk
มันจะ
about
ไม่ค่อยชัดเท่าไหร่
potentially
วะ
we want to see them in terms of confidence taking risks here on Haven. It's obviously the ethos that suits this map best. So he does find it.
Watching this spot.
Again, unfortunately, going to be a blow to the
Yeah.
overall confidence. Wouldn't surprise me to see a timeout maybe in the next couple of rounds for Heretics. Now that KC have taken the lead.
If they're starting to get their footing and starting to get a nicer read on the map, and a couple of these more aggressive plays aren't working out really.
ถอนชัดๆดอมันไม่ดีตอนพูดชื่อทีมอ่ะ
Yeah, Boo's in at 10 and 4. Like you said, it's no discredit to him, but not what you want to see
Oh,
with this
it's
composition and certainly here on Haven.
Yeah, it's like if I'm looking at Wu, I'm looking at comeback. These sort of players, even Rien, throw him into the mix. Let me see what you can kind of bring here.
88เพราะไม่มีทางเป็นได้จริง
I am at least seeing Wu kind of
เอ้ย
posture
มันดู
towards
ผมกู
Sewer.
ไปปะวะเฮีย
Try and stake a claim on one part of the map. Alleviate the pressure so they can rotate
เป็น
extra
บัวมั้ง
bodies
เนี่ยเพื่อน
elsewhere. It's not necessarily a wrong read. We know that
ไอ้บู
Pieces seem to have quite the affinity for pressuring that B site. Going to be spotted on this, but sees nothing else.
ใครดูหมิ่นเซนผมจริงครับจริงไหมเรารีพอร์ตมาเลยดีไหมเนี่ย
Does have comeback nearby as well. I think Rienz is there, but overwhelmed. Comeback finally going to get things going. Alves goes down. Rienz looking to get invested. Run down, literally. They are just taking every mad fight possible. But Boo's still standing guard. He's kept the space this time.
Oh, she's got ult as well, so can switch things up a bit here. So Getsu does make his way onto C site now, taking some of this space away. Obviously, Neural Theft went in. Information will be relayed. Shados does have the Hunter's Fury here. So they need to make something happen on the back of Woot's ult.
Okay, he's seen pretty much
There's
all of
Sam.
this. Commits on towards Plat.
Okay.
Luckily, he's good for it because no one was quite ready to trade
Okay.
him. But Heretics flooding back in, looking like they're a little bit more confident in those individual fights. Shados, well, positions noted, does has Hunter's Fury, but what are you meant to do in a 1v3?
Huh?
And there's the smoke. That is it
Why?
done quick as anything. Benji, good shot. Much better from Heretics. I was a little scared when we came out
แม
of
ป
that.
บุกนะแมปบุกนะแมปบุกนะแมปบุกนะ
Commitment to the
แมปบุก
timing as
ได้แค่
well.
หกนี่หมานะบอกไว้ก่อนนะระวังโดนนะ
เปลี่ยนแผนเอาบูไปดูเอลลิสแทนดีไหม
So immediately
ฟูแพนด้าไง
taking control of sight back
เฮ้ย
in their favor.
ชิคดุช
All tied up
เนี่ย
for a piece now. See how the ultimates land here.
มันมีด้วยเหรอแชทคือจัดตัวเองแล้วตัวเองลงแข่งแต่ไม่ได้แชมป์มาเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Even
อันนี้แปลว่าอะไรวะ
seeing the timing actually of
อันนี้แปลว่าอะไรวะ
Benji still tucked into
คือเรา
that
จัด
smoke.
ทัวร์ให้คนอื่นเล่นไง
Chance really for Sugetsu
เอ
to
อ
come and
คุ
find
ณ
that
เข้าใจ
kill
ไหม
for
เนี่ย
free.
เราเล่นเองจัดเองชนะเองมันดูล็อกคนไปหรือเปล่า
Keeping things neck and neck here.
Take a bit of that.
มันเป็นแผนครับมันเป็นแผนครับไอ้เหี้ยมันแผนไงเข้าใจไหม
Has his.
เฮ้ย
And Woot going
Hey.
walkabouts. Love
Hey.
that.
This is better.
Comeback
This is
win.
better.
โอ้โหยังไม่
And
โดน
Benji, yeah, set up. This is fine. This is actually way better. Finally seeing him getting vested.
Okay.
He can get out. He doesn't need to stick around too long. Alves took a beating in this, and they're down to 2 players. This is what we wanted.
Yeah.
Take a bit of that confidence fight. Take the map back. And actually do something with it. We're playing deep here, playing smart, playing safe. Aldron's clearing mid as we speak. And Alves is going hunting. He wants to get closer. He's going to spot him on the corner.
เฮ้ยมินิบูไอ้บูเป็นไร
No
เฮ้ย
one in garage. See if they can tighten up their spacing a bit. There's limited threats on the other side though. Alves does have a Vandal, no armor, no shield. Shadows just down to the Sheriff. Good flash though. Great timing on this. Hold on, Rienz. We're going to need some magic from you, mate. 1v2.
เฮีย
And Heretics staying alive.
Now with the boost to
มา
the
ดิมาดิ
confidence.
นำแล้วนะนำแล้วนะ
Proactive
นำแล้วนะ
play from Heretics
นำแล้ว
pays
นะ
off here.
นำแล้วนะ
Obviously a great read on what's going to happen
ไอชาว
with
เค
Armin's
ซีทั้งหลาย
ultimate. The crunch through mid. Absolutely dissecting KC's initial setup here. Again, they just can't get in Garage quick enough.
พวกพี่ไม่รีบกลับบ้านหรอก
I'm just happy to see calls like this.
Yeah, and this is the sort of thing to commit to this as well. Chance where it's not necessarily feeling like a comfortable half, but at least you got the benefit of not being up against the ropes in terms of.
อย่าไปเชื่อครับอย่าไปเชื่อครับโค้ชไม่เป็นไรครับ
And
แบบนี้ของพวกผมครับ
body in mid. That's why Sugetsu's
อย่า
caught
ไป
off
เชื่อครับ
guard
ส่วนไอ้
and
คัมแบ็กครับ
swings
182 เมื่อไหร่จะยิงมากกว่านี้เนี่ย
Yeah, credit to Heretics here. Certainly not shying away from fights.
นำหนึ่งวินนะ แต่เคซีนำหนึ่งแบบ
Now the money going to be broken. So Heretics are starting to win out in the battle of attrition, really.
เอากันสัตว์
Players on the A side this time, though.
They see back in a position to consider these approaches towards B. Might be connected there. He does. Shados will fall.
Okay. In the meantime, the kind of exchange of space, though, B side gets taken. But obviously, Heretics have been pretty scrappy on these retakes. But look at this kind of aggressive posturing, but so many bodies. Maybe not expecting those 3 players already on the A side like they were. And now just Levin and Dozia.
เฮ้ยแล้วต้องกูถูกล่ะ
This I won't completely remove vision, but it
ต้อง
will
กู
remove
ถูก
vision.
แล้ว
Doja. Oh, it's
Hey.
a double that can't be converted. How are we getting this close, man? Look, Heretics are in the lead, Michael. Everything's fine.
It's also clearly telling that swing into A-Link, and there's 3 members of Heretics on the other side. It's another kind of defensive formation that's revealed here. If KC can continue to find this space on B, I think they're going to feel pretty confident about taking some more space behind it. Plenty of ults to work with now.
พูดถึงทีมเราแอบน้อยใจเหรอ
Maybe a little overzealous towards Garage, but
อย่าไปน้อยใจครับ มันสิ่งที่เขาพูดคือมันก็พูดถูกกันเนาะอ่านถึงไม่จริงใช่ไหมเขาไม่ได้แบบไปถูกไปตาเชียร์เขาเชียร์แบบ
Always good for 2.
วิเคราะห์เอางี้ดีกว่าอะตรงๆไงประมาณนั้น
Yes, he did.
เพราะเขาพูดในเชิงหวังดีด้วยไงว่าแบบถ้าไม่แก้ตรงนี้มันก็จะหนักไงก็อย่างน้อยก็รู้ว่ามันคนแก้อะไรจากคนมุมมองภายนอกแล้วกัน
Apparently not, but this time there is a trade. That was much faster. Maybe expecting a bit more of it, learning on the fly, but.
จำเมื่อกี้ไปดูตารางแข่งคาราบาวครับมาทำไมไม่มีเชลซีเข้าชิง
The lighter side B and C here for Heretics. Come back trying to make something work with the operator.
ไอสัตว์ไม่เดี๋ยวนะมันให้อะไรนะโพยกูแพ้วันนี้กูสองคู่ถูก2 คู่เหม็นพูดเลยวะเฮีย
I have a chance to take away Sugetsu here if he goes for the neural theft.
เฮ้ยน้อง
I'm just going to sit down and wait for a rotation.
เราจะยอมโดนคนหยามอย่างนี้เหรอวะไอ้คัมแบ็ก
Missed it at the right time. I mean, a wide open
ถ้าไปรับ
C-side,
อีก
no
สัง
trip
กัด
here,
หนี
only
ไอ้เขานะ
one
อย่าหา
trip
ทำนะเราขอ
down.
อะไรวะ
Comeback actually gave up the angle on window.
I thought he was still holding that, but maybe getting a little bit more curious as to their.
Now they know they've got freedom.
Garage, and look how deep Levin got. Luckily enough, Benji didn't overcommit to the angle because he could have been dead then, untradeable.
Levin's got ult. Shados has got ult.
Yeah. Does Levin just want to stay posted on this one?
พี่เหลียญไม่กวนตีวะ
Got Doja with him.
เหลียญเอาตีชัวร์เหรอ
He held up for a second here. Yeah, here we go. Information and on top. That's at least going to be 1 spotted, potentially 2. Yeah, big tags coming out here. Good damage. And good blocking, but Hunter's Fury on the other side as well. Levin. Oh no, Rienz gets absolutely backhanded, and Doja holding the line, leaving Boo completely undone.
ทำไมไม่กดตั้งแต่ตอนแพนบอมวะ
KC layers to that then.
Levin just seems to sit in his ult for so long. I think obviously the plan there to make use of Rienz's Hunter's Fury as well on the other side.
ทำไมนักแข่งแต่ละคน
To pop out and just find a freebie.
ทุกคนเวลายิงจบราวต้องชอบกดสเปรย์อ่ะนิสัยดูมันเหมือนเซียนแหละเซียนมันก็มีบางคนติดมาเซียนบางคนติดโคมมีด
Yeah, it's the perfect timing as well because it's when the other players from
แต่
Heretics
ตอนเซต้าโดนก่อนแบบหนึ่งมีใจสั่นนะไม่มีครับไม่เคยพวกตัวเองเอาทีมอะคาเดมี่ลงแข่งด้วยและแพ้เพื่ออะไรก่อน
From Heretics. That's why the rifle's gone.
Yeah, I thought he might have been forced off that angle, but no.
อะคาเดมี่มันเอาไว้ฝึกฝนครับเฮ้ยคุณเขาจะมีเนี่ยอะคาเดมี่เอาไว้ฝึกฝนเนี่ย
They can keep that pace.
Yeah, another setup that just leaves Benji in a position. I mean, a sheriff here, but he has so much of the map to cover. when you're playing against a comp with like a Phoenix, a Yoru,
การเจอแบบจัดไม่ทีมน้ำแพ้ก็เกือบแพ้
Benji used to be one of the masters
ตาม
at
ตัวเดียว
holding
โอ้
down
ไม่ลอย
solo sites, but he's holding most of the map.
Cage trigger.
The rest it's a gamble, really, I guess, for Heretics.
นิ่งไว้นิ่งไว้นิ่งไว้มือนิ่งไว้มือนิ่ง
Body no overwhelm KC. The
นิ่ง
sites
ไม่พอ
there's almost no fight back.
ให้เรียกว่านิ่งไม่พอครับนิ่งไม่พอนิ่งไม่พอ
contested.
คัมแบ็กนีออนถือโอเปอเรเตอร์
Not much in the form of utility here in the post, but Doshi's got a TP.
มันไม่ไหวอ่ะคอมแบ็กอ่ะ
tools at his disposal.
แต่ไม่เป็นไรครับแมปบุกเขาบุกได้แค่6เนี่ยถือว่าน้อยครับ
Very late to this. They were over on that A side. They've got a couple of upgrades, sure, but they're very late to the party and completely asleep at the wheel. Even KC just want to get involved in this, and Rien's nothing to be done here. KC found the solution towards the end. But Heretics have kept this at least to 6-6.
Yeah, I mean, a great swing back in from KC as well. Initially, it looks like Heretics were getting a lot of value.
เดี๋ยวเจอสไตล์นีออนรัดเร็ว KC รับมือไม่ได้ไม่ไหวโดนไป13-6วานค่ะแค่นั้นแหละ200%เอ้ย2-1ครับ2-1ครับแต่ทำไมถึงจะหายจากโรคกระเพาะอ่ะเป็นหายทำงานไม่ได้เลยเหรอโรคกระเพาะมันเป็นจากการแบบกินข้าวไม่ตรงเวลากินน้อยกินเยอะบางอย่างนี้หรือเปล่านะครับกินอาหารที่แบบไม่มีประโยชน์หรืออยู่ข้ามคืนอะไรอย่างงี้ไหมระวังนะเราต้องดูแลไดเอทเราครับ
PH แผนดีจัดเอาคัมแบ็กไปสไลด์หนอนรับกระสุนหมายเยแม่มุงเฮย
เดี๋ยวนำเขา12-8แล้วโดนพลิกไม่มีครับพูดชื่อทีมเชียร์ไม่ชัดแต่การแสดงออกชัดเจนนะครับเอาทัวร์อะไรไม่รู้ซิตี้อะไรสักอย่างแต่จัดในตึกอพาร์ตเมนต์แล้วให้แฟนขับมาดูแล้วก็เสียงแผะเฮ้ยคุณมีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่าเนี่ยครับคุณเอลไหนคุณบอกสิคุณมีปัญหาอะไรหรือเปล่าครับบอกได้นะครับคุณเอลครับแมปที่แล้วแมปรับได้2เอาคนละแมปแล้วครับมันไม่เกี่ยวแล้วครับมึงจะเทียบอะไรกับแมปที่แล้วเล่าไว้หนวดยาวลำคาญไหมครับไม่อันนี้คือผมไม่ได้เล็มมาเป็นเดือนแล้วอ่ะมันถึงเวลาแล้วแหละแล้วก็นะ
จะได้เห็นไหมคัมแบ็กเล่นนีออนโหดกว่าแดมบี้ที่ตบฟูเซน
โอ้ไอ้เหี้ยกูถามจริงมันไม่น่าเห็นใครเล่นนีออนโหดกว่าไอ้ดัมบีแล้วว่ะเพื่อนอันนี้กูพูดเลยเหี้ยแต่ลองคิดดูนะอยากไว้ยาวแบบไว้ยาวแล้วก็นะมันเริ่มเยอะแล้วไม่ไหวว่ะร้อนพี่เอสตัวแทนไทยใครไม่เชียร์ผมก็เชียร์ใครไม่เชียร์ผมก็ไม่เชียร์นะครับ
Quite late on in the day.
พิสโตลาวมา
Potentially the Arvez ult round, but in terms of again, I don't want to come back to just comebacks performance, but
well, this is the side.
Yes, this is the side now where you can turn it around, but you shouldn't be in a position to turn around.
ไม่ครับท็อปคุณเชื่อมั่นครับนี่ครับการเทรดครับคัมแบ็กมานะเปิดตัวแรกโดนใจไปเลยครับอินบอทสบายดีไหมครับผมไม่ได้คุยนาน
Boo on the other, so a little bit trickier maybe. Maybe have to be more direct. Leftburn.
นี่ไงบอกนะโดนนะบอกนะ
But he wanted, I guess, to try and take down. I think it looked like Benji on the other side. So at this point, 4v3.
So actually, Paranoia will land here. JJaz going to find one, but Benji maybe to counterbalance that.
I mean, they needed something to right for them. There's no way.
นี่ครับชิลขออนุญาตนำก่อนนะครับพิสโตนี้พี่ขอนะแบบบุกอะนะครับแบบนี้พี่ขอนะครับแบบนี้พี่ขอนะครับบอกไว้ก่อนนะ
Again, just a slight overstay on the site. Maybe makes things a little more
วัด
difficult
กัน
than
แบบ
they
3
need
นะ
to
ครับ
be here in the pistol for KC. See two bulldog, well, 3.
ชิวๆอ่ะ
He's just going to bring a
ชิวๆเลยอ่ะบอกเลย
Great trade from comeback here again.
นีออนตัวมันเร็วมันการใช้ยาก
In terms of how he's going to feel approaching the second half overall.
6-7
And I'm looking at this man because, again, he made the Outlaw one of those things to watch in Tier 2. One of the really early adopters towards it. One of the best with it we saw very early on. Alves, all gas, no brakes.
ไม่ไหวครับไม่ไหวครับไม่ไหวคัมแบ็กครับไม่ไหวพี่เหรียญครับ
Too much for Heretics. A good chance to farm up here.
ไม่ไหวคัมแบ็กครับ
To build towards that ult. He's halfway towards it already.
เฮ้ย
This is
แจ็
good
ค
stuff. Levin
เคซีมันจะไหวเหรอวะ
behind the curve.
Just a little.
Just a little bit.
I think he's even going to have opportunity to try and come back.
ฟาร์ม
I was
อี
gonna say
โค
comeback should
ฟาร์มอีโครอดู
drift away from A long here. Probably pick up this angle towards sewers.
รอดู
I mean, 29 HP. He's the
คู่นี้เดี๋ยวมันตื่นเหรอ เฮ้ยบูเวลเชื่อมั่นดิทีมันชิวเว้ยนี่ไง3ตัวคัมแบ็กแค่บอกมินหัวสัตว์
Good
มิน
stuff.
หัวสัตว์
Win zone flawless for Heretics.
มาแล้วนะ
Get themselves ahead by 2.
Do you think he's like a
แนมบีไม่มีออนกอนเทียนี่จริงครับแต่ถ้าโมจริงไหมไม่จริงครับ
Sure, especially I think
อ่ะ
that's probably a bigger
ผม
picture
โม้ในสิ่งที่แบบตลกอ่ะ
stepping into this
ไม่ได้
roster
โม้แบบ
this
โม้
year.
แพมไปเรื่อยอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยโอเคไหม
We're looking for kind of
กูโม้ตลก
remain?
because and also because it's just not been many.
No, that's true.
Obviously, last
ปืน
week
คา
was an
ไมครอฟ
outlier
ตี
to
ปืนมัน
that,
สวน
but
ทางกันแฮะ
overall,
แต่สีมันสวยนะ
I don't think we're seeing come back to his potential.
No, and you can already see a bit of an adjustment here. So comeback put onto the rifle. We're going to have that Outlaw put into Rienz's hands. So
รอบ
interesting
ก่อน
to
เค
see
ซี
the
เจอมา
approach.
ใครมานะครับ
Very
เดี๋ยว
away, straight towards B. And the paranoia is good. You can see the hesitation. Doja's already going to take away Boo. They've gotten to fight back on this side. Arvet straight away into the blend as well. Benji trying to drop the numbers back of sight. Doja again still doing damage.
โบนัสไม่เป็นไรโบนัสไม่เป็นไรโบนัส
But there's still
โบนัสยิงไปตั้ง
only 3
2
They've
อ่ะ
lost a couple here,
โคต
but
รคุ้ม
still.
อ่ะโคตรคุ้มมายิงไป2อ่ะโคตรคุ้มอ่ะ
This takes a lot. They got smoke
Oh,
away.
dear.
He's only got an outlaw, and they got big boy shields.
Yeah, any more damage would be
อีก
great.
ตัวยังเป็นไม่ได้อ่ะ
Would be nice. Does he get one?
No.
เคซีล่าสุดแพ้ให้กับ
Yes. And it's
ลิควิดครับ
I was going to go for Doja. I think he's going to hit some mad flick.
What do you know now? Dosia's good for 2. He's got his. No, he's already got his
No,
2.
he's good too. Yeah. He just stops at 2 every time. He's like, oh,
Well,
I've done my
my
work.
work here is done.
Yep, see you next round, boys.
ชนะผมยอมให้จัสอัดก้นผมได้เลยครับ
โอ้โหกูไม่อยากให้
หมายสี่เหลี่ยมแต่บอลอัดก้น
I'm
ไม่อยาก
waiting.
ชนะครับแต่ละ
Does that count? No. He didn't even
เอ
tag
อ
it.
ไม่ใช่วันนี้ง่วงนอนปะ
Headshot. Sugetsu.
Headshot. You're up in the
Go
ante.
bold.
Oh, no
คุ้ม
tag.
ไม่เป็นไรเพราะอะไรครับ
Jados
เราโบนัสแล้วเรายิงไป2ตัว
Devastating 8 to 7.
เราโบนัสเรายิงไป2ตัว อ่ะดูเชดอนดิเชดอนน่าตกใจแล้วเชดอน
Too many issues with Heretics either.
มันทำไม่ได้ไง
I imagine they'll be perfectly sorted, so we actually get to see a good round here. I'm still not sold on Heretics yet, but they are still at 8 to 7, so I'm waited with bated breath. You know, 'cause
Comeback
the problem is, I
overrated
think
or
the issue
now?
is If I
Yeah.
didn't know who Heretics were in the past, this would be
Yeah
fun.
brother
The issue is we have
Fuck.
personally seen their highs. We've seen the best of this team. We want to see it again. And right off to the beginning, Levin trying to take that space in sewer. He does have help here. Set up over towards long. You're a
He
lucky
is
boy.
extremely deep on
hell.
that angle.
He's had a couple of these, taking some big risks again.
เซนคัมแบ็กเอามายิง
To get away here, I mean, just tack down to 89 HP.
มันวิ่งเล่นเพื่อนทำเกมมันทำไร
With the space potentially for
ใจ
Heretics
เย็น
to
มัน
play
เอาให้
into here. We'll see what decision they do make.
มันเอาให้เนี่ยเดี๋ยวก่อน
Only Shados and Sugetsu here to hold down the fort
ถึง
on
ได้
A.
แบบนี้แบบหน้าก็โดนแบบขาดเช่ดิโอ้โหมันก็ดูถูกกันเกินเพื่อน
Levin making good moves on the other side of the map just to confirm there's no lurk. Well,
ไม่มีครับ
active
แล้วพวก
lurk,
กู
I
ได้
should
แบบนี้
say,
แบบหน้า
I
ของ
see
พวก
long.
กูอะเขาโหลดอะชิวๆเลยอะ
Anybody gives away a sound cue here.
And it's been silent for too long, right?
ผม
That's the thing
ผม
that
น่ะ
worries me.
เอาละเอวอะไรเนี่ย
The door. The door is,
Man,
you
fight
can
me,
look
boy.
through
What?
it, and now Heretics, the position, the approach is seen. Now they have no idea about Long. They don't know about Levin. They know about Arves.
เอ้ย
That's about it. So the paranoia goes in,
Hey.
supports there.
Hey.
Levin can try and decide
Hey.
when he gets involved. The timing is not there for him. Heretics, diligent on the
มาดิ
clear.
สัตว์มา
Playing
ดิ
a little
อ่ะมา
late,
ดิ
but it's worked out. The C take is
กูไม่ต้องพูดอะไรเยอะ กูไม่ต้องพูดอะไรเยอะ
well navigated. They managed to find the threads.
Yeah, 11 just, I mean, too anxious
กูต้อง
of
พูดอะไรอีกไหม
failing
กูไม่ต้องพูด
Arviz
แล้วครับ
on site. Again, no confirmation on Benji. Have to almost expect him in this sort of situation.
คือมันเช็คมันชิวเกิน
Fortunately, Heretics able to cleanly sweep C.
9-7
11's at 1,600
Bye,
of
Lau,
his
man.
Dosia. They're going to struggle coming out of this in terms of the purchase. But 5 alive for Heretics creates a huge opportunity now to
ไม่
stabilize.
เซ็น
Yep. This is interesting. We haven't seen too many timeouts yet here either. I feel as though both coaches not or coaching
9-7 ต่อ 13-9 no way
willingness to get involved.
แน่มากเกินมาพรุ่งนี้มาครับพรุ่งนี้ประมาณตี 4ครับแล้วผมจะไม่ผิดนะ ไม่ก็7 โมงเช้านี่แหละ
This would make sense. For Heretics, they've got what they needed. It's kind of working well. They've got that rhythm to them. They should be happy enough. I'd like to see Casey just touch base, really, make sure they're on the same page of how they want to be dealing with this.
คมๆอ่ะคม
I mean, maybe before the next.
ชิวเกิน it's a bit it's a bit of a crazy statement no bro trust me bro
Obviously not feeling too
like
bad about
clean sweep
the game plan in
13-7
general. Maybe
มัน
just
มี
an
อะไรง่ายกว่า
execution issue.
13-2 แบบแรกด้วยเหรอครับเว้ย
Let's have a look. Yeah, no issues in their mind so far. Ult-wise, we've got Rien's already there. Benji, one off of his, one away from comebacks too. So a couple of key pieces could come through for Heretics here. Already going to try and fight for that space on long. Reinvestment of the smoke.
จุดใช้โทรศัพท์รุ่นอะไรหรอจุดใช้ 14 Pro ครับ
Smoke on bricks causing a bit of an issue for KC because it looked like they were willing to go forwards with that recon. Shadows going to clear this space behind. I think, yeah, comeback already spotted. And probably very telling about what's about to happen if Heretics proceed here. Dosia on an off angle on the top of the box.
Good for 2. Plenty of targets. Timing's everything. Dosia, when do you recheck? When do you look now? Actually doesn't land it, but the Paranoid's good and he can pull away from this. Invest the one way, but they are fast approaching. Looking like they want to burst up here, but it's actually Rien's to win out towards long, and Levin again goes down. This is starting to become an issue. Hunter's Fury going to connect as well. Shady's dead, and Rien's just worth his weight in gold in this already.
Well, on the rotate though.
They can stay on this.
Still a question mark about Sugetsu. I mean, plenty of time left to play with. Still 5 alive, but
ไอ้คัมแบ็กอะนะ
quickly. Don't
ใช่ไหม
want to see this under 10 seconds.
มาจาก MA ครับแต่ก่อนกูไม่รู้มันเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับมันวะ
Can't challenge this.
No, 100% not. I didn't know if he could maybe just see the cross from Garage if he wanted to get involved, but he's trying to get ahead. He can't. Forced to respect it. Heretics with 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
Going to be getting the plant down with 5 standing, and pretty much maintaining 5 standing. Just losing out on Benji in the end. The patience plays a very late call on the pivot there.
It's audible to call after winning out what felt like the crucial engagement on site. Obviously, the Hunter's Fury connecting. We'll see KC now. A pump of the brakes.
แมมหน้าไปย้อน VSEDG เหรอไม่มีแล้วครับไม่มีครับแมมหน้าคือชิวๆครับ
Again, the unfortunate kill here is the one with 11. Obviously, Shados. Not much you can do in that situation.
คอมเมนต์มาจากทีม MA ครับ Gentleman
He was tagged on the first comeback.
That's nice.
Two beautiful kills from him.
ว่าไม่จะน้องจ้าต้องง่วงวันนี้ง่วงทำไมก็ไม่รู้เนี่ย
That first half performance.
ครับ
กูนั่งดูเรือดำน้ำสู้กันบนบกยังสนุกกว่าไอคู่ซีเครตกับเซต้าอีกวะกูนึกว่าดูตลกคาเฟ่ฮาชิป
ดิก็ดูนะกูนั่งดูตลกคาเฟ่เนี่ย
10 บาทสุดท้ายนี้รวมเป็น420พอดีรวมเมื่อวานไปนอนละ JustN 32
คุณนายครับท็อปขอบคุณครับคุณนายครับผมเจอกันนะครับคุณนายเพิ่งเห็นว่าทีจะแพ้ไม่ครับทีกำลังจะชนะผมเจนครับตอนอยู่ทีมเก่ามันแบกแต่เพื่อนโยนพอมาอยู่ทีมนี้มันงงเลยว่ะมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นวะแป๊บนึงว่าแชทไปปิดประมาณ
จัสครับถ้าเฮเรติกชนะแบบนี้ผมโดให้10,000ครับจะเอาติดดองหรือจัดครับจะไปแลกรอ
โอ้ยไม่ให้ความหวังแล้วจากไปอีเหี้ย ไม่ได้มินครับรับหมดครับรับหมดครับได้หมดครับ
Maximising the
ที่
ultimate.
กิบหรือจะดองอันไหนมันค่าเยอะกว่าเอาอันนั้นได้ไหมล่ะ
One for one in rounds is gonna get
ถึงว่าทำไม MS มัน
a
ชนะ
better
รัว
opportunity than what we've seen here, but
Portal closed.
they're coming up on a big round in terms of ults for KC to follow this, but certainly with the advantage here.
ๆโอเค
Nice little high-low setup there, rewarded.
เยียสกุลไม่ได้เยียดอันไหนมันมีค่ามากกว่าเนี่ยก็อยากได้อันนั้นน่ะ
Got a
Okay.
bit sketchy there. All good in the end. Come back, just try and take space. Down to 40 HP. Got to be a bit careful on this. Could be isolated
Oh.
with great spacing to bail out comeback.
โอ้
Swing. But now completely cut out of sight. And that's way better from Heretic. Seeing that sort of decisiveness, that's what I'm looking at.
ทารอนมันอ่อนจริง
Maximise here, get
Huh?
Blue's ultimate for the next. But obviously no real play back in here.
ต้องรอปรับตัวว่าแต่ว่าต้องรอปรับตัวว่ะ
Weapon in towards window.
11แล้วนะครับ11แล้วนะครับผมพี่บีสวัสดีครับ
for Heretics. I mean, a kill and
11แล้วนะครับน้อง
Would be nice.
ๆอีก2ราวคือปิดแมปนะ
I was going to say, can you get past comeback though on this angle?
Yeah, easier said than done.
He's only 40 HP.
Do it, especially with them kind of backpedaling out of sight now.
เอาแม่งดิไม่ต้องมาตีมละ
He's looking for a chance. Oh, come on, Wu.
โดนพวกกูนะ
That's
โดน
not
นะบอก
bad.
ไว้ก่อนนะโดนนะ
Okay,
Dona.
Heretics closing in towards 12 now.
Dona.
We're at 11 to 7. We're going to see another timeout potentially. We've got ults coming through here. But again, this is where I feel like the composition just runs short. They don't have that depth to go to. They just don't seem to have that
เราดีนะพี่เหรียญไม่โอเวอร์อีดอะ
And the Heretics, they haven't felt too much pressure on the way in. It's always been just kind of barrel into sight and trade effectively.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
there's no real
พรุ่ง
flair.
นี้มีคู่ไหนน่าดูบ้าง
This is kind of just
ฟูเซน
clean.
เปเปอร์เล็กของคู่
Oh, we didn't even get to see the shot.
หิวว่าจะกินชอนทำไมแต่ก็หิวเนี่ยอยากกินขนมอ่ะอยากกินป๊อปคอร์นว่ะ
Yeah, this is sort of a return back to what looks like well-drilled Valorant from
Scanning ahead.
Heretics. Obviously, come back now, finding his footing a little bit in the second half. First challenge going to be there, so he gets it down to 5 HP, but manages to send his hat in.
ปล่อยคนเดียวไปตาย
The rest of Heretics, and probably the first clean advantage created by KC here.
We say clean with a small caveat of 5 HP, but clean.
Clean. Take those. Those here just a smidge off in terms of the spam into the cage.
Again, just this kind of, I don't want to say passive hold because Chelsea is trying to get a little bit of info, but it feels like they're just behind the wheel the whole time, right? They're not getting overly aggressive. They don't get late particularly. It just feels a bit stunted when it comes to what they can do with this. They're playing in a more traditional sense.
แต่เหมือนยูรู้น่าจะรู้นะว่าไลน์อัพมันไกลอ่ะเสียงมันนานอ่ะ
Right here.
30 So Dosa's going to have a decent idea here. How are we going to slow things down?
They can just disrespect that smoke though. There's nothing behind it, right? There's
เฮ้ย
nothing
วาร์ป
to really do about it. Dosia slippery short, but come back looking comfortable, holding towards that hell space. Double flash goes in, and finally Aves does take him down.
บอมเวลา
Close. Benji has to get this plant. It's in.
ขอบคุณนะที่ไอแพน
Benji, the jump.
ว้ายเฮียมาดิ
That's forming in EMEA is all
ไอมินพวกกูอะมาดิ
Can just maybe
มาดิ
expect the fake. So gets you on a wide
พี่คำสั่งชิมชีครับ
rolling around backstage, seeing that.
ครับน้องๆคีซีครับ
But yeah, just
อยากย้ายฝั่งกันหรือเปล่า
into that Benji sticks the plant. A chance to fully reset here for the 1v2. Don't get me wrong, it is clean on Benji.
อยากย้ายฝั่งกันหรือเปล่า
Good to see. Now that's a confidence builder. That should get you right back into place. Woot's going to have ult, and they can be direct in this approach. It is a gamble stack.
รู้ไหมครับทำไมเด็กถึงไม่ไว้ผม
ทำไมครับ
One of those, bring them back over towards Con, and it looks like actually Levin's going to go looking.
จัดก็ตามไป
ก็เฮียละไอ้แต่ก็ตามไปก็เฮียละ
Connection just yet. Finally now finding one.
I'm back.
Onto Benji.
But mostly stuck towards the site. It's only Rienz who's disconnected, and he's been cleared. So now they're boxed in, and Levin comes out swinging.
เอา
leaving just
Ow, 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 ow.
one by one they've come in and one by one they've fallen, but still, what can we do about this? It's so hard to play from. He tried, man. Casey not out of it yet.
TNT เราไม่ต้องเอาทุกราวก็ได้เดี๋ยวมันร้องไห้เนาะ
Kills from Levin.
ไม่เอาทุกราวก็ได้เดี๋ยวมันร้องไห้
Onto Boo as well, maybe just not realizing where those shots have came from. A chance for KC to
คมสัตว์
beautiful from Levin. A chance maybe to see a few more rounds here. Heretics.
จุดว่าไงครับ
Buff up.
12 หนาเปล่าไม่มีอยู่ฝั่งไหนก็ได้ที่ไม่มีจัดพร้อมส่วนเสมอ
Woots ult here.
ระวังวันไหนกูชนะถูก 100% นะจะร้องไห้นะ
Side, just the TP for Dosia.
จะเสียดายกันนะโอ้โหทำไมกูไม่เชื่อไอ้จัดวะ
Three.
เอฟเอสเป็นเล่นกี่โมงบ่าย 3 กับ 5 โมงครับ
Enemy mark.
I'm trying to set something up with this wall smoke. I've been trying to fake the rotation away.
Boo don't like it. Boo don't like it one bit.
แต่ว่าใครจะชนะแบบ 3 จากฟอร์มทีเอสครับชิว
But did somebody shoot the dart at the start? Again, I
They're
didn't
on
catch
Professor.
the exchange, but they're obviously trying to play in Dosia here. Heretics, yeah, maybe just after a bit of a discussion, thinking better of it.
Bit ahead of the curve. Gonna see Benji over there, but
That's actually a big confirmation.
yeah, and looking at this now, it's the alarm bells ringing. Okay, they're going for that C hit. Okay, get yourselves ready. And they've been struggling to hold this. To be fair, this has been the bread and butter for Heretics for closing out rounds. Comeback, not having the same success just yet till then.
มาดิ
The heads both
มาดิมาดิมาดิ
leaving
มาดิ
KC
มาดิ
in tatters.
มาดิ
That's the player we were
แค่
waiting
นั้น
to
แหละ
see. This is
แค่
the
นั้นแหละ
half where we saw
แค่นั้นแหละ
16 kills now. Blistering impact.
And scream this is you yeah man
Three for
what's up
KC.
man they know me for me one tap
You got a long road just to get back on this side. Nice from Shados. Can't get the follow-up. Levin there on the trade. Hold on. 2v3. TP in. Levin. Great timing. Great spacing. But a great attempt at the end. 13-8. Heretics not done yet. Close but no
ถ้า
cigar.
ใครถามว่าพิตาเชียร์ทีมอะไรนะพิตาเชียร์เฮลิติกครับผมเฮลิติกนะครับทีมตึงๆอ่ะทีมตึงๆอ่ะKC 21 TS ไม่มีครับไม่มีครับไม่เคยหวั่นไม่เคยกลัวคือมันชิวไปแชทมันชิวไปบวก6บวก3บวก3บวก1บวกลบ2ไม่เป็นไรไรอันกอสลิงแห่งวาโลด้วยหรอครับไม่ใช่นะครับไม่ใช่นะครับถ้าเจียทีมไหนถ้าเราเจอไม่รับเห็นต่างทีมตึงๆถ้าแพ้ขึ้นมาระวังจัดโดนโกงตึงๆไม่โดนทันเจียชนะหมดอะทำไมไม่ชัดตอนจบนี่ครับไม่ผมแก้เสร็จเรียบร้อยแล้วครับตอนแรกมันพังอะต่อไปเขาโหลดแชทว่าไง
I disagree. What's your problem? Who pushed me? The ref. Come on, open up already.
ไอ้ยันบุลลี่นะเย้ยมวยจริงอันเนี้ยมวยจริงไอ้เหี้ยมวยของจริงอ่ะสัตว์มวยหมดไม่สนรู้ใครอ่ะตอนเนี้ยไอ้เหี้ยต่อยได้หมดอ่ะมาดิยินแม่ตามนี้ดีเอาโดนได้ไหมจ๊ะเขาโหลดแค่นั้นแหละไม่โดนครับไม่โดนครับเชื่อผมดิเฮเลติก21แชทอ่ะคือคุณต้องเชื่อมั่นในผมมันนักวิเคราะห์วาโลแรนต์น่ะไม่ได้มาเล่นๆนะเว้ยนักวิเคราะห์วาโลแรนต์น่ะกูบอกไว้ก่อนตัวตึงน่ะ เปิดวนแบบ3เปิดวนแบบ3โอเคถ้ามันไปเล่นอเมริกันฟุตบอลมันจะโหดเป้าหุ่นแบบนี้ไอ้ยังไม่เหลือสัตว์ไม่มีใครสู้มึงได้กูดูทรงอ่ะจะแม่นหรอจะทายถูกหรอถูกครับวันนี้ผมแม่นร้อยอ่ะวันนี้ผมแม่นร้อยอ่ะบอกเลยวันนี้ผมแม่นร้อยอ่ะไม่กลัวปิวแล้วเหรอครับกลัวครับไอ้เหี้ยแต่ก็นะต้องทำไงวะน้องเปิดดูสกอร์พี่กันไม่เลื่อนขึ้นไปอ่ะคือเปิดดูแค่นี้ถ้าเราเลื่อนขึ้นไปใช่ป่ะมันจะมีของอยู่ตรงนี้ครับผมถ้าเปิดดูนั้นอ่ะจะโดนครับผมเดานะ
It's a map that they are extremely good at historically and understand.
จะวิเคราะห์ดีนะใครจะวิเคราะห์ไม่ได้เท่าจัดบอกเลยเพียบไม่มีนะบนโลกนี้นะ
Just middle, it was also like deep into A main. And on the flip side from KC, I feel like when you're playing the Phoenix, there are some limitations to that. But yeah,
เกมมันอบติมเรื่องดีแล้วเห็นแล้วคิดถึงนะจัด
6 on the defense.
เฮ้ยแต่เวลาผ่านไปไวเนาะ
Top flagging for most of it, which is a little bit of a worrying sign. But when they flip to attack side, it just looks extremely easy for them, and I'm not sure how much of that was the good attack side calling as much as KC under rotating consistently. That Phoenix was not able to get where sites are being hit, in my opinion.
Yeah, funnily enough, Boo did end up being the MVP of the defense when you look at the stats, and then only being able to get 1 kill on the attack. You know, he kind of slowed down towards the end, but again, I think that's the calling, right? I think that Team Heretics were having a lot of good reads on KC's defense a lot of the time, which was allowing their attack to look so solid in that sense. And I think as well to come back to
แต่ทีมหลอกเด็กสงสัยคอโหลดเฮเรติกจะไปสายล่างเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมสตรีมเมอร์หลอกเด็ก
มันสายล่างอยู่แล้วครับน้องมันไม่มีสายล่างกว่านี้แล้วครับดิเกียพวกพี่มีแต่คำว่าชนะแล้วครับหลังจากนี้โอเคไหม
It might not necessarily be like a map thing because they've always historically been great at Haven, but I definitely felt like the confidence was through there.
Part of that confidence is because they're
แกไม่ได้โค้ดแล้วชื่อมูไม่ได้โค้ดแล้วแต่ว่าช่วยเซต้านะแต่ออนไลน์จากที่บ้านอาทิตย์ละวัน
And an attack side, I feel like Boo is the kind of caller who knows how to play.
FS Pepper Lake last we both got O2. How about next day? This is cursed. Bro, if they still lose, then GG's, bro.
And if there's no control there at all, they've just got gifted the map control heretics, and when Boo gets gifted map control, he's gonna call a good game.
And staying on the topic of conversation of coach confessions, and Loki predicted what was going to happen anyway.
Yeah, I mean, picking.
มันไม่ควรแพ้เว้ย
Yeah, let's listen to the.
มันไม่ควรแพ้เว้ย
He just basically think when we have normal comp without Phoenix, we winning.
Exactly. So please change Phoenix. Stop playing Phoenix.
So I know it's all jokes, but like they're aware of the Phoenix, and again, it didn't feel like they got the value out of it that they were.
เหมย vs พิมมี่ซินิม่า
I mean, I'll just be honest. I just don't think. I think Phoenix is okay in this meta, but I think there's so many better picks. I even think ISO is extremely underrated right now, especially in an op-heavy meta. The shield just like counters the.
ดิวโดที่ซื้อมาใช้ดีไหมครับเห็นลงคลิปรีวิวคงเจ็บหน้าดู
ไม่ได้ซื้อครับไม่ได้ซื้อครับพี่ว่าหาวันดีครับผม ไม่น่าว่ะไอ้เหี้ยไม่คนแพ้ว่ะเจอดีเอ็มมา
I think going forward, I do want to question that.
เหมยไฮพิมมี่ไฮเหมยเหรอ
Something they were obsessed with last year and this year. When they're not playing it, they seem quite good.
Is it then more down to the Phoenix specifically, or rather the setup around it?
Set up around, like to say set up around a Phoenix, is a bit crazy. Like it's not. It can't do things on that map, especially that you want to do. Like if I said before, you want to take a main space, deny some space there. So one thing like ISO has an undercut to take it. Phoenix, you're throwing a molly from across the map. And it's not landing in time.
ไม่รู้ว่ะเฮียกูคิดแล้วเครียดว่ะไอ้พวกเนี้ยถ้าพรุ่งนี้แพ้ก็เดี๋ยวนะถ้าผู้สมุดพรุ่งนี้เราแพ้ใช่ป่ะเราจะลงมาสักตรงไหนอะลงมาตรงนี้เหรอ
You don't?
I just don't think like
ใช่ป่ะแชทมันจะตกมาตรงนี้ป่ะ
Yes, being a flexible player, but he's usually jumping onto those flash rolls. Like I don't see him being an
I think it's exactly the same as Phoenix in a way. You play it almost the same. It's just you have better tools in my opinion.
รู้ว่าราวสามจะบนหรือล่างอะ
ไม่ได้ซื้อจริงหรอกครับ คลิปรีวิวมันหน้าพี่นะครับ จากร้านที่เขามาบอกในไบฟ์ว่าพี่ซื้อ
น้องเขาเอาหน้าพี่เป็น AI น้องบนเหรอ
I think as a map in which we do see Phoenix picked, like Vitality has played it.
It's viable,
yeah, it's viable, but I don't think it's good. So you're
อาจจะ
basically,
ล่าง
in
ปะ
my opinion, going into
เดี๋ยวนะดูดิ
at a disadvantage in my opinion if you pick it.
ดีเกตบนว่ะวาเลวบน DRX ล่างบนโอโบบนล่างอ๋อมันแล้วแต่ปะวะมันน่าสลับว่ะว่าจะบนลงล่างวะเนี่ยเจอซ้ำได้หรอไม่น่าเจอซ้ำใช่ไหมก็น่าลงมาล่างปะ
Very similar to the split composition here from KC. The idea being that the tail and fade is going to be able to set up.
ล่างสามไม่สลับนี่สลับ global อยู่บนลงมาล่างเนี่ย DRX อยู่บนอยู่ล่างขึ้นมาบน
Basically 11 is
ไม่ใช่หรอ
the focus here completely. Heretic side very interesting. A brimstone on corrode. So the one thing I'm looking at here is no Astra. I think this is
FS lower บนดูมาโอเคเป็น lower บนพอ2สลับแล้ว3จะไม่สลับโอเค2สลับแล้ว3จะไม่สลับขอร้องละแย้มันถึงเลยเถอะไม่งั้นต้องเจอ DRX ซ้ำหรอ ไม่รู้ว่าไม่เอากลัวพวกนี้เอาดีๆเลยคิดแล้วจะอ้วกไอ้เหี้ยมาFS กับ DFM ไหมถ้าเป็นฟอร์มเหมือนเจอตอนหนองชีมแล้ว DFM ฟอร์มลั่นก็ยากครับกูบอกเลยว่า
Yeah, this is an elimination game. We have to remind ourselves it's gone to the third map here. Now, I kind of like what they ended on there in the fact that there's not much to really stop this waylay. We don't see that Astro that's been really hard to break.
คลิปเดี๋ยวให้เปิดนะครับเคนจะเริ่มแล้วมา
I mean, this is just a question mark though. With I guess the overall ethos what we saw attacking on split.
แมป3แมป
we were talking about
โคโลดใช่ป่ะ
falling a little flat. To be honest, a huge opportunity.
ผู้ชอบอนิมาเลยที่มันทำไอ้ลอยๆเนี่ยโคตรเท่อะ
It's kind of front heavy, being that you've obviously got the Astra and the Omen here. So yeah, this kind of lives and dies by 11. To be honest with you, on the side of KC.
Yeah, I'm with you in that, and I see it. Do you have a similar thought for Heritage?
มือเขาเองครับน่าตี 4 เมื่อ 7 โมงครับมาแชทแมป3แมปสุดท้ายของคู่แรกครับอย่าลืมบวกกันด้วยนะ
In terms of the defensive half.
That is a lot of presence in middle.
Jet, Teho, Bim, Viper.
I don't think he's going to expect
Vele, Teho,
wait. But he's been able to get so deep on this.
Wait.
Red flag being able to get this free this far, and I mean, Woot's found too.
It's
a topsy-turvy round. I don't know quite what's happening, but Heretic's coming out on top in almost every engagement.
Yeah, Heretic's been drilling their pistols, obviously. Another heavy stack on a pistol round here. Come back. Chance there to find it. Alves actually gets away without taking a tag. But next issue being
ทำไมทำยังไงถึงได้เห็นบอลช่องมายังไม่เห็นอยู่หรอใช่หรอ
Now, what are the odds for this one for Alves?
โดนจัดแบนเขาไม่ถูกช่องเนี่ยมันจะกูแบนได้ยังไงเล่า
40 seconds. Let's see what you can do here, Alves. I think they know that corner. Yes, very well. He's waiting for that one. And Heretic's actually said it though, drilling.
What the fuck น้องอย่าเล่นน้ำลายน้องมึงสินะดู VLR ได้แล้วหรอดูแบบไม่เห็นสกอร์ได้ครับดูแบบไม่เห็นตรงแบบเว็บอะได้
1-0 lead here on the decider
มา
Nothing invested here from KC
แบบกันหรือบวกผมว่าแบบกันวะถึงฟูลเซนจะชนะก็เจอหินอยู่ดีป่ะครับใช่ครับเป็นปริงมันก็ทีวันน่ะตัวเถื่อนทั้งนั้นเลยวะ
So for KC, you're looking at kind of silver lining more than anything. And Benji doesn't have SMG if they do push up. Those are trying to catch a time.
Hey.
Through this angle a couple of times here, but again, the weaponry just not in the position to complement it.
Forced off initially, unfortunately. We're still here. Well, send the Prowler in, so confirmation that nobody's made it any deeper.
I'm going to read this recall.
เฮ้ยมันไม่ต้องวัดหรอกมั้ง
Benji going to try and shoulder up first though, take the angle, and they've done. Yeah, he's done really well on this. Not too phased.
เฮ้ย
Oh,
โอเค
too early, but that's fine. He's all good. He's still alive. And just Levin. Might be able to make it a bit costly. They probably quite like to keep that bulldog, but they don't lose anyone else.
Yeah, I mean it was well
แต่แล้วไม่ได้
invested.
2-0 นะเนี่ย
Just the one pistol from
เราแหละเป็นไปเล่นที่เราไม่เคยชนะเลยทำเราดูเป็นเสียดาย
Now 30 HP.
เฮ้ยทีวันตอนนี้ก็น่ากลัวเนี่ยมันกินเนี่ย
Nothing really for him to do about this. Will just cycled the bulldog away.
ตัวสมองโตด้วยเดี๋ยวเนี่ย
And trade of a point towards the ultimate. 2-0, 4 standing.
มา
Start here for Heretics.
Yeah, I'll be happy with that. Get the ground underneath them, get a good build started. Start to
กลัวทีวันนะ
as well. You're going to have Wu pretty close by early on. Benji's doing well, obviously, in this round, getting 2 kills too. I thought he might have been on for the third. I think he did as well until 2 bullets happened.
มันหิวไปนะถ้ามีเพื่อนแห้งไปแล้วโดนไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
Near enough bite. So all in all,
แจ็คเดี๋ยวเป็นวนแล้วนะ
Heretics good start. It's not the pistols that worry me. It's everything else. Now we get to see
I was going to say, yeah, come back in. We've got a weird overlap in terms of this bonus conversion.
เอาบิมมาทำไมหรอนั่นอะไรนับครับเล่นอะไรนับ
I guess really the only danger man, if you want to look at it weaponry wise, because he has at least a
Now,
bulldog. Everyone else still a little bit here, there, and everywhere. So Heretics might take a chance, take a gamble.
ไล่นับ post plan อะไรเงี้ย
weird. Not be the
big investment towards mid here, with nothing on the other side of it for KC.
เงินยนต์สวัสดีครับลูกค้า
Obviously, we'll get some sound cues there on the drone.
แต่
But
ไอ้จัสเปิดให้ดูหน่อยน่าจะมัน
nothing concrete.
กูไม่ได้ใช้ครับ
hard to fully read into.
But Heretics, I mean, sticking to their guns here. Still 3 semi-committed towards mid, and Benji now repositioned towards A.
Gotta be careful getting caught on that smoke drop. This is going to be the fight for middle. Rien's already going to do insane damage, taking down Arvez. Levin then just going to try and get involved. Spots out 2 good information relayed here. It's almost on for it.
Never lucky to get away there, but it's
คัมแบ็กเด็ดเล่นให้ลืมมินิบูเหรอต้องเล่นดีๆนะทั้งนั้นอ่ะ
really want KC to start making some moves here.
Ooh, and that's not clean. Yeah, this is starting to get worrying. Rien's actually just skipping through.
โอ้รอดไปได้ไงวะ
This round is bizarre. We're at
เฮ้ย
20 seconds.
สวย
It's all gone weird. KC looking a little lost in the sauce, but Dozier trying to do what he does, but can only get 1 this time.
Benji.
What? Fortnite kid.
From him.
เฮ้ยสเตฟอนไหนวะ
KC, unfortunately, just letting this one pass them by, Lauren.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like this really late habit of playing these rounds so late. It is what it is, but for Heretics,
they've been DOS 9 นะ
3 rifles. They've done really well in middle to kind of stake that claim, not give it up for free, play around it.
It looked like Heretics were going to play themselves in some really awkward space. But again, just getting caught at this choke. Sugetsu, one of the most still-in situations.
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
Painting a silhouette around him.
10 บาทครับผม
Nasty.
อ่ะว่าโดเชียหรอแบบอะไรอ่ะโดเชีย
An opportunity to
เรียก
apply
ก้าวภาษาอะไรอ่ะ
pressure here.
คาซัคสถานหรอ
Wrong place this time around. Levin trying to posture up here with the hero rifle. Sheriff's across the board elsewhere, so they can try and work a pick. Rien's does catch a glimpse there in mid.
โอ้ยรู้บอกเป็นล้านเพื่อน
Trying to maybe
อุ้ย
Wu with a stunning double quick catch for Boo. KC, look. I don't know, like
But dare I say it, back to the point where, at least early on here, inability to get
สวย
something
ส
going on
ว
the
ย
attack.
บูฟไหวกับลิควิดไหมครับผมว่าไม่ครับ
Heretics.
And is this where we bring up that conversation back about shaders?
ไม่รู้ครับได้ยินพวกเขาพากมาเหรอเดี๋ยวเราฟังตั้งใจฟังดิ
in their pool, right? This is something they're really happy with, very comfortable. Obviously, Haven wasn't great. It didn't feel nice, you know. Again, maybe compositionally, it didn't quite land. But here, technically, the comp should be quite good. I don't think I can put it on that. So I look back to that leadership, how they want to approach this, how they want to problem solve this. They haven't quite had that solution.
สมัครเมมเบอร์ไงเข้ามาตรงเต็มเมมเบอร์เลยครับในแก๊กมีมันจะมีลิงก์ขึ้นมา
Levin at least not looking to slow down here in round 5. Way more active here in the early round. Now we'll post up.
โดเชีย
Again, when you talk about being one-dimensional, there's nothing else happening whilst Levin is positioned here. And this is the sort of
มุมมึงแปลกมากทำไมมันไม่เอาสุดวะ
Prowler's just gone on over towards B, but that's it. I think they're just trying to be slippery, but it's not really causing Heretics to overreact. They're not biting on it. This has been the reclaim. There it is, and once again, they've got the right read. Comeback will be slowly forced off this, but he can still just reposition on the second layer angle. And you've invested your Prowler already. The Haunt's gone. There's still one more.
ไม่ดูจัดนาไม่โตขึ้นเลยฮะเอาเรารอเธอที่เดิมแบบเดิมไงอาบีความรู้สึกจะได้แบบเดิมไงคือว่าไง
As info there as well. That's Arvez. I don't think he quite saw Doja, but still, you can see the cheater player coming over, right? You've been able to get Rienz on the right side of the map here, who has the ult. KC, this slow approach is doing very little for me, at least. And there's the info. There it is. Rienz
แต่ข่าวรู้เลย
still has a C. 17 seconds. Crossfire actually might be dismantled. That's a problem if you're going to make a meal out of that one. Then yeah, you can get a plant down.
เขาคุยตั้งใจฟังชื่อแม่งไม่พูดเลยสัตว์แม่งในคิวก็ไม่พูด
Heretics to find an approach here. Just going to settle for
จะทำอยู่ไอเกมเนี่ยจังหวะทำมา2 วันแล้วเพิ่งได้ปุ่มกดออกโง่ๆทำได้ไหนเนี่ยน้องจัดงี้นะครับผมพี่เอลแกรู้ไหมฉันเรียกแกว่าน้องด้วยหรอเอาดีเอาผมมันเด็กไงใช่ไหมล่ะผมมันเด็กน้อยเนาะอายุยังเด็กเลยอ่ะขอโทษที่มินเทียนไว้พอแล้วไม่เอาแล้วจัดเกิดมาแล้วแก่เลยใช่ไหมครับฮะไม่ใช่นะนี่ฮะเมมเบอร์ครับสมัครสมาชิกเด็กโป่งทำใน Unity เลยจัดเอ้ย Unity ทำมี
it's not as if Boo's under any pressure from elsewhere.
Import character หรอ
Kind of takes a massive gamble actually swinging onto this.
มันง่ายกว่าแต่ก่อนเยอะนะที่อ่ะ
Kind of did everything right.
ลองไปเรียนพวกช็อตคัทดูผมแนะนำอันนี้ผมแนะนำแต่เข้าใจเลยจะเร็วขึ้นง่ายขึ้น
Okay, and speaking of a change comeback, how'd you get that one?
Ridiculous shot, Shados down off rip here. KC immediately put back into.
ตอนนั้นเพิ่งเข้าช่องมาแกดูกระโปรงมากฉันตอนนั้นไม่ทำแบบแกแน่ๆเลยเรียกว่าน้องโอ้โหกูทำเลยวะน่ะอ๋อทำพวก UI แบบหน้าโหลดเมนูตั้งค่าอันนั้นนิดนึงแบบแม่งตั้งให้มันตรงกับอะไรพวกเนี้ยพวกเต็นพวกแต่ถ้าทำได้รอบนึงแล้วมันจะชินครับ Unity อ่ะทำบ่อยๆอ่ะแป๊บเดียวแต่จะเก็บเหมือนกันทำหน้าพวก UI อ่ะใจทำรัดจัดทำไรนะครับจะดูแข่งครับผมช่วงเอ็กเทนน่ะแกกำลังดีเลยโอ้ตอนนั้นมันเด็กใหม่วะตอนนั้นน่ะเอ็กเทนน่ะเฮ้ยโอ้โหไปจุ่มไฟซะละไอ้เหี้ย
So Rien's got an uphill climb and a half. You got Arvez on a heater on the other side. A little bit of a stack-up setup, but Rien's going to dismantle one part of it. Couldn't quite contain Dozier. leaving Boo in the 1v2.
Finds Levin, but
อย่าโยนอย่าโยนอย่าโยนขอร้องอย่าโยนอย่าโยน
second on
อย่า
the
โยน
board
อย่า
here
โย
for
นอย่าโย
KC.
น
Again, if we can see similar to what happened in the first half, that is outrageous, by the way.
เปิดปรูดให้ดูหน่อยได้ไหมว่าจะได้ตื่นขึ้นมาบ้างไม่ไหวละคู่เลย
I wish I could.
มันเดี๋ยวมันบินช่องเดี๋ยวมันบิน
Here's
Ah,
Arves to really bail
เขาพูดดูฉีกแล้วเหรอ
KC out here.
ทำไมกูไม่ได้ยินวะ
And again, just talking about Benji, there's a chance to isolate that first.
เฮ้ยหู
KC.
กูมัน
That's why,
มันดับ
again,
ปะวะ
they look to crunch
กู
in
กินหมู
mid,
ส้นแล้วทำไมกูไม่ได้ยิน
but the spacing wasn't ideal for KC.
เฮีย
I see a set piece here on the back of Arves. Levin on the dash, it Benji!
ไม่คือกูได้ยินทุกคนอยู่เป็นดอเชียร์ไว้
It's just not used
Ui.
to be seen in this game, and Wood trying to keep himself present, forced to fight forward.
Oh,
KC
good.
come out swinging, finally slowed down, but only for a second. KC's pace.
งั้นส่งส่วนตัวมาอยากดูตูนเหรอได้เหรอ
Side. And they found somewhere to exploit. They found a pressure point to push towards. Boo's gonna be noted on the prowler. Paranoia in, no one to swing.
โอ้ยเฮ้ยไม่พูดหลักใครพารานอยอ่ะ
Another situation, comeback has to find something on the operator here. KC rightfully relinquish control on the site. Let's wait for an overstep.
Yeah, super hard to dig these players out as well with that operator, right? You can't use incredibly tough trying to work around this utility. Invested, nothing to be done. KC picking up tempo and picking up a round.
Yeah, another turn of pace that looks really good for KC
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
in terms of catching a couple of people
เฮ้ย
off
เฮ้ย
guard.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
See an example here on the back of the ultimates being invested.
เห็นเปล่าค่ะหนูจะเทียร์เป็นทีม
Levin just
ท้ายคณะหนูก่อนทีมต่อไปค่ะพี่จ๋า
shut down
เฮ้ย
immediately
ค
by
รับ
Benji
ไม่
here.
ใช่พิจารณ์นะครับสวยประหารเลยเหรอโอ้โหนะครับพรุ่งนี้นะบ่ายสามนะมาเจอกันได้นะโอเคไหม
Crucial player in terms of the side
ต่อ
hold.
ที่เป็นประเด็นนะครับพรุ่งเนี้ย
We'll force the time
วัน
out
นี้
here
จัด
from
ยันกี่โมง
Heretics.
ก็ยาวๆครับวันนี้ดู2คู่อ่ะไทม์เอาท์เลยว่ะเฮ้ยไหนกูขอไปดูดิจอร์เชียเนี่ย
Coming out from the, good
Nah.
piece here on the back, but the space first
Yeah, you and me both.
on the
A little bit of a stack up setup, but Rien's going to dismantle one part of it. Couldn't quite contain Dozier, leaving Boo in the 1v2.
Dozier
Oh.
finds Levin, but Dozier
Yeah, a little sketchy.
on the cleanup. Second on the board here for KC. Again, if we can see similar to what happened in the first half,
วายโดเซียวะ
on the role that he's
ชื่อมันหายความขังเลยว่ะ
on. Again, whether or not we see
จ้าทำไมโหลดโมเดลฟรีจาก Unity Store มาวางแล้วมันเป็นสีชมพูหลายอันมาก มึงไปกดไอ้เบ้าๆตอนวางอ่ะ วันเกิดทำอะไรเดียวกูเกิดวันเดียวกับมึงเนี่ยวันเกิดวันเดียวกันเรามาทำอะไรกันดี เรามาชนแก้วกันหน่อยมา
some of the noise in terms of composition discussions for Heretics, and comeback is the lowest hanging fruit, right? Put him on the jet. Let's clean up some of the other stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. And a big switch up here though as well. Just seeing this, maybe just because of the round
มัน
itself,
แก้วน้ำ
back
เป
to
ล่าอะไร
Sheriff
เอว
and that leftover Vandal with Benji, but he's
เฮ้ย
currently on that B site. I do want to see if Casey have
อะไร
answers
ครับ
beyond
ดื่มน้ำครับเพื่อสุข
the
ภาพ
approach that we've seen here.
ดื่มไม่ได้หรอ
Just because they were exploiting that elbow hold, the Benji
เจ้าของ
couldn't
วัน
hold
เกิด
so
เลี้ยงเหรอ
well.
แบบพี่บีเลี้ยงจัดได้ดี
B-side hit looked better.
วันเกิดจะได้ดูจัดชุดวันเกิดไหมเฮ้ยคืออะไรเนี่ย
Let's see how clean this is in this round. I do want to see this dealt with earlier than like 20 seconds.
น้ำอะไร
I don't
ชน
wanna
แก้ว
see them
เอาชนได้หมด
slowly working the map where they can be caught out
Before
by
Cyrillic
stats. We've seen
was
the Heretics
common
quite
on
proactive
computers,
in this position. They're happy to
9 would be used to replace R letter in
control
which
the
was
map and try and
pronounced
get
Ya
the
in
timing
Russian.
right. Boo.
So those 9 Dosia.
Wondering this one. It will be the early alert.
ขอบคุณ
The
ครับ
second any util comes over.
พี่โอ๊ตคุง it's โอ๊ตคุงขอบคุณครับโอ๊ต
Casey anticipating some of this activity on the side of Heretics. Still positioned well in terms of ults here. I mean, Levin, Sugetsu, and Dosia.
ไปเจอคนหนึ่งในอันเลนมาเสียงน่ารักมากรักเขาอุ้ย
Second mark, and it's awkward timing if they don't find this entry.
Yeah, I don't know if that sees. Maybe hoping that sees a core or. I'm surprised they didn't maybe wait for the site for that one.
โอ้ยไว้
Potentially
เจอกัน
could
พรุ่ง
have
นี้
fallen
นะครับ
back a
โอ้
little bit safer, but Boo's
โอ้
fallen.
โห
The odds of this round start to dwindle away even at 13 seconds. Yeah, this one should be planted
ค
soon.
รับคุณข้างกาแฟครับ
A little bit of a miscalculation, but just maybe trying to pressure onto the plant.
Yeah, again, Benji gonna find Levin here. This is the second string to the bow.
ไม่ถึง20 อัน
towards that CT side with the
ไม่ถึง
But here comes the rest of the pack. Arvez gonna
รอ
handle
อยู่
it
ว่ะ
well. Where's the others? Where's that counter swing? Where's that pinch? Arvez again, still firing off here.
โอ้โห ตุย
KC for a piece now. It was late. It got a bit sketchy,
Yeah.
but they
วัน
make it
เกิด
out.
ฟันดาบกัน
Even
เกิดวันเดียวกัน
just a-
ให้ฟันดาบกลัวไม่ใช่นะเนี่ย
Adjustment here
แม่
for
ปุ๊บ
Boo's
แม่กันนะแม่กัน
investment.
นะครับ
I think
แต่ชิบ
maybe
หายไป
just
คุยแล้ว
misreading
เดี๋ยวก่อน
how deep KC have got through the choke point already.
กินเข้าไปกินแต่น้ำเปล่า
11
ลาเดสวัสดีครับบรู
delivers here in terms of the entry. Again, something I've still got my eye on this waylay. Arva's getting fired up now. Top of the board for KC. Yep,
เฮ้ย
4
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
rounds each here
Yeah.
on the decider.
Come back this time. Gonna have a challenge up.
Turn the pace once more for
Yeah,
KC.
he's kind of committed to this. He might be screwed here. Come back. Decision making was questionable there, and that's opened up the flood potentially. Yes, it has. Floodgates fully open. A site is there for the taking. KC have found something that works for them, and that stopping power from comeback just wasn't good enough.
เฮ้ยคุณโรสเสื้อผ้าหางขอบคุณ
And
นะครับ
certainly
สำ
an
หรับดูในบัญชี
opportunity
นะครับ
here,
ผม
but
ขอบคุณ
I
นะ
guess
ครั
the
บ
question mark on the paranoia that this
Kulo
split's coming through, and maybe his retreat isn't very safe. Commits to maybe going 1
ส
for
ติกเกอ
1.
ร์จานเป็นอันสติกเกอร์ช่องเป็นอันที่แชทวาดให้ไหมมีบางอันแชทวาดให้ มีบางอันกันวาดเอง มีบางอันคนอื่นวาดให้อะไรอย่างงี้ผสมกันไป
Not sure how many different looks Heretics have got in terms of
เดี๋ยวจะเปลี่ยนแล้ว
capitalizing off being very active, like I said, in terms of these heavy stacks and re-clearances towards mid. And funds-wise, start to struggle now with this being a 5th on the board for KC.
เฮ้ยโดนคัมแบ็กปะเนี่ยโยนบอลจา 4-0 มาเป็น 4-4 อ่ะ
as well.
It's just crazy to me how good KC can look on some of these XX. You know what I mean? Like that early clear, to be fair, comeback had no chance really. I think the only chance he had was to run away.
I think that's why he commits to the angle. He's just like, well,
here I am. Yeah, like look at this.
Best of a bad situation.
Just
like I said, there's a huge question mark behind him in terms of the split as well.
Again, just like the timing, scaling up, really good. Like this is the thing that's so weird with KC. When you watch him regularly, you're like, this is what you can do. But we don't always see it. It's such a weird look sometimes. You can see how good it can line up.
Well, that's the sort of discipline round you'd expect from a team with Eng behind it. And now Shades it in the server.
Now, what's left though with Heretics? We have
ถ้าคัมแบ็ก
two
เมื่อกี้
rifles,
มัน
two
หลอนๆเนี่ย
sheriffs, and well, we've got knives here. Already taking a glance down
อุ้ย
middle.
แฟนบูลลี่ว่ะเฮียโคตรที่โคตรบูลลี่อ่ะ
KC are happy to play slow though.
Yeah.
We've seen that tempo. Happy to be toyed with. They don't have to go fast.
มึงก็บูลลี่กลับดิมึงยอมทำไมอ่ะ
If they can navigate or maybe isolate one of these players in middle, there is support to this.
Need that back.
Not necessarily committed just yet. And maybe a byproduct being Boo and Woot both
ถาม
have
จันเรื่อง
rifles
ข่าว
here.
ตอนนี้จันยังเหลืองอยู่เลย
Benji try and anchor A side once more. Does have a
แก
little
น่ะ
bit of
นำเซน
support
สติ๊ก
from
เกอร์ด้วย
Rians.
แต่นั่นแหละฉันติ้งอัพพอร์ต
Some
เอ้ย
of this
ชิ
utility
ว
now start to dry up for Heretics.
เอางานผม
Leaning
เอา
into
พอร์
a
ต
very
ก่อ
heavy
น
stack on 8. Now, Boo's been good for a few 3Ks, but he's the fake in. I imagine Dosia
Yeah.
the regroup here.
This is solid. Boo is one of the two players who has a rifle at least, but he can't really fight this
มัน
alone.
ปืน
He
นะ
has to
บู
wait
เรา
for
ลิ้น
the
ตายไม่ได้นะ
rotations. Wait for everyone to come over. He can try and hold that CT space. Maybe a little worried about the TP still, but should be
They're going
fine
fast.
here. Yeah, they are. And Levin gonna try and slow it
low.
down. Utility in, Levin still fine. Not much of a crossfire to play off. Oh gosh,
Yeah,
I guess you set up the first stepping stone, but Boo doing really well there as well. The trade's perfect, and now Shados can't do it all. Heretics make it work.
โอ้คัมแบ็กเพื่อน
Yeah, KC
หนัก
tried
ไป
to
ว่ะเพื่อน
stand their ground again. A backstab from Boo. Didn't even really track that fight all the way through elbow and where he repositioned, but
ไอตัวว่าไงป้าป่อง
come back struggling on the entry. But like I said, the trade from
trade.
Benji absolutely crucial. So again, you can see there's a little bit of body blocking here where nobody can get onto the angle to help him out. Woot with the other rifle in this round as well.
Big size.
Big sigh of relief. And a big response to find here in round 10, especially on a
รู้สึกวูดมันเล่นเจ็ตถึงใจกว่าเหรอ
just the blade storms there.
ไม่สโลว์วิปให้ดูด้วยเนี่ย
No ultimates off rip here, but
มึงก็อย่าไปกลัวสิเอลมึงเก็บแค้นเมียมึงมาลงกูปะเนี่ยมึงอย่าไปยอม
Here we go. Last time he got smothered with utility. This time.
ในวันที่เรายอมคือในวันที่เราติ่มเนี่ยมึงยอมเหรอวะ
Yeah, it's looking pretty much the same, but he's able to fall back to a new position. Has been revealed though. It doesn't feel like he's getting much freedom here. Still on an island. The support's on the way, but he's still on his own.
KC are doing so well to pressure comeback in some of these rounds where they don't have a confirmation. I think it's that cautious approach, and Util is landing.
And I think seeing it from that perspective makes a big difference here. 11
Oh my god.
doubling down on that and wanting to claim re-enter. They tried to filter back through middle. It's only others who's made it a little bit. Oh no, sorry, it was Wu. Excuse me, but it was others to get down Wu in the end. Come back finally gets a look into the round. After being forced off what felt like endless utility, he gets to have a say in the matter. Operator gonna land in a 2v2. Alves with
on cheeky deep angle here. Alves spotted him. Beacon here.
He's got to back away a bit here. Can't give the fight over. Come back again. Getting held in position while they go for that plant. Taking a lot for it though.
เฮ้ยมันปล่อยเพื่อนแพนอย่างนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
Who's been pretty good at this?
No way they read this. Yeah. Do they try and trade the op?
I don't really know.
เอาดิเฮียเอาดิ
The comeback could be here.
เอาเลย
Finally allowed some freedom. Let off the leash. Able to have a couple of shots without a whole barrage of util in his face. He has a great time with it. But man, I felt they looked uncomfortable in that post plant then.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a great freeze from KC. Leave Levin kind of inserted then. Almost kind of hint at a bit of a fake elsewhere. As Levin's obviously then cast the timing here on Benji and Riens.
รอนะครับเราพวกผมขึ้นเจ็ดก่อนนะครับ
Maybe a little bit of split focus.
ขึ้นเจ็ดได้พิต้าระวังร้องไห้นะ
Comebacks on 2 kills, but rightfully so. And you see some of the rounds where they have
ระวังนะ
maybe reflecting some of those very sentiments.
อย่าหมิ่นนะครับ
And I think that is a godsend for comeback as well.
5เยอะพอแล้วไหมเยอะแล้ว
Finally, and I'm so glad we saw how oppressive it was at the start.
ทำไงดี AI เว้ย
At the start of this one, just that
ไม่ตู้เอลว่าไง
But a 3-play push out, or at least a look on the B side, but it's fast through middle, or at least it was an attempt to be fast through middle.
See if Doshi is planning on TPing through here. They actually try and trade out, and it's Heretics to come out on top.
It feels like it's first time that the Heretics
แกลงรูปให้เยอะกว่านี้ได้ไหมหรอ
have that with
อุ้ย
security.
ฉันไม่ถ่ายรูปอ่ะฮะชื่ออยู่แต่บ้านอ่ะเอ้ยบูโอ้โห
Beautiful catch on the jump peak.
I'm just not thinking they could be there that fast after the ult, but caught
แต่
a
ไม่
seed almost
เนี่ย
there, hoping for the best, but it is just Wu on this side. The rest aren't nearby yet. Come back
โซ
still.
นนี้ใครเก่งสุดครับ BBL กับ MA ครับ
Man, some of these boys can hit shots fast. What can Benji and Comeback do now?
เชียร์จะ6-6 จริงเหรอวะ
As well.
ลงน้อยดีแล้วชัดจัดเอามันก็ควรลงแหละแต่บางคนไม่ชอบถ่ายรู
Feel
ป
the comeback. The way this
เดี๋ยว
divide
สั่น
is
ติด
going to
ตึม
make it so hard. The second
มัน
you
เขิน
show.
นะ
So Benji's got to try and draw the attention, which he does. Can't quite find it. KC, bring it back, all even. 6 apiece again. Mike, we've been here before. Apparently these two want to be playing as late as possible today. I don't know who's got the upper hand, do you?
No, I don't think so, but we'll be right back with the second half after this break.
ยังมีไอเคนยูเฮ้ยมันจะไหวปะวะแชทมันจะไหวไหมบอกกูทีแปลงก็สวยคนสวยจัดท่าทางให้สิหรอมาเป็นคนแบบโอ้ยเป็นคนไม่ชอบถ่ายรูปคือตอนถ่ายรูปก็แบบมันต้องถ่ายออกมาสวยๆอ่ะทีเอสอยากพักไปรอเล่นสเตจวันคือมึงจะกลับพัก2 เดือนเลยใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวน้ำคิดแคทเกมมิ่งแชทมันมีตั้งแต่ตอนไหนวะ ฮ้ยเดี๋ยวโอ้โหล่าสุด2011โอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยเอ้ยจบ
No. I think so either. Obviously.
มันอยากมีแฟนแต่ลงรูปกับสตอรี่ใน private เอาแล้วแบบนี้ใครจะไปเห็นเราล่ะใช่ไหมล่ะถ้าลงแค่ใน private อ่ะนึกว่าจะรันฟังไทยด้วยเหรอใครไม่รู้เจอคิดแค่ไทยแลนด์ตกใจเลยจบเลย
So I don't really think we saw Levin fully getting away with as much.
ลงอะไรหรอลงรูปภาพครับรูปภาพเวลาโดดเช็คเขาไม่หมุนตัวกันหรอครับมันแล้วแต่ครับผมแล้วแต่จำพี
See how it looks flipped around for comeback, but as it stands, it was a very good pistol round from Heretics. Clearly feeling like they've done some work.
ดูอย่างจัดก็มีอายุแก่ขนาดนี้แบบลุงกูไม่ได้ลุงครับทุกคน
Here to this start on the attacking side, and absolutely no one fancies holding A today.
No. Okay, so you're going to give up all this space, rely on maybe catching somebody in transition or just fully stacking into the retake. Heretics looking to regroup
เดี๋ยวนะ
here.
สองคนเขาคุยแอบส
Crucial
แกม
information potentially revealed. The fact that it's comeback spotted there. Maybe just a little miscom of who was to shoot that.
Oh, re-ends.
โอ้โห
Sweet summer jump.
เอาสุดเลยดิ
That was
เอาสุดเลยดิ
targeted.
That was personal.
They came out swinging. That's 5 players for just re-ends. Madness. I guess you'll exchange re-ends for a site.
วันนี้ถือว่าถ้วยใหญ่ไหมครับถ้วยใหญ่ของปีครับ
Now
ตัวเนี้ย
they're basically playing off trades. But a man to the good, so
Yeah. Kind of hard to call which way you put this one down, but let's find out. So you get to taking the long road now. How aware
look
is
at
Wu?
Woos. Yeah, look at Woos' spot.
No, we look at comeback. Because
Yeah,
it's in the
yeah.
smoke. If he walks it, he's, I'd imagine, dead. Yeah, KC, bring down the hammer and just flood the site. Woot, the position would have been great for the checkmate, but it doesn't matter. Sugetsu was there. And KC prepared this time.
Also, if you missed it just for a second, Sugetsu posted up. Wu even looks back behind him to transition to sight. And Sugetsu still threads the needle in terms of the timing.
Oh, there it is.
Is that a massive
personal attack?
Yeah, again, a huge investment, but
เฮ้ย
again, it puts KC in a position where they can just stack up like this on the retake and rely on the numbers. And it suits them perfectly.
มาเตอร์ซานติอาโกดูแล้วนะได้แข่งกันเช้าๆแน่เลยโซนเมกาใต้ใช่ครับ
In the second half, just a reminder, winner of this game does move on to play
มินิบู
Na'Vi.
ดีกว่านะมันต้องให้เวลาหน่อยวะแต่ตอนนี้เว้ยมินิบูดีกว่าวะ
I really don't.
I've stopped making predictions in this region.
อยากเที่ยวญี่ปุ่นอีกเฮ้ยมันกันหน้าอยากไปอีกอ่ะวอท
Huh?
Ah, man, that's why they're winning. Why are they winning? Why are they winning with pistols? Michael, I don't understand anymore.
6-7
Well, retake time, I guess. Cancel time, maybe save the weapons time. I don't know. What do you
Maybe.
do? It's
Maybe.
weird. It's weird. It
Because
should
now they
be a
have a
problem.
judge posted up on the choke point.
Brilliant.
ปีนี้มีแผนไปไต้หวันแล้วอุ้ยเอ็นจอยครับพี่มารับประสบการณ์ด้วยว่าเป็นไงอ่ะ
I mean, the paranoia does nothing to Woot here. He's still going to sit on this.
He's still a problem. Yeah, he's still a problem. Still got one. Still going to drop
No
bodies.
way.
And Heretics given just a new lease of life here. I don't know how they've managed to pull this one off. But Shados going down swinging, but I think he knows he's going down nevertheless. As Boo sends him to his grave.
Oi.
A thrifty
คลาสสิกจะเป็นเกมเหรอ
against all odds.
I mean, show me that pistol kill again. So it looked like he wasn't even fully in the smoke. No, he was. Nah, yeah, he was.
จำไม่ไปหรอแชมเปี้ยนก็ไม่รู้แล้วเอาตีนไว้ไปไหมเล่าถ้าไล่เอาตีนไว้ไปก็ไป
Still on the outside of the smoke.
อยากไปเนี่ย
I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
Foul business.
Well,
Oh, how we lost this eco again.
ทีเอชนะอยู่แล้วครับน้องชาย
yeah, left asking the same question.
ทำไปก็หลอกเด็กเขาอย่างนั้นมันก็มากกว่าไอ้บูว่ะตอนเนี้ย
Oh, where are we now? Okay, Sheriff with Shados. That's a sentence I don't want to say again.
พี่เคยได้แชมป์ไหนไหมครับออฟซีซั่นนะแม็ก EWC อ่ะมาดิไม่มีคำว่าหลอกครับหมอกล้องเราดูครับ
He's so good with it. And if he gets that confidence beside him, it's a treat to watch. Now, obviously, this is classics and a sheriff, but do remember the last round. So this one
ของดีจัดมึงรอดูกูไม่โคเปียมเลยกูไม่เพ้ออ่ะมึงรอดูเลยทีชนะ
TX ซื้อคัมแบ็กมาไม่น่าให้มันนอนในแคมป์น่าจะนอนในคอกมากกว่าเล่นโง่ชิบหาย
น้องพี่ไม่เอาไม่ด่าพี่เยอะกันนะมึงบอกแค่ไม่ไหวก็ได้จะไม่เอาแบบใช้คำว่าโง่อะไรอย่างงี้นะพอนะเดี๋ยวมันติดเป็นนิสัยมันไม่ดีแบบมันไหวปะวะอะไรอย่างเงี้ย
มีเปิดได้
So yeah, I mean, it's so weird when round 2
พรุ่งนี้ครับผมกิจกรรมนะครับมาจอยก็ได้โหโดนเบสสัตว์ให้เบสที่ไม่โดนซิงอุ้ยเฮ้ยมาคนความหวังกูเห็นแสงสว่างกูจริง
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, okay, it was real. It looked like it was like the worst ever jump. I was like, no, he was just moving back on the side. We won't get you.
ครับไปไกลสุดตอนชิงคือแชมเปี้ยนEDGเหรอใช่ครับแล้วก็ EWC ครับที่เป็นแชมป์อ่ะที่สปอร์ตโวลด์คัพอ่ะ
Here we go, straight through middle. They've got weapons this time. Come back. What are we up to? Am I missing something there? He just looked like he wanted to die. Okay. This feels bizarre, but the... They have slip sight, so he's a bit cautious, trying to spin on the dime, but it is a 3v2. Benji and Wu have sight, but they don't have spike, and they don't have advantage. Don't know how close some of these players still are.
Trying to find something here in terms of KC making their way back towards sight, but again, Wu and Benji are scratching their heads. And everybody from KC, I mean, rightfully so. Dosia's holding the retreat as well.
Dosia.
They can set up a pinch here. Ton of time has passed now, but still plenty left to play with on the clock.
Poison's off.
Benji, a quick check onto the flank.
30 seconds
and
left.
A big question mark created now by the smoke on top. Maybe anticipating a flood back from heaven.
Maybe try and ply it as well, as you can see where they're walking through, but you can see why Benji's looking this way as well. He's not finding bodies yet. Trying to post up towards connector.
ตอนอยู่บูมเขาDOS 9ครับใช่ป่าวะ
Trying to catch a pixel on the cross out, maybe. He did see one. Nice shot
Đánh
from
quá.
Kevin, but
รู้แล้ว
more than that. Gonna
ที
at
ที
least
ตัว
know
รู้
where
แล้ว
Dozier
รู้หมดอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
is. And then the last, maybe they can figure it out. But Dozier on the hunt for this, trying to corner them around. Sugetsu's found one, leaving just Wu alive. 2 kills already, got to get the job done. That's how you do it. Sugetsu takes that step and takes the kill. KC tying up the scoreline again.
Great freeze once more from KC, showing composure in some of these high pressure situations. Initially, the push into side.
โอ้โหแม่งจริงงั้นแฮกไอ้เหี้ย
On the left actually, but
Shados looking lethal here in this round for a 3K.
The gods are coming. Brandon, positive. Come on,
There's nothing.
มันเป็นธรรมเนียมช่องพี่ไปแล้วเหรอใช่ไหมครับ67ใช่ครับผมน้องชายต้องจอยนะพิซซ่าแมนโอเคไหม
That is a man so far gone.
Welcome back to UK Esports. Weber has been the talisman of that for most of his career, and that I think is his perfect phrase. Love it. Now, onto the game we go. 8 apiece, tied up. It is elimination. I can't stress it enough. I know this game has been a bit weird and wonderful.
คัมแบ็กเอาหน่อยดิกูเชื่อมั่นในมึงนะเว้ย
It's going to be handled, but Levin now has to peel away. Like it's not get punished.
There's no ping there, but I don't know if he actually spotted anything on.
แกมีฟันคุณไหมฉันถอนไปหมดละ
Sure. It looked like it to us, but easier to say when we have X-ray.
Otix, no harm, no foul initially.
Poison's off.
บางทีคนมันไม่อยากเล่นไงแค่แบบเปิดดูชิวๆอ่ะพี่พีโมนาลิซาสวัสดีครับ Happy birthday bro กู Happy birthday ก่อนแม่งเลย
towards Link here, maybe on the confirmation, but Devin's got his hands full.
Come on, that second. Outrageous to get that. Does he get cleared with diligence here, or does he get to hold this?
Mr. 2K with the judge in hand.
And their attention is being split to another side. If they don't clear this correctly, Doja is on for this, but Boo seems aware there could be someone rather nearby, so he wants to serve the boys from the side. Smoke's going in on top. He's got to be careful now. There's two on this corner.
Wow! Oh my god.
How is he getting two there?
Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro. Let's go, bro.
Apparently, Shados and Sugetsu once again in a scenario like this. Now Sugetsu, it won't be the
ตอน
first
จัดฟัน
time
ไม่มีซักซี่เดี๋ยวนะเขาให้จัดแบบนี้หรอ
See if that awareness is in effect. First challenger unawares, Boo punished. Now it's Benji on the case, alone though. Going to be spotted and actually behind the curve on this engagement. Other side gets taken. That's going to be Shados taking the space. Has a go for it, drops Benji, and now Woot needs this. Heretics needs this.
ใจเย็นรอแพมรอก่อน
Sugetsu's got to get a move on. He knows it as well. That's lovely from Woot. Cool and calm and collected. That should be all she wrote on this one. Heretics.
โอ้ไอ้วุฒิถอนหายใจไอ้วุฒิถอนหายใจไอ้วุฒิถอนหายใจไอ้วุฒิถอนหายใจ
What is the double from Boo?
You tell me.
ไม่หรอกนะมันแต่ฟันตอนแบบไม่ถอนไอ้นี่หรอได้หรอโอ้นี่เฮเวอร์วะ
Disgusting to catch a second kill here. But Boo lining this up.
ก็ได้แหละวะเพิ่งรู้
I mean that's what I was
ปกตินึกว่าหมอจะให้ถอนก่อนเพราะว่าฟันคุดมันจะทำให้
I mean, also how many key kills came in there? Like Shados even finding that one was massive. Frustration mounting on the other side.
You're amazing, guys. Good job.
You're amazing, guys. พวกเป็นเล็กยังหาทางกลับมาไม่เจอจังเลยฟอร์มดรอปลงก็เรื่องปกติครับการเปลี่ยนแปลงก็ต้องใช้เวลาครับ
Time out for KC and it's a stressful one because by hook or by crook, I mean look, Heretics is
ตอนนี้ฉันจัดเขาเอ็กเลแล้วมีฟันคุดโอ้หมอแนะนำมา5 ปีแล้วเรายังไม่เอาออกฟันมันจะเบี้ยวมั้ยเนี่ยกูโดนถอนไป4 ซี่เฮียบ้าเกินแวร์ทักทายเพื่อนอ่านหนังสือเสร็จใกล้สอบประจูเลยสวัสดีครับพี่ดาสู้ๆนะจิจูเป็นกำลังใจให้สอบวันไหนนี่มีฟันเกมไม่มีครับตอนจัดก่อนจัดอะมีคู่ไหนแล้วคู่2ครับเจ็บแป๊บเดียวคนส่วนใหญ่ต้องผ่าถอนไม่ไหวใครถอนได้ดีแต่ถ้าผ่าไม่เจ็บว่ะแล้วจัดเกมไหม
Again, on the brink of some ultimates, but not quite there.
Would have been nice to have in hand for this round.
Yeah, and the problem being it might not even come.
ยังไม่จบอีกหรอใกล้จบแล้วเนี่ยทีได้อีก4แล้วเนี่ย
Have to wait and see. On the other side, Bladestorm, Mortal Strike, and re-ends with the Nightfall.
แต่กูไม่ใส่รีเทนเนอร์
Plenty of tools for Heretics to capitalize on this advantage.
ดูทรงจบตีไหนจัดตี4คู่ต่อไป2-0 Liquid กูเตรียมจัดใหม่แล้วอ่ะกูไม่ไหววะอาจจะต้องจัดใส่ว่ะ
Does have his ultimate as well, so he can actually get behind this B side execute from this position.
Happy to let this simmer for a second too, right? They're happy to let this sweat a little bit, but
I think that's definitely the plan here. Contact comes on the outside of B, and they're set up to capitalize.
Silent starting.
ใช่เขาไปเจอนาวีหรอคู่นี้ใช่ครับอันนี้คู่แรกคู่แรกแมป3คู่ต่อไป Liquid เจอ ULF ไม่จัดใหม่มันเริ่มเบี้ยวอ่ะเดี๋ยวครับ
As Levin, Shados, and Dosia are pretty far off the mark here. Back in though, maybe a chance to get a couple of bodies dropped, not to be Shados. It's a headshot, but that's not enough. Dosia in a 1v3. Benji lower HP, but it's going to be Rien's watching. Maybe watching this fall apart. Let's see what you got, Dosia. Can they find any more? Tuck below. Oh, it was a nice
ชนะแต่คัมแบ็กแดนไปตายคืออะไรวะ
window of chance there.
แบบโอ้ยฉันใจเองค่ะแต่ฟันน่ะ
Yeah, really solid setup. Like I said,
ทำเองน่ะ
the fact that Heretics are allowed to get so close to the choke point. Now again, they don't necessarily want to gamble Levin's ultimate, but the investment here, it makes it so difficult for them to try and act upon that. I guess unfortunately.
Dash,
Thank God for that. Damn.
ดูโคตรเฮี้ยดูโคตรเฮี้ยอ่ะโคตรเฮี้ยอะไอ้เหี้ยโคตรแบบอะไรวะ
I mean, if that's the
โคตรเนี่ยแบบอะไรของมันวะ
going through both sides.
But
No one's happy
Rian's
yet.
on the stage, desperately saying, "Guys, you're so good. Let's go. Let's get 10."
Okay, here we go. Buy back in place.
There.
Give us something to have some faith in. Either side, I don't care who.
ดูคู่เดียวพอเหรอจันดู2คู่อ่ะ
Divided. Near enough by. And I'm actually seeing a bit of a creep down middle from Arvez. So, yeah, going to shift in towards connector side.
I think now anticipating they probably figured out that KC have had some freedom towards mid. Is there anything beyond
ตอนทีม
consideration?
เก่ามันหาไหมไม่หาครับตอนทีมเก่ามันโหดมาก
This could be
มันโหดมากตอนทีมเก่าอ่ะ
How is he still staying alive? He does get found in the inheritance. Do manage to pry these players out of position, but it's a double from Benji. That catches me off guard, maybe assuming it was forced through middle, there was nobody behind it. No, there was still that split towards A. To now Shados and Dozier once again behind the curve, having to put this puzzle together.
30 seconds
มัน
left.
ลิซ่า
Kept basically standing and breathing by a smoke.
ทำไมครับเฮีย
Benji waits.
คุณได้ดูอเมริกาเลยไหมอ่ะคิดอยู่เนี่ยจะไหวไหมเนี่ย
Reposition. Get themselves prepared. There's still an element of danger to this, Mike. Paranoia is not bad. It has divided them, but now they can rest for a second. 13 seconds. But Benji to get him across the line that round. The 2 kills were key then.
เตรียมตาไปเรียมธนวัฒน์
Closer and closer towards a 12th, and this one feels teed up. Like I said, the ult's going to come in. The more awkward of the purchase. Benji,
Come on, man.
Super clean there, but Ken Levin may be leaning a little too heavily into this freedom that he's had in mid. He didn't even catch the ability situation there, whether or not he could have just completely got out. And as soon as you see him pop the recall, then it's like, whoa.
Where to, boss? Okay, Bye still not pretty.
แพ้ตกรอบครับแพ้ตกรอบ
They know they're on the ropes here. Trying to do what they can. Bulldogs are plenty. Bucky's out to play. Sheriff. This time a little bit more attention early on towards his A side.
มันมีแค่ติเฟดอะที่น่ากลัวตอนเนี้ย
Politics got bodies behind this. 5 on the side of the map. You're looking for Sugetsu. The Shados. Maybe a little help coming in from Levin. But I think Shados has noted this. They are close. They are very close here. I think they're deeper than expected. Sugetsu might be in for a horrible surprise here.
Okay, good recover, good recover.
Now we go, but what a swing.
Okay, good recover.
Keep this in touching distance. But a 3v2.
เฮ้ยไอ้นี่มันจะบ้า
Got away with that TP. Nobody even challenging it, but
ผมจะทำอะไรครับไปกินใหม่ผมชอบสีม่วงนะสีม่วงชมพูอ่ะผมมันสวยมากเลยอ่ะไฟอ่ะ
Dozier trying to get a little faster
ขอบ
and
คุณ
loose
ค
with
รั
this
บ
one, but
ครับเนี่ย
9 apart for the time being.
เฮ้ยมีใครมา cover แพทบอมเลยเหรอวะ
That's a bulldog, and that looked on the money. That looked very close. Dozier, 6 bullets to play with, and a fair fight on the first. Can't quite get the second, and he's all alone here. No help coming in yet. He needs some assistance. Others trying to gap close his
What? How did he survive
No
that?
clue about Arvez's reposition.
No, they can maybe make a guess. Oh, but it cost them their life. Now just moving in the 1v2. Dozier's down low though. Creeps up close. What a shot! Massive impact from him. Being really hard to pin down.
Oh, wow.
That is huge work.
Gets away with it. Well, a different TP, but able to get the hell out of dodge.
He's an impressive player, is Dozier. Starting to see that really individually shine. That's the impressive factor.
Well, the sort of thing I was saying, like a player that can stand on his own 2 feet, right? Certain situations here just running rings around Heretics.
W play by Don 9แต่บอกว่า L play by Heretic ว่ะ
A beautiful disengage here.
So well done.
จะพูดอังกฤษจะไม่พูดสำเนียงไทยไหมไม่ครับ
JJaz looking very happy with that one.
Not out of danger yet if you're heretics as well.
Well, the defuse actually gave
ถ้าสมมติ
Arves
ฟูเซน
his
เจอ
ultimate
แฟน
as
ติก
well
มาสเตอ
here.
ร์จะเชียร์ใครเชียร์ฟูเซน
KC back in a decent position in terms of the ults. On the other side, Woot and Benji both have theirs.
This could be nice, or it could
on contact.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Now, yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh, wait, it's Sugetsu getting the 3, okay, but then Benji gets 3
Oh my Benji!
How have they come out of the coin flip on top?
เฮ้ยเมื่อกี้ไม่มีภาพชนะเลยนะเว้ย
That was a beautiful crunch by KC, but how did Benji get 3 there?
I couldn't tell you. I don't even know.
Did he hide behind the box or something?
Maybe. I'd love to see that back, but now it's 2 fights on 2 fronts, and Heretics are not sitting healthy.
Yeah, Boo's 38 HP.
Boo's got to win this fight, but it's Dozier on the other side. Does he even think about it? He does! Dozier is so good! And now Benji needs an ace here.
ทำไมวะ
Nothing short will do. He's trying to be smart about it, gonna go for the pin.
Oh,
He's
what a
trying, man. He's
slow
trying
ass
everything he
out,
can,
bro.
every tool in the kit. That's a great idea, but it's not good enough. Dozier outdoes them again. A brilliant plan at the start. I can't believe Benji almost saved them.
Oh my god. Show me Benji POV. What a beautiful setup as well. And this time, a much quicker commitment. We were talking about Levin's ultimate previously in mid. This sort of crunch. I mean, Sugetsu goes forward and just absolutely farms.
มึงทำดีมันโอ้โหทำดีมาแบบตั้งนานทำดีมาตั้งนาน
Just an insane round.
ไทม์เมาส์หน่อยไหมไทม์เมาส์คุยหน่อยไทม์เมาส์คุยหน่อยไทม์เมาส์คุยหน่อยอันนี้มันเริ่มเลือนละมันเริ่มเลือนละไทม์เมาส์คุยหน่อยเริ่มเลือนละเริ่มเลือนละพูดเลยไอ้ยันเล่นตัดหลังแกปากเคซีไทม์เมาส์ให้หรอโอ้ขอบคุณครับ
I think he was sat on like 5 kills, maybe 3 rounds ago. I can't even remember, but certainly coming alive now when KC need him most. A few explosive rounds, maybe something to spur the entirety of KC on, because I don't want to say they're in control now, but certainly reduce the advantage the Heretics had established. Couple of key ultimates invested now. Do still have Woots, but missing potentially Rien's and Boo's to feel a little more comfortable about this whole cycle.
Yeah, it's just scary when you know
that
just knowing the buy that's coming in. 11 feels likely for KC. Momentum is shifting. They're not out of the woods either. No one is. They are depending on some mad outplays from Sugetsu.
11-13 KC ครับโอ้ hell นะเบ้
But it's happening.
Yeah, they're going to hit the site again. Now Sugetsu going to have his hands full in a solo endeavor.
เฮ้ยตาเคยจัดนะเว้ยคิดมาแต่เขียวแดงเขียวแดงเคยจัด
Sugetsu tries to stall a little bit.
Do you believe in KC ครับ JJaz โอ้เฮลติครับ
Okay, Boo 1 step closer to ult. Ready to go through the motions. Got to be perfect on this. Let's see what the site execution looks like. What is there left to play with here? Sugetsu trying to stand his ground. It's Arves to bail him out here. Taking down comeback. Now the layering and the spacing. Not good enough to not get punished by Arves. Holding the line. KC with a critical upswing. Bringing it back to 11 apiece.
Now, crucial thing being, Boo obviously gets his ultimate out of that. So now 2 massive tools to clear space, or potentially even isolate a kill here. Of course, it just falls to the util on the way in, but now Arves happy to pick up the slack there.
But this has got to be what the timeout was
ตกรอบนี้จะร้องไห้กับเมนเทียดอก
Look at the buy behind this.
ยังไม่รู้มีอะไรให้ร้องไห้มาเล่นเงี้ย
Level on off now, another curveball.
Yeah, new look on that, and he wants to stick around. He's holding that line. There was a bit of util thrown his way, but he's not rescinded back. He's still trying to.
What up, bro? โจน่าสวัสดีครับ Lose go home this one yes sir bro. Oh W profile ping bro. What the fuck?
Chance here. KC will leave him posted for the time being. Heretics creeping back onto the angle. Prowler going to reveal this and reveal that it's an off on the other side. It's a big info for Heretics to act upon here.
And you can't really cheat a player over. You
หมอเป็น
can't
กัป
bring
ตันเอง
players
ของ
over
หมอ
the extra contact on A as well. So
เรือกำลังพุ่งแรงแล้วตอนเนี้ย
Yeah, but the issue being Comeback and Benji don't actually take this space away, so they basically revert back
แล้ว
to
ไม่ตัดไม่ใส่ลี
blank
แต่
slate
ก่อนจะ
here.
ใส่
Again, not
มันขี้
necessarily
เกียจอะต้องออกไปข้างนอกไอ้ที่ต้องถอดตอนกินข้าว ต้องนู่นต้องนี่ต้องนั่น
now winning out in terms of the information
หลังๆ
game.
ขี้เกียจ
I love the
ความ
level
ขี้
check
เกียจทำให้
behind
ชิบ
that.
หาย
It's
แล้
a
ว
really risky play, but the fact it worked out, marvelous. But credit where it's due. Heretics have been good at this initial scale-up point, and this is where it gets difficult. Where do you stand? You can't. Arves goes down. Doja goes down. But it's Shados in between. Maybe he can hold on to something here. He can't. Dealt with by Benji again, putting up big numbers when it matters, leaving Levin and Sugetsu in a big disadvantage.
Sugetsu has to go nuclear here if he tries to make a play.
Plants in. I don't see a world where this happens. When you look at Rien's position with comeback, let alone that, Crossfire shouldn't be able to be dismantled. I don't think they have what it takes here.
Taking that back.
Sugetsu gonna try.
This Crossfire should be good, man. It's getting a bit messy, but still Rien's can tuck in, leave that space for comeback just in case they commit on the corner. The layers should be here. The time is starting to go. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Come back.
แมตช์พอยต์เหี้ยแมตช์พอยต์ขออีกดาวเดียวขออีกดาวเดียว
Casey had the read.
Yeah, you can see the
ไม่ได้
issue
ลงทุนกับหุ้นไหม
created
ครับ
by
ล
Boo's
งครับ
ultimate here. Even with just utility to complement that, Arves has nowhere to go. Forcidosi just trying to get
มึงหลุดจัดไอ้
into
เหี้ย
the
ไอ้
thick of it to try and find something. Very, very close affair here on the decider.
Yeah. And I must point out, Benji is having a real resurgence of form. In these last couple of rounds, especially in my mind, he's sitting towards the top of the board, but right now, at 12-11, tournament life online. Heretics can close now or it goes OT.
Ooh.
11. Oh my god.
เจ็ดคัมแบ็ก
Just a pixel either
กับ
side.
เวเลนเลจะให้ใคร
Again,
เหรอ
big info for Heretics. Identify the operator very early on, and they're well
Comeback
equipped
lah.
now to make a
ดู
decision
รั่ว
on
เตี
the
ยง
other side
ดู
of the
มีอะไร
map.
นะเว้ย
And again, it's space to be taken. They need to try and find a way out. There's Sugetsu trying to stay alive. He's being smothered. He still comes out winning. Takes
What
away the
the
first, but falls to
fuck?
the
He hit
second.
that, bro.
Arvis going to answer back on Boo because the damage was done. A 4v3, and it's not safe yet. Want to get that spike ferried over. Boo has to at least
Levin's
get
got
back
ult here.
sight.
เป็นที่จะคัมแบ็กไปเป็นคนลุยไฟเถอะอันนี้กูว่าจริงนะเว้ย
Not invested just yet. No paranoia, but Shados has a
He's
little
up.
util left as well.
God, they need him alive, but they're taking their time through
Wele
CT.
Mianti.
This gets
Well,
sketchy.
they're trying to get in a position to capitalize. Potentially.
Oh my
He has to
god
invest now. The chance of getting another opportunity might dwindle,
Nobody
but they're
get on
not
the angle
close
quick enough.
They can't get there quick enough. He was maybe worried they're going to just fall towards it, but now Heretics play the game right back to him. Levin and Shados just make it Levin last man alive.
Boom!
The panic earlier, the investment of the old feeling he had no other option. May have just taken away theirs as Heretics standing on the verge of making it out of this absolute death run. But Levin trying, but the time is going, Mike. This one might be all over.
No!
13-11. It went as far as this could have gone.
Both teams
Hey, Dap.
stretched
Dap.
very
Ooh.
thin.
มีสามคู่ไอ้จัดชนะ
Benji,
คู่
a
สามคู่
huge
มาดิวะ
deciding map for him.
Ah.
Being crucial in terms of some of
แต่
these
กูอยากรู้นะ
rounds
อัน
in
ตี
the
เวเล
second
แล้วทำไม
half.
มันทำเฮี้ยอะไรกันวะ
And Wu as well worth his weight in gold.
ฮะ
Yeah, a couple of those players that we were looking at to have that impact, they did. Man, they did. Benji, what a time to find that form.
I mean, even Casey making this so
กูอยากรู้เหมือนกันว่ะคือมันอันตีกูว่ามันยาวไปเว้ย
but heavily favored.
ไม่อันตีไวไปก็ยาวไปอ่ะมันบล็อกเพื่อนมาดีอ่ะกูขอดูแบบ
Team might dwindle,
Nobody
but
can
they're
get on
not
the
close
angle quick
enough.
enough.
Go now.
ไม่บล็อกเพื่อนเลยนั่นอ่ะ
This gets
Well,
sketchy.
they're trying to get in a position to
Yes.
capitalize. Potentially.
Go now. He has to invest now. The chance.
โอ้โหเพื่อนอยู่นู่นมึงอันโอ้มันรีบไปเนี่ยเอาจริงอันตีเหลือไปเยอะมากเลยอ่ะฟอร์มงี้เข้าไปโดนตบไปจัดไม่เหลือ ไม่เหลือ
It's Heretics to
ไม่เหลือ
stay alive.
คุณพูดจริงฟอร์มงี้เข้าไปโดนนาวีตบมั้งโดนใครตบเนี่ย
Staying alive here. Still, obviously, some question marks, but overall.
เฮ้ยโอ้ยกูลืม
Yeah. Halves are what are crucial in terms of getting him into a position, not just comfortable in terms of compositions, but in terms of
โดนนาวีตบแน่นอน
Yeah, I think it's just kind of
แน่
seeing
นอน
how they end up.
Some
Really.
big rounds from him, though.
Yes, absolutely. We are seeing that strength there again. Just, I think job's not done. I think is the best way to put it. With
เดี๋ยวดูสัมภาษณ์ดิ
they know it too. That was the first really good sign in a couple of these players having that resurgence of form. So again, one of those situations where we're waiting to see what they look like.
UI มันผิดไหมทำไมอ่ะ
Behind them, a couple more of these fixes throughout on the map pool. However, we will have a treat for you.
เฮ้ยเฮียเคซีได้เข้าไปไอสัตว์2-1
Dude, Reigns,
ดีเฮียเดี๋ยวกันนะ
congratulations. It was down to the wire all the way in this third map. I want to start off with map 2, map 3. What allowed you guys to play so confidently on these two maps after what we have just seen on Abyss?
จัสคือหนุ่มอินเดียที่หล่อจนตัวบิดแค่ยืนเฉยๆก็มีออร่าพระเอกพอยิ้มทีคือใจละลายความคมเข้มและเสน่ห์สุขุมชวนให้นึกถึงชาลุกข่านราวกับหลุดออกมาจากหนังบอลลีวูดที่ใครมองก็เผลออินและถอนสายตาไม่ได้เลย
Like we didn't care about the first map, and then we said, okay, guys, full confidence. Like nothing is done yet, you know. So yeah.
Full confidence, full
แบบแรกเราเล่นไม่ดีแบบ2เราก็มาคุยกันนะครับเราเล่นแบบเต็มที่ full confidence นะครับก็คัมแบ็กได้
13-2 was a pretty good showing from KC. Was it maybe like just warming up into the series?
แบบแรกกันอะไรขึ้น
I think we were not in game mentally. Like we didn't want to fight back. I think they just smashed us, to be honest, and we couldn't fight back. So well played to them, but you know we did really bad. I think it was just mentally, to be honest. As a team, we were not in the game. So
แบบแรกเราพลาดเองครับผม
in the future to make sure that on that first map you're already in the game.
เราแบบว่าไม่พร้อมทางสภาพจิตใจครับ
like mental game, you know, we gotta start from the beginning, not losing the first map and then trying to come back, you know.
เราต้องสภาพจิตใจแข็งกว่านี้ครับแต่แบบแรกโฟกัสในแบบแรก
They also have had a mixed bag of results as well. How are you feeling about that one?
อุ้ยเล็บสวยว่ะ
strong team, to be honest. But I believe that was the starting point of our team, you know, like we're gonna do a lower run and we already started the train, I would say, you know, so I don't think they can stay in front of us, you know. I feel like we're gonna smash them.
โอ้ยเดี๋ยวเราชนะนาวีเองครับรถไฟเราเริ่มแล้วนะผมสายล่างนะไม่มีใครอยู่แล้วได้ครับ
Bracket run. We're gonna be heading over to a quick little break and we'll be back with our second matchup of today.
ถ้าเข้าทุกคู่วิน 100% ให้เลย 1,500 เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมโอนจริงไม่บิด
คือทุกคู่เลยเหรอทุกวันเลยอะนะทุกเกมอะนะ
ขนาดนี้ยิ้มให้กล้องทีนึงได้ไหมรอแป๊บนะอีกแป๊บใกล้เสร็จละ
ทอทัดนอนแล้วเจอกันครับเจอครับบูเวลไอ้เฮียแล้วกูของจริงอะดิคู่ต่อไปลิควิด20มาแชทว่าไง
จัสจะโดเนทอวยตัวเองทำไมเตรียมตัว
กูไม่ได้พูดตัวเองตัวเองทำเฮียอะไรเนี่ยพี่เหรียญดูอ้วนขึ้นเหรอพี่เหรียญคุณรู้สึกว่าดูบิวขึ้นนะพี่ฟนาติกเจอใครเจอนี่ไงอยู่ไหนวะไวท์ทาลิตี้ไงเพื่อนรักเพื่อนเก่าไงเพื่อนรักเพื่อนเก่าของเราโอ้ไอเฮีย13โบ5ต่อด้วยเอ๊ะอ๋อมันเริ่มเร็วเหรอแล้วเริ่ม2 ทุ่มเหรอเอ้ยแม่งตารางแข่งมันไม่ไหวว่ะมันงงว่ะตารางแข่งอะแล้วตามสัญญาว่าฉันปวดฉี่อะไปเข้าห้องน้ำได้ไหมเนี่ยไหนดูซิคืออะไรอะเฮ้ยฉันปวดฉี่ว่ะเดี๋ยวฉันมาดูได้ไหมอะแป๊บนึงอะไอคลาสอะ40คลาสอะคลาส5 years อะไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อนนะเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึงคู่ต่อไปลิควิด20ครับ 7 นาทีวะกูถามจริงว่าแชทมันพักเหี้ยอะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
I mean, we did in so many tournaments that we were in the deep and then we came back. That's first
เฮ้ย
reason
มันบ้า
because
เปล่า
I think our like
คือทุกคนนะครับ ผมเล่นวาโลมา1 เดือนแล้วเล่นในโน้ตบุ๊ก
it's just that, you know.
ผมควรปรับอะไรเพิ่มดีพอแนะนำได้ไหมครับ ยิงไกลๆไม่ค่อยโดนตอนนี่ผมตั้งค่าคูณ4คูณ2คูณ2นั่นดีกว่าครับ
Used to us so fast, so it's kind of better for future for sure.
ขนาด3 แมปทำไมมันพังไอ้ชี้ยุโรปมันลีลาเว้ยกูบอกไว้ก่อน
Is your coach mentioned during the confession that you guys rather than focusing specifically on
ไปหาของกินได้ป่าวะหิวข้าวอ่ะ
it's been more on individual play on
อยากได้แม่ข้าวต้มเหรอ
comms and things like that. How have you approached that? This week, and how are you looking to take it a step further to tomorrow?
I mean, I think it was. I mean, after we lost against Giants, we had a good talk, and then like after like we had like 4.
เขาไปหาอะไรกินได้ไหมอ่ะ
And then there was like some
16 นาทีมันเวอร์ไปว่ะ
documents that ticking out like, did you do this? Yes. Did you do this? Yes. Like they were like basically like tracking everything that we did
น้ำฉันก็หมดแล้วเนี่ย
as a fundamentals, and that helped a lot because
อันเดี๋ยวมานะแชทผมเอาน้ำแล้วก็ไปหาอะไรกินตามน้ำไม่ไหวว่ะ16 นาทีอ่ะ
better for now.
มานะ
Okay, so a checklist
Yeah,
rather than a
แค่นี้เนี่ย
mental one, an actual physical
หมดแล้ว
one.
เนี่ย
That's good
Yeah.
to know. Well, thank
ได้
you so
ต้อง
much
ดื่
for
ม
your
น้ำ
time.
เยอะนะ
We're gonna let you go.
มี
You're
กล้วย
free to
ฉาบนั่งกันอยู่อยากกิน
Thank
อ่ะ
you so much for
กล้วย
joining
ว่ะ
us. Good luck for your game tomorrow, and we are gonna have to head
เฮ้ย
over.
แต่สนามมันทำสวยนะยุโรปอ่ะไอ้ตรงเนี้ย
Russia.
เอาจริง
We have Ulf
เป็น
against
บ้านเราไม่มีอย่างนี้บ้างวะ
Ulf
อ๋อมีข้างบน
really
กับ
strong
ต่าง
against Pacific last
สวย
time,
ว่ะ
Billy. I know you weren't here to defend
TL
your
20ครับเดี๋ยวผมมาให้ทุกคนไปเอาของกินแป๊บ
So, I'm gonna let you defend Ulf.
I have to defend Ulf.
Yeah.
Now. I mean,
You don't want to?
these guys
Yeah.
were predicting against Ulf in their matchup against
They were.
Pacific.
True.
So maybe should we call on Cairo? Should we? Cairo
มา
wanna
มา
come
คราว
down?
นี้จะเป็นบีดเหมือนเดิม แต่รอบนี้จะส
So
ตั
I
นแท
think
นนะ
to start with
ให้
Ulf
คิด
then.
ว่าตัวเองเป็นเวเล่แล้วแดชมาหน้ากล้องนะ เดี๋ยวจะนับ 3 2 1 แล้วสตันนะ
I think
พร้อมนะ
now they've been able to kind of warm up to the
3 2
stage,
1 สตัน
given that this was
จุ๊
a
บ
team
จุ๊บ
that
จุ๊บ
obviously came up through Ascension, has a couple of substitutes in the roster. So yeah, I think they look good.
All right, Liquid is a team that's also now in this lower bracket, and would you have expected that this early on?
No, I expected a little bit more from Team Liquid, to be honest, but honestly, I keep saying it, like my expectations around this roster are a little bit lower than last year's. Losing players like Kiko and Traxxas, in my opinion, is like a big deal. And I guess like the other thing that I was also thinking about was the way that this roster is constructed in terms of last year we had players like Trex and Patitech, who I believe are the kind of very vocal in-game players. They're going to be supporting Nats with the pools and giving a lot of information. They're like tenured players, very experienced players. And I feel like now with the roster, when I look at the team, I see that that's missing a little bit. So one thing that I'm looking at here is that like Nats hasn't had those vintage Nats performances yet. And maybe part of that is potentially because he's having to do more of that microing, more of that IGLing, focusing on the radar, focusing on managing this team. And that's kind of dipped his performance a little bit potentially.
Yeah, I think coming into this year, something that we kind of set the expectations for Team Liquid was that we did have lower expectations for the roster this year. And I have to agree with Minnie that, you know, we've been speculating a bit more about like what's going on with Team Liquid, looking at the performances. I have to agree, like Nats has taken a dip in performance, especially when we compare it to last year. We are waiting on seeing that vintage Nats performance. And again, it is the question of, well, who is doing that mid-rounding when you have your IGL that's over on the other side of the map, that's lurking, that's a sentinel maybe, and then, yeah, how is he putting the puzzle pieces together? Because I imagine he's spending a lot of the time actually looking at the map to micromanage the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that then raises the question of, with the increased pressure on the performance of him as being the IGL, how does that then leave him as the Sentinel performance that we know he is very, very great at?
I mean, like we said, it's just one of those things where it's, you know, just more difficult, I guess. Like, to be like, that's the reason why we see IGLs often complaining about how hard it is to keep up the fragging. When you're an IGL that's a proper IGL and you have to focus on these details, your attention is always away from your crosshair. So I don't know if this is a true narrative, but it feels like something that I noticed is like, obviously in the past, Patitech Trex, once again, like, we're very vocal players. And it would be interesting to see if that is something that continues here. Because I think this team does need a bit of brilliance now and again. Like Nats is going to need to do that Nat stuff sometimes.
It needs some sort of mid-rounder, especially when we think about like the pack and who's calling in the pack, who's providing that information back to Nats so that he can make those calls in the mid-round, right? And I think as well, to give them their due diligence, like they do just need a bit of time to gel together. This is obviously a very new roster, and as well when we're considering the experience of the previous players that were on the roster, when you're mentioning like Patatech, Trex had both been on really great teams in the past, they've now kind of lost that core piece of the Team Liquid identity, I think, coming into this year with the pickups that they've been able to have coming into Team Liquid.
Yeah, also when we're talking about new additions to this roster, Wayne kind of comes at the forefront of that, not able to join the team since day one of kickoff, but eventually, you know, he's here, he's joined the Berlin, like the coldest winter we have in 16 years, which is one way to welcome a player. But we also had a bit of a sit down with him to see how he's feeling ahead of this matchup. Wayne, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join me ahead of your matchup against ULF. Just want to have a bit of a conversation with you. What is Wayne about? How are you finding EMEA? So let's start there. How are you finding your time here in EMEA?
I think I'm having a great time actually. Like even though I came to Berlin late because of like visa issues, like everyone's been really welcoming, and I think we're in a pretty good like state right now.
Good to hear, and happy to hear that you're enjoying your time here as well. When it comes to your integration with Team Liquid, of course you didn't join like at the very start of kickoff, so you came in a little bit late. How has the integration been?
ไม่เดี๋ยวนะมันหลีกต้อง10 นาทีเหรอวะ
Focus in terms of making sure you click with everyone.
เฮ้ยมันนานจังยุโรป
It's like just getting
มันเพิ่มเวลาไหมเนี่ยแชท
like system we have because like we had a boot
ไม่ได้เพิ่มเวลาใช่ไหมเนี่ย
kickoff and like like there's a
พี่จ๊าดขอพี่จ๊าดตามอยหน้าเหมือนพันลักแมวไหมฮะไอ้วะโอ้ยมาเดนแมทรอดีกว่ามาเดดแมทแม่ง10 นาทีเฮียบ้าเกินพี่ไม่ค่อยรู้จักสาวดิน้องพี่ไม่ยุ่งกับสาวดิเอ้ยกูได้นมมากล่องหนึ่งว่ะเฮียดับเบิลเลยวะเมกาใครแข่งครับวันนี้ไม่มีเมกานะครับเมกาพรุ่งนี้ครับดอกแดกมันอยู่เอ็นวีเซนน่ะพรุ่งเนี้ยขายล่างด้วยได้ไหมอ่ะได้มันมาซื้อหุ้นไป10 บาทได้ปันผลมา150%เว้ยมีได้หรอปันผล150%อ่ะยังไงเนี่ยตัวไหนเนี่ยขอความรู้เลยครับแวนนอพี่ลูดหรือ RGX พี่ลูดมาแล้วครับเอาแล้วกาลูมันจะเล่นไม่เอากูไม่รู้ว่ากาลูน้องพี่ขอโทษ
บัง
ขออนุญาตยิงหมดนะครับอีมี observer เอาขอโทษได้ไหมล่ะเอากูยิงหมดนะบอกไว้ก่อนนะ
Death match warm up
พี่จ๊าครับ
โอ้ยข้อมูลค้ามน้องชาย
พี่ถั่ว
โอ้โห
ที่สุดเลยครับ
เฮ้ยจริงมั้ยเนี่ยเอาดี
ดูแข่ง
I can hold an area pretty well myself
โอ้โหข้อ
Make
มูล
sure to
ค้าม
cover the angles that I
ไม่ดูช่อง
can't
อื่นเลยครับ
โอ้ยข้อมูลค้าม
Peeps now
ดูไปชักทุกวันเลย
ฮะ โดนยิงหมดไม่มีไอ้โปนแรงอะไรแล้วเนี่ยเฮียสกิปมึงดังว่ะแชทใช่ป่ะโอ้โหทั่วสกิปมันดังอะวะทำไมวะโซลาวอะวายวะเฮ้ยไม่กูเซตอีกแล้ว
โอ้ยบัฟได้ไหมครับ
บัฟได้ครับโอ้เซตคือใครอะไม่รู้ว่ามันได้คมเนี่ยเฉากล้วยอะเฮ้ยเราอีกแล้วนะโอ้โห
ตาย
โอ้ยโดนลุมมาเฮ้ยโอ้โห
ตาย
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 เพื่อนไซเฟอร์คมจังวะเพื่อน
แน่นอนพี่
โหยนี่คนนึงเฮ้ยตาย
พี่จาร์ดคือเข้ามาให้ดิแหลกอ่ะ
พี่ก็แหลกเนี่ยพี่เล่นเพียน100เนี่ยมีใครเสียแบบร้านคอมไหมเนี่ยเด็กเยอะนะไม่แล้วมีใครเสียร้านคอมไหมใครเป็นแบบลูกเสียร้านคอมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยอุ้ยเฮ้ยแค่กูคมเราจริงใช่ป่ะโอ้มึงกับกูตลอดเลยไว้ชาวกล้วยเฮ้ยใจเย็นชิมเบอร์เฮียผมลูกใครอ่ะเฮ้ยอย่าบอกว่า
ตาย
ไอ้ใครเล่นโอดินวะ
ตายสอง
โอ้ยควายคมนั้นอะหาสปอนด้วยกันหลอกแชทไหมก็แบบว่าแบบคอนเนคชั่นจะแชทไงถ้าแบบพ่อแม่หรือที่บ้านใครเป็นแบบเอ้ยเจ้าของแบบเอ็นวีดีอะไรเงี้ยก็ช่วยสปอนหน่อยครับวันนี้อินเทลเอ็มดีเฮ้ยโอ้โหแค่มุมเมนต์เฮ้ยแค่ลูมิเอเชมเบอร์ดิเฮียสัตว์
ตายสองเฮ้ยตาย
TL วูฟจะใครยังตายไอ้เย้ยเกมมันจบแล้วยังตายอยู่เลยน่ะจะเริ่มมึงเนี่ยจะเริ่มแล้วโอ้ยจีครับทุกคนจีครับโคตรโหดอ่ะโคตรโหดเฮ้ย มีใครบิดบ็อกเฮียวะติดลมเยี่ยกูว่าติดลมเยี่ยเมื่อกี้สัตว์มันโหดกันจังมาตีแค่เนี้ยอยากเล่นกับพี่เหรอเดี๋ยวไว้พี่เปิดห้องอีกนะเดี๋ยวแข่งมันจะเริ่มนะครับแนะนำมือใหม่เกมนี้ทีครับต้องหาสไตล์ก่อนแล้วเราชอบเล่นสไตล์ไหนไว้น้องชายเราชอบเล่นบูเราชอบเข้าไปเปิดให้เพื่อนหรือเราชอบแบบเล่นซิปอะไรเงี้ยนนจันเหมือนมุกจบเอาลูกน้องก็ตอนแรกจะแบบลูกน้องMDเหรอผมลูกน้องอ๋อผมลูกคุณลืมอ่านลูกน้องขอโทษครับเอาก็เผื่อแบบเป็นแบบทำงานบริษัทอะไรอย่างงี้ไงเดี๋ยวสปอนแป้งไปจะได้ไปขายโรตีเอากูรับหมดอะพี่คิดว่าวิโต้ยังไหวไหมพี่ว่าไหวครับวิโต้วิโต้โตโหดนะพี่เอา20ไปซูมไหมเหรอไม่นอนหรอพรุ่งนี้บ่าย3นะเราจะไม่นอนกันจริงหรอ
I agree. I think Purple, again, like you mentioned, has been the kind of shining light, which was maybe someone that we had quite high expectations of, I think, coming in the sense that we wanted him to bridge the gap between.
ใครได้ดรอปว่ะมันไม่ได้ดรอปเลยด้วยอ่ะ
I think he's definitely shown that in their series so far. But again, it just
กินนมแล้วอร่อยว่ะชอบว่ะ
a vintage Nats performance and not being in these kind of scenarios where they're having to clutch and then not winning them out.
Well, today's the day for both of these rosters to prove us right or wrong, whichever way they decide to go, because at the end of the day, this is the lower bracket. The last chance for both of these rosters to put up a performance here in VCT EMEA kickoff until we head over to stage 1. So without further ado, I hope you guys are ready for our last best of 3 series F today. In this lower bracket, we got Liquid going up against ULF.
Let's go Liquid. Ball ดรอปซูมมาตุ่มทุกชั่วโมงแต่รอบเดียวมันคืออะไรอะดรอปซูมอะโอ้ยคอม35ชิมฉีครับวอเทคคอมครับเลิกร้องเหรอเอาจะพออะเพลงเป็นคนจับไม่อยู่อะมันแจกทุกของทุกชั่วโมงพวกกิฟต์การ์ดโอ้เฮ้ยจุ่มช่องมิจฉาไม่ได้นะน่ะ
Liquid against ULF, this lower bracket. We're gonna see hopefully some Turkish firepower going up against.
ไม่ชอบเพลงนี้ไม่จัดให้3-2เอามันไม่ได้เพราะเพลงหรือเปล่าไหนดูวิโต้แมปครับสปีดบีทโอเคไม่มีแมปซ้ำหรือว่าดีชอบเอาจริงป่ะพอมันเป็น2คู่ที่แมปไม่ซ้ำนะมันจะดูสนุกขึ้นมีใครคิดไหมแต่พอมันเป็น2คู่แล้วแมปซ้ำมันไม่โคตรน่าเบื่อเลยโดยเฉพาะแมปสุดท้ายของคู่แรกกับแมปแรกของคู่2อ่ะคนละกากว่างั้นเอาเราพลาดเราก็ต้องยอมรับสิเราแค่ยังไม่พร้อมตอนนั้นอ่ะใช่ไหมอุ้ยโอ้โหมึงมองเข้าในสายตากูเลยมั้งโอ้โหมองเข้าวิญญาณกูเลยมั้งหน่าเหี้ยโคตรน่ากลัว
find some confidence on a map, maybe from scrims or officials, and then it's almost like they need to only play that map. So it's a little bit worrying to me that they're picking this map into Team Liquid, albeit they were very strong in it last time.
Yeah, it was a 13-5 against Pacific, which I think is pretty impressive. Breeze is the map coming through from Liquid. This did not really go in ULF's favor. Vitality.
I mean, it didn't go in Team Liquid's favor when they played it against Vitality either. So I think that's more of a, you know, it's clearly been a great map for Vitality.
ใช้รีโมทกันด้วยนะเปลี่ยนรีโมทนะแบบแรกนะสปีด Let's go Liquid 2-0ให้หน่อยนะเพื่อนขอร้องล่ะ2-0ให้หน่อยนะ
And how have they kind of learned from that series, or did they even really take anything away from it? Because it was such a.
ไม่ขอเลยมากขอแค่2-0พอ
Like the double duelist angle for ULF is a lot harder with their roster right now, and so.
ถ้าหล่อขนาดนี้ยิงแม่กล้องทีนึงได้ไหม
They have 3 players they can choose from on the duelist, and Breeze being an extremely strong duelist map in general.
ไปมามืดใช่ป่ะขอไม่ม้าก้าวนะ
end things if we go all the way over there. With
อยากเล่นเกมอื่นเช่นกูดาร์กก่อขอเคลียร์เกมที่เหลือก่อนได้ไหมเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
Yeah, we've not seen Pearl
เกมที่กูค้างมันเยอะเกินไปว่ะ
see what they do with that. I think for Team Liquid though, they did play that series with a sub. Obviously, Kix was here when they played the Pearl, so I'd like to think that they changed the composition because I wasn't a huge fan of their Pearl composition.
I wasn't a huge fan of Team Liquid on Pro in general, despite the map win against Vitality. I think there's a reason why
เฮ้ยทำไมตามันเขียววะ
that we're not very good at Pro.
ตามันเขียวหรือมันคือเงาวะเมื่อกี้
That map closely, I wasn't very
โดนใครต่อยมาเนี่ยมินิบู
That's absolutely fair. So instead of focusing on Pearl, then let's focus on our first map, and that is going to be Split. In regards to compositions or changes that we're expecting, I mean, Liquid has been running the same composition entirety of kickoff. We're sticking with
the
that.
entirety of last year, I believe.
Wait.
This is a comp that they love, and they're usually pretty good with it. They had a close game with Fnatic, but losing out. I think they'll continue to do the same kind of stuff. And on offside,
มันมาถึงแล้วเหรอ
not changing anything here either. I think they're both going to be happy playing the compositions they want to play.
I think in terms of Ulf's composition, I actually don't mind it for them. I think that because it's Fabian that's playing the Breach, I'm okay with that. He was a good Breach in Challengers and proved to be at Ascension as well. I think having this initiator on Ulf's side is hopefully going to be able to set Demure up because of course we kind of mentioned him being able to have a good performance earlier this week, and I'm hoping that that can continue through.
โอ้โหรอดเลยมองกล้องรอดเลยโอ้โห
Yeah, no Astra. I do prefer the Astra a lot more on this map.
มันมานานแล้วเหรอ กูได้ดูมันมาวะ รอบที่แล้วที่มันมาไม่วะ ตอนเจอฟนาติกคือมาแล้วเหรอ โอ้มาแล้วโอ้เอามันดูเยอะเกินอ่ะมันลืมอ่ะจำได้แค่ฟนาติกชนะก็พอแล้วเนาะอย่าเอ้ยไม่กูไม่คุ้นหน้ามเลยว่าตอนฟนาติกแมปวิน 100% ว่ะตลาดลงเกินมากี่โมงจ้าหน้าตี 4ครับพิมพ์ตี 4มันก็7 โมงเช้าอ่ะ
and yeah, I think it's a really aggressive composition, and starting on the defense will be key for them here.
Yeah, and aggression goes hand in hand. So I'm excited to see how that one plays out. They are going up against Liquid on Split, and we're ready to dive into the action with our casters for this series. We have Haza and Cairo.
Thank you guys. Yes, thoroughly looking forward to this one. A chance for Liquid to put things right after a bad day in the office against Fnatic. And for
I'm getting you what the fuck?
Their own momentum after avoiding elimination against Pacific. Yeah, it felt
ใจตรงกันไงเขาเรียกใจตรงกัน
really had a eureka moment in terms of they realized exactly how they want to play, realized that you know what we should
จับเปิดเลยไหมหนูอยากเอาความเกยโยนให้จักก่อนเนาะจักจะอยู่ถึงไหมเนี่ยตอนมันมา
are going to feel a lot of disrespect today. Both of these teams still figuring out their identity in a sense.
จักยาวถึง NA ไหมวันนี้ไม่มี NA ครับวันนี้ไม่มีนะ NA อ่ะ NA พรุ่งนี้ครับพอถ้า7 โมงกูก็ไม่น่าอยู่อ่ะเพื่อน7 โมงอ่ะมีใครเปิดในมาร์เก็ตอีกไหมมีครับแต่ดู1 กี่โมงก็2 คู่ครับคู่ท้ายแล้วเนี่ยมาไปแมป 2นะครับผมอย่าลืมหมดคู่ 2นะครับบูมอีสปอร์ตเจอลิควิดนะครับผมอย่าลืมหมดกันด้วยนะแมปแรกบูมเป็นคนเลือกมาครับเราจะเปิดตอนกี่โมงหรอก็หลังดูแปซิฟิกเสร็จเปิดในมาร์เก็ตกันเมเนจักก็ไม่ดูอยู่ดีโอ้โหฉันดูทุกตลอดอ่ะบอกไม่ดู
Well, it's as if this is when the brawl is going to ensue, and it's Ulf again playing on their aggression, trying to play through, and it's just not worked out. Oda is caught out, and Purple with the kill. Yeah, a little lapse in communication there, perhaps. Oda's thinking they could clean it up, but 2 players get into contact. Still crossing the middle mark. Liquid yet to really take expansive control. And with the spike all the way towards
วิดFNC จะว่าใคร FNC ครับ 2-1 เข้ากันครับ2 หรือ 3 แมตช์หรอ 2 แมตช์รอ
Yeah, Ulf should have heard that TP away from Camo.
Liquid 2-0 เพื่อนเต็มเชื่อกูห้ามคาด
No sort of proactivity of their own. Fabian holding
a long line against a group of Liquid players, which should be able to take this A site no problem.
With 20 seconds left, they are really leaving it really low in the time bank, and Fabian could do enough here. That stun is coming up in 3 seconds.
โอ้โหดาเมจอย่างเยอะ
I'm not convinced by this.
โอเคดาเมจกลับไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
For Ulf in retake, couple key pieces available. Fabian still the stun, the reveal.
Oh, and straight
สวยมินิบู
don't know about
โอ้โห
that. At least there's a trade through the horn as Neki comes in to help out. So
ไม่เป็นไรเราได้เปรียบเราได้เปรียบ
taking all the way down. Nobody's
Yeah.
challenging the players low. This should be easy enough for Neki. On for an ace now. Up against Nats.
winnable
Knows exactly where he is.
แนทโอ้โห
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the writing was on the wall in a way. Liquid, low on HP. They used so much utility in that execution, right? There wasn't enough time to contact into the site. Wayne just had the paranoia. That was it. And now a step up from Neki, which we'd sort of been waiting to see.
นับได้ผิดเหรอวะ
So far, he was the second.
Let's go Liquid. What the fuck?
Final. And it feels like when the team is playing well, he's playing well. If Ulf now have a foundation,
พี่จักกี้แล้วพี่จักกี้เวเฟอร์ครับเทียดกลับบ้านแล้วจัดเปล่าเทียดได้ไปต่อ loser out or not chat yes sir ครับ out ครับ
It is
right for your IGL, but you'll take it. Playing round the smoke, you can see the judge in hand. Sorry, not the judge. It's a bulldog. Apologies.
Might bite like one
โอ้โห
still here, though. We'll have to see.
เอาได้นะเอาได้นะได้เปรียบจัดอ่ะปานในสโมกอ่ะ
So Liquid now.
แล้วที่เกตกลับบ้านแล้ว
Weapons to be collected here.
Yeah, Spectre and a bulldog. This will make things very interesting against Ulf. And is this going to be an experienced diff in the server? In terms of the second round, as you can see, Wave looking to try and challenge Neki, but gives away one of those upgrades.
Yeah, big 1v1 there, and look at this proactivity from Dema in the meantime. He's actually going to catch a really nice timing here, wrapping behind Liquid, or so you would think. At the very least, Ulf, no, it's not A.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Neki and Odaz were posted towards B, but Neki
เอานี่ก่อนเว้ย
interested about the
ยังไงต้องไปเอานี่ก่อนเว้ย
through heaven.
Playing a very deep line here, knowing that they can spin the numbers to their advantage. Chance
30
for
seconds left.
Liquid to get on
ไม่เอา
site
เหรอ
uncontested. Does
He
Odaz
looked-
want to challenge this?
No, I don't think so. The audible's been heard, sorry. So we'll be looking to just hold on a passive high goal, catching the spike in transition. And you can look towards heaven where Neki is positioned. He's starting to make his way on towards site, and that's really under pressure. It was going to be a contentious one, but at this point, you can't help but feel it will be Ulf to finish this out. It is confirmed. It's just trying to get through to the next round.
แพนบอมได้ไหม
There's only one. It's another round where it
ผมไม่
comes
แพน
down to only Neki
อะไร
and
วะ
Nats, the captain on either side of the server. And plenty of damage dealt from the Liquid perspective. I think they'll be happy, all things considered, with
ผมอยู่กูดีเข้า
especially considering the fact that Nats was somewhat phased out of position.
เสียดายนี่วะ
Unable to get the plant.
welcome back professor
And familiar opponents for
last year saw him run into Boop and he lost 1-2 to oh
system in the EMEA Challengers 3.
เทียร์3เหรอวะ
Missing two of those key players that we spoke about before. Dema being aggressive to take the B main space. This is something Ulf will love to do, but
ทีมมาจากใช่ครับทีมชนะ Ascension มาครับโดนเจิมไม่โดนเจิมคุณเชื่อมั่นสิ
Odaz has been involved in the last two first
แล้ว
engagements.
กูอยากเห็นแมตช์แฟกเจอร์ในแข่งนะ
Winning end on the previous round, and here again just looking to maybe get involved, but Ulf have conceded the mid space for the second round in a row.
you can see Nat's also starting to scale towards the A side using his own Viper wall. So with him finding perhaps timings to use, this is going to be a big part of this map, especially when you can see that split already starting to be explored by Team Liquid.
Just have to see. Yeah, it is looking like the A execution here. Ulf gambling that.
แต่ Liquid ก็แกว่งเหมือนกันเลยว่ะ
And as it stands, only Mini Boo there. Just watching over this one. Finally, rotation starting to come through, and Odaz again. First in the feed, and for a good reason.
เฮ้ยกูเจ๊งโบ
A little bit too cheeky in the
โอเค
as well as Team Liquid completely route out that A site.
สำเนียงคนภาคฟังยากมากเลยเนาะ
In terms of the utility, Wayne still holding on to that.
เดี๋ยวจะไปนอนก่อนนะครับสวัสดีครับไปเจอกันพรุ่งนี้ก็ไม่ใช่พรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยววันนี้ดีกว่าวันนี้บ่ายถ้าเชลลิควิดหรอลิควิด2-0
Play upset, and unfortunately, he's been upset himself. That nightfall on lane. Okay, all systems go for Ulf as they start to head towards the site. Wayne and main being an issue, and Dem are now on.
เอาอีกแล้วไอ้เหี้ยดึงอีกแล้วมุมเดิมอีกแล้วไอ้ควย
engagement, so you can't help but feel that he's gonna stick it. That's a bonus conversion for Ulf. What is going on in the Team Liquid camp? At a Red Bull clutch, no less.
คือเราไม่นับเวลากันแล้วใช่ป่ะ
For the same act twice. Wayne calls his bluff, but
นอนแล้วเจอกันครับโปรเฟสเซอร์คุณนายครับหรู
does all he has to and connect with that spike diffusal. I mean, these rounds have been close, if anything, but Liquid ruining their mistakes again. The thing I love as well, the young guns shouting in the faces of Liquid as they continue to punish mistakes.
2-0 หรือ 0-2
TP probably heard from the players just outside main, so they're paying their due diligence to try and clear it out. Only a couple players that could have survived an outlaw shot. One of them is Nat. But now he's got to try and find a way back across this toxic screen. Demma's there to punish. Opening kill for Ulf again. And as the pressure is put on mid, they try to fight back, but Liquid get another in there.
วางไม่ได้ยินคงเทคพอร์ตไปแล้วว่ะ
Camel needs to be careful though. He is the one with the spike and low, but Miniboo being able to find Ordaz opens up that B side.
ว่าได้ยินแหละแต่เลือดมันน้อยมันไม่กล้าหรอกมันไม่คิดว่ามันจะกู้สุดอะดิมันคิดว่าแถบแรกน่าจะปลอม
because Liquid have moved into post again and the numbers advantage is succinct this time, or so it was. Miniboo looks the wrong way. It's another 3-on-3. Yeah, and Dem are already on the
Hi bro, set APN what's up bro?
Potential win condition for Ulf if he can get into place in time. Looking at the utility here on the Ulf side though, there's not all too much to work with. Wayne still banking that paranoia again to try and counter a peak coming through. It's from the heavens first, and then the follow-up from Stern is clean.
Nice.
Camo ending it off with a 4K.
รอไอ้เปอร์เปิลเหมือนใครรู้ป่ะกูได้ฟิลแบบกูได้ฟิลอิโตชิรินน่ะมีใครดูบุลล็อกไหมไอ้เหี้ยแบบไม่ยุ่งกับใครตึงอยู่คนเดียวนี่แค่เนี่ย XQC อ่ะXQC ก็ได้แต่ XQC มันฮาดีมันไม่ดูมันไม่ตึงอะดิไอ้โปโป้มันดูเบียวอ่ะเหี้ยกินตัวชีแจ๊สเหรอตัวนี้ตัวตึงนะครับแม่งแบบเทพไม่ลงกลุ่มไหนแค่เนี่ยสวย การโชว์
Nat still lurking outside of A. And Ulf doubling down on this mid control again. Yeah, I think Team Liquid are anticipating
เอาอีกมาไงแบบนี้ไว้ใจได้ Liquid เอาให้เนี่ย
not coming their way at all. So they'll rescue all the rifles away from the remaining two.
ทิ้งไว้ไม่ให้เล่น
Even dropping one on top of the double stack box there as well to make sure it can't be recovered. Nat's just correcting the aim quickly enough. Stern, come on, maybe, but
สวยด้านลองไว้ทรงอื่นไหมไว้ทรงอะไรล่ะทำอะไรได้เนี่ยเด็ดล็อกเหรอ
from Liquid, they make it back-to-back rounds now on the attack side. Yeah, and in terms of team personalities, right, how we look at these teams, I've always viewed Team Liquid as a team that is very heavy on the prep side. They should know exactly how Ulf want to play this.
ทีมเราทะเลาะกันใช่ไหมจัดไม่รู้ว่ะรู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
to be a little bit more
วูฟคัททูบ็อกพ่อกูก็คัดปวดจากมรดกอ่ะ
re-engage, go further, hey, we wait and hold, or then we hit them with their own utility if you're Team Liquid. They've got 4 ultimates here, maybe even 5. We should expect some more success from the attack. Emma bringing the op out for Ulf here. The solo waylay in this composition, a trend which we have seen across VCT globally. You saw it on the stats. Some of the lowest win percentages. But the teams that play it well, your 100 Thieves, your G2s of the world, have set that trend, and really is going to go without support here on the other side of the map. It's Liquid pushing into the B site with the ults out, and it's Mini Boost that claims the first kill. Yeah, very nicely done, but you can now see they're waiting for the wheelie to get into possession, and, well, nicely done by Stun. It's one back, and the reveal just confirms that Camo's dropped into backside, but could really be anywhere now as that pit continues to make life a nuisance for Ulf in this position, investing in ult of their own from the Waylay. Ordaz up top, Nats searching for this one. And still, neither of them are better in this situation. Liquid doing it all. The wrap from Wayne into heaven. And as Stern finds 3, it's Nats.
พี่จัดได้ใช้ซาวการ์ดไม่ได้ใช้อ่ะ
Liquid still looking in control there.
ศาสนาซิกครับผมไม่ใช่อิสลามครับศาสนาซิกมีคลิปออกมาเวอร์ตี้ด่าคนซีนว่าเบทเพื่อนใช่หรออยากเห็นว่าคลิปอะไรอ่ะทางตรงไหนอ่ะเซเว่นด้วยไหมซิกเซเว่นอ่ะ
In terms of winning that round, maybe they felt it was an important one to lose because it will break the buy of the defense. With that being said, we will get our first timeout.
คลิปควันเวอร์ตี้ด่าควันซีนอาหารจากไหนอ่ะเฮ้ยขอลิงก์หน่อยดิเพื่อนขอผู้เล่นที่จัดชอบที่สุดในโซนอเมริกาหน่อย5 คนโซนอเมริกาแบบแข่งอยู่ตอนนี้หรอคือใครทีมลาวแบดเกมแบดเอมหลายวันแล้วทำไงดีครับพี่ตั้มหมดกำลังใจพักผ่อนครับต้องพักผ่อนเหมือนกันนะไปเห็นแล้วขอได้ดิอยากเห็นหน้าขอคลิปเสพดราม่าหน่อยดิน่าเกลียดจัดหรอขอดูหน่อยดิมึงพักก่อนเลย
Loud kick to Birdie. What are your thoughts? I did see that. How accurate is that? They benched Pancata and Birdie. Is that true? Is that like confirmed? Huh. Well.
แต่บอกไม่ยุ่งดราม่าดราม่าต่างประเทศกูได้หมดอ่ะ
Wait, there's shoes?
ไม่กูแค่เสพกูไม่เสือกกูมีแบบยุ่งเข้าไปแบบเข้าใจไหมเข้าไปยุ่งอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแค่เรามองเราแค่ดู
Yeah, they were fighting. He called them baiters. Nah, give me a clip.
แต่กูก็เอาความคิดเห็นส่วนตัวกูไม่เคยยุ่งแค่แบบเข้าไปอะไรอย่างงี้
There's gotta be a clip, no?
Agora, né? Sim. Mais um mapa caótico. Se chegar na partida, começar a passar o plano e não fazer, eu vou começar a calar a rush e a gente vai se matar dentro do...
โอเคถ้ากูคอแผนไปแล้วมึงไม่ฟังกูจะคอให้แบบรัดอย่างเดียวเลยเราไปตายในบอมไซต์จบเราไม่รอของเราไม่รออะไรเราเล่นส่วนตัวเกินเรารัดอย่างเดียวรอพอเราเข้าไซต์แล้วก็กลัวไม่เทคไฟมึงต้องเล่นด้วยกันสู้ด้วยกันไฟด้วยกันมึงต้องพยายามเล่นด้วยกันเว้ยพวกมึงไม่พยายามด้วยซ้ำ
Foi feio, mano. Eu tô tacando stun em mim. Mano, eu tô me sentindo muito sozinho dentro do servidor, cara. Ninguém
กูโดนซันกูโดนทุกอย่างกูเหมือนอยู่คนเดียวในเซิร์ฟเวอร์ไม่มีใครช่วยกูเลยสัตว์ไม่มีใครปาดพร้อมกูเลย
Fighta comigo, vocês. Calma. No eco. Você fala, vamos abrir junto no sei, eu abro junto.
พอกูอีโคแล้วบอกปาดด้วยกันมึงก็ไม่ปาด
Você fala abre, você não abre comigo. No eco? No eco? No eco é quando bate o drone. Não, no split. No split C. Você no drone. Eu faço minha parede.
กูใช้วอลกูชิปเข้า
Depois você drone.
หลังมึงโดนกูบอกปาดด้วยกัน
Eu abro. Eu morro igual
freeze time, tudo que eu falo é sempre no freeze time. Se vocês não estão no freeze time, vocês não.
Não, cara, a batida no posto pra você. Vocês falam, vamos fightar na frente. Eu vou fightar na frente e eu morro sozinho.
Ah, eu não sei, eu tava segurando dois pra vocês.
Bora, vamos voltar pra PC. Deita na porra daquele range, atira no bot, que vai entrar pra matar os caras. Eles não confiam no cara que tem no lado.
เฮียแล้วไหนมันด่าอะไรกันไม่ด่าอะไรกันเลยอ่ะมีแค่นี้หรอ
No confían. Si eso acontece, si todas esas cosas acontecen, tipo, todo plano que a gente intente hacer no va a dar certo.
แค่นั้น
Oh shit. Can we get a comment on the loud clip?
My bias apparently is towards
bro, I'm not gonna lie. I feel
อะไรวะกูนึกว่ามันจะแบบตะโกนชี้หน้าด่ากันไอ้เหี้ยหน้าอีกพ่อมึงเราแพ้ก็มึงไม่เข้ามึงไม่สมองมึงโอ้โหอะไรวะ
And now Liquid have to plant
งบสัก30,000ซื้อคอมในแล็ปท็อปดีครับมันขึ้นอยู่ว่าเราจะไปทำอะไรอ่ะเราต้องเอาไปแบบพกพาไปมอด้วยไหมอ่ะ
Dema has all his movement to clear this out.
คือมันแค่ไม่เชื่อใจกันมันก็ปัญหานะไม่เชื่อใจกันแล้วเล่นเกมทีมอ่ะ
Probably most important from this corner, and exactly that will shoot Dema out the sky. So now it's up to the captain once again, and a 1 versus 2 clutch. He's stuck in the corner with absolutely no way out, and like that, Ulf will come through, clear him out.
ก็คุยทีมปกติคุณว่าจะชี้หน้าด่ากันไอ้หน้ายิงแพ้กระด้าพ่อมึงเราแพ้กระด้าแพ้ก็แพ้เพราะกูพ่อมึงแพ้พวกมึงไอ้หน้ายีคุณว่าจะมีอะไรอย่างงี้แม่นึกว่ามีกระชากขอเสื้อกันอะไรอย่างงี้จะใช้งานข้างนอกเขายกไปโอ้โหยกพีซีบ้าไปก็ลองดูครับถ้าเราต้องต้องเรียนต้องพกพาอะไรเงี้ยก็โน้ตบุ๊กดีกว่าครับกระชากอันนี้คือด่าแทนหรอไม่ใช่ก็มันแบบพูดคุยแบบอยากให้เป็นอย่างนั้นไงดีครับแจ๊บสวัสดีครับกระชากกูพูดกระชากมึงนี่กระชากเฮ้ยอันนี้ไม่ไหวกูพูดกระชากครับ
Just playing passively here at the start, waiting to react on.
ถ้าเป็นคนในประชุม3 วิพูดได้อย่างโง่อะโอ้ไอ้สมัยอีกเทนจำได้มันหนักกว่านี้ว่ะโอ้โห
and Dema getting a couple of kills of their own. So Ulf now they have the advantage in the round. Yeah, it looked like Liquid were sitting tight for a reaction as soon as they poked for one. It's Ulf getting the better of it, and then Stern giving away haphazardly what was.
รุ่นนะเขาควักปืนยิงกันแล้วโอ้โหเฮียบ้าไปยิงในเกมมาดีกว่าครับจะไปยิงอะไรจริงๆอ่ะ
Going to use his ulti to try and support Dema, holding on from CT, but Team Liquid now look to point themselves towards A. This is nice from Ulf as well. They've pivoted into a 2-2 setup. Fabian to hold the line again, but Neki is here in support. That means that Team Liquid do have the advantage when they hit any of the
เราไปดู
sets.
ชื่อคลิปในช่องลาวช่องยิ้มตัวเองแล้วเหรอไอ้ยะคือว่ะมันเป็นช่องลาวเองเนาะ
But you can see a hesitancy there. It is going to be Camo to try and lead the line. He was low in health, but did not anticipate Fabian's position. Now the player's coming from main.
What's his eye being the worst team in VCT EMEA? That's crazy. Oi, Papo!
Somehow, but Fabian at least there to finish things off.
ทำผ้าเขาสำเนียงแล้วฟังยากมากจริง
You can tell why. I need to see a replay.
ฟังยากจริงครับ
There, he was getting tossed around like a sack of potatoes. Yeah, this was
น้อง
nice
เวน
for
น้องโอ้โห
initially, but Wayne was the only one dueling, and as soon as they got that reaction, moving into the 2-2, they look comfortable to close this.
แต่แอบสงสารเวอร์รี่นะผมย้อนไปดูมันเบรกจริงเหรอใช่เหรอวะมันเข้าแซงคนเดียวเหรอวะคือต้องไปดูว่ามันโดนเบรกจริงหรือเปล่าอันนี้กูอยากรู้นะไปด่าเขาเองอีกอุ้ยมินิบู2 ตัวเลยเหรอ
Somehow Minibu able to get 2 with a spray down. Yeah, quick double, and Stern forced to vacate his pit in middle. That goes down, and so does he. The quickest round you might see, I think, in this series between the two. Yeah, quick and asterisks because it looks like
ใครล่าน้ำลิควิดเหรอคาโม
That's what I mean, right? Like the round is done
คาโมเน็ต
almost at the barrier drop.
ตอนนี้มีมินิบูด้วยกันรอดูยังไง
For the next 40 seconds or so, saving these guns.
น้องที่มาใหม่ก็จะไหวไม่รู้อะมันเป็นการเลยบุกครับมันเป็นแบบการนับ
to talk about these two teams and obviously the expectations that we have for both. Team Liquid, obviously, we compare them from the roster that they had last year.
เลิกบูลลี่เราสิบูลลี่เราได้อะไรเนี่ยถามจริงฮะ
Expectations, a lot will say, obviously. We saw Kiko really grow into his own role, which they lost this year, and then Team Liquid, I mean, I can't help but feel this was a downgrade from last year. Because if you think of the initial roster that they brought out at the beginning of 25, Sure, I think in many ways it almost always was going to be, right? It's difficult when you have such a high card. There was nobody immediately, at least, All of the international events which they attended
อะไรบ้าง
last
วะ
year, all 3 of them, first time in the
แล้วเบากว่า
organization's
ผมไม่
history
ชัว
that
ร์ว่ะ
they've been able to
แต่ลองไปดูไวเปอร์อะไวเปอร์ V3 Pro ว่ะ ชอบนะ
This round was Ulf trying to set things in
Distribution
motion
ช่องลาว
early,
เกี่ยวกับ we are
and it
eliminated
actually
from
looks
VCT
like they're going
Americas
to
with only one map won and
try
shameful
their hand
performances
a
holy
little bit
shit that's
more of the
crazy
same here.
มันเอาสุดจังวะ
But it's
พี่ได้เพลงใหม่ไทยโคตรยังโคตรจ้วนเลยเหรอลำซูลำซู
towards the A through the
ลำซูเบากว่า
dimensional drift, and Ulf have completely bought it. They're rotating all the way over.
คือส่วนมากเวอร์ตี้เข้าไปตายคนเดียวจริงๆ ตอนนี้จะโดนดรอปออกจากทีมแล้ว
Only 2
แค่
players
คาด้า
left
เวอ
for
ร์
the
ตี้
time being, but a rotation made, and that gets to a point
GG.
where Ulf realize that this is just a fake.
Yeah, the scale is so slow from Liquid, and Oddaz left here with a way out. The paranoia good, still can't.
อันติไปไหนเฮ้ย what the
Still somehow loses out that duel.
Yeah, I don't know. The rocket from Minibu missing as well. Now actually Liquid are going to quickly double back
I don't know
towards
about
A
this.
and go for the plant.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Favian still has control of mid, and there's players close to that A site.
Yeah, Camo does get one back in the meantime, fighting into screen. It is a
โยน
again in
เอาหก
post-plant.
ก่อนนะ
Yeah,
รอเปอร์โป้รอเปอร์โป้รอเปอร์โป้
potentially with a chance to flying
นี่ไง
Favian with no
นี่ไง
idea. Oh,
นี่
now
ไง
gets a chance to
นี่
break
ไง
the apple, but unfortunately doesn't
เทพไม่รวม
work
กลุ่
out.
ม
So
ไหน
Team
เงี้ยเนี่ย
Liquid full control of this post plant as they'll try to get out of CT.
ไป
Plant is open
อุ้ย
here,
โอ้โห
but
โดนได้ไงวะ
It's going to be enough from Wayne in the end. Stern left 1 versus 3. And with no real way back into
ส
this
วย
situation,
คือหนุกโอเคแล้ว
he
เหมือน
his
กันน่ะ
losses and look to save.
Yeah, I think this is a respectable decision, but did Team Liquid even allow him to
คัต
get
ตอม
out?
เมาส์ช่วยลดน้ำหนักได้เหรอคัตตอมเมาส์เท่าไหร่ก่อนอะ
I thought
น่า
for
แพง
a
นะ
second somehow his bullets had got a kill there, but no, it's the molly instead. So Team Liquid do find themselves up to
กู
6.
ไม่เคยคิดว่าอังกฤษตัวเองมีปัญหา
By their standards, they've managed to find 6 on the attack.
Adele
Yeah, actually, Cairo, your
Yes.
favorite
คืออะไรอ่ะ
place.
Thank you, mate.
Consistently, the last 2 times that they've played, it's whether they can find
คืออะไรอ่ะ
a real concrete
อ
advantage
เดล
here
สัม
on
เหรอ
on
อ
what
เดล
is
สัมว่าอะไรอ่ะ
Ulf's pick.
ของอะไรอ่ะ
Important to reiterate, as
อ๋อ
much as
แก
they've
มมี่
stayed
เหรอ
in the game,
ใช่ปะวะ
just have to see if they can do any better. Just 2 of the rifle rounds picked up from them
คู่นี้
so
จะเชียร์ใคร
far.
คู่นี้จะเชียร์ลิควิดครับ
That is
2-0
true, but the big thing for me is that when you see Ulf come... It's a bit like
What?
It's a bit messy, he stuns there, but he's got his knife out, mate. Come on, there's an execute going on. And yeah, this is a head scratcher to say the least, but we do settle on 3-on-3.
Yeah, Neki's Guardians come back out to play as well. Nat's isolated from this in male. Still, fights going on towards spawn. Wayne has the perfect gun for being hindered.
โอ้โอ้
But
โอ้
still
เปอ
can't
ร์โป้
find anything.
เทพไม่รวมกลุ่มกู
Purple goes
ยิงไม่โดน
1v3.
ละ
First target taken. 2 left to find. And with all
คู่นี้จะ
running
เชียร์เฟนไหม
confidence,
เชียร์
they
ครั
play
บ
this
อุ๊ย
as a pair. The question is where to look. Purple
โอ้โห
trying to dance around them.
Russian accent หรือ Liverpool accent Liverpool ฟังยากกว่า
Holding a line and just giving him the time of day here.
I like this. They're letting
อันนั้นมุม
Purple
ดีนะ
take the fight to them. Obviously, a spike tap will try and bring them out of their position.
Oh, Purpo given half a chance there at finding the first engagement. Still searching for that second player. Now they're slightly split up. Dema solo by the pillar. 8 bullets left in the mag, and
W throw
Purpo will delete the next. Tries to flick up and find Neki. Can't do it. Deadlock at the half.
Yeah, that we do.
No,
end up
W
with a
throw แล้วเมื่อกี้
deadlock, but the thing about Ulf is, Hazza, they are much better
คนเหรียญ
once
ไอ้
they
เหี้ย
move
คนเหรียญ
onto
ไม่
the
ใช่
attack.
คนเหรียญ
Team Liquid need to be careful. It's a defender-sided map after all.
ไอ้เอ้ย
But we'll find out exactly what that scoreline looks like after the half.
แฟนบราซิลด่าแพนคาด้าว่ามีประสบการณ์เยอะจริงไหมทำไมสั่งไม่เห็นดีเลย ไม่มีความเก่าเลยเขาว่ามาอย่างนี้โอ้โหไม่แล้วแฟนขับบราซิลมันเถื่อนด้วยอ่ะดิเฮียแม่งตุงตาเลยอ่ะแฟนขับบราซิลอ่ะเดี๋ยวกูกลัวนะถ้าโดนจริงอะแฟนขับบราซิลอ่ะพรุ่งนี้ฟูลเซนแล้วก็เป็นประเด็นไงพรุ่งเนี้ยแล้วแฟนขับบราซิลมันบ้านะเว้ยมันขยี้แบบกูจะขยี้มึงแค่แรกเลยอ่ะที่นี่บราซิลน่ากลัวเฮียแฟนคลับบราซิลมึงเถื่อนจริงกลับมาแล้วแม่นเวลคัมแม่นแถวเราปลอดภัยสุดแล้วโอ้ยนี่มันบัณฑิตเหรอวะแชทบัณฑิตว่ะ แต่ไม่ลากูไปเล่นเป็นไงชนะไหม Even Will or can't believe that Heretics won oh yeah what the fuck กูอยากลองไปดู EME สักรอบในชีวิตด้วยอยากไปเบอร์ลินว่ะเนี่ยแต้มไหลไม่ขอได้ไหมลิควิดดาวให้ได้ปะจบแบบเนี้ยได้ไหม
Fair to say, Miniboo's spray down there running past. A quick summary of the first half. Both teams with 6 rounds to their name. No more or less than each of them deserve, I think it's fair to say. But now Ulf with a chance to step on the front foot, moving over to the attack side.
โอ้ยพรุ่งนี้ต้องมาเชียร์ฟูเซนเนี่ยเป็นเล็กด้วยเนี่ยพวกเนี้ยทำไมเขาไม่แยกวันกันวะเชียปล่อยเหมยหลับเหมือนกับยำเหรอ
The big thing for Team Liquid is how does that preparation look like? They've not had
บอก
a
เลย
lot
อะ
of time to do it, but they did get a glimpse at how
เหมยแม่ง
Ulf wants
จะ
to
แบก
play.
วะ
Touched on it a little bit earlier as well. With Ulf playing this
แต่ที่จะมาเหรอพี่ใช่แต่ที่จะมานะครับแต่เล่นเกมอะไรบ้างช่วงนี้เหรอไม่เล่นแล้วช่วงนี้วันปาร์ตี้อย่างเดียวเลยครับดูแข่งอย่างเดียวเลย
in position. Early util drop towards B and middle from the attack side before they end up moving towards A. For a death ball heading towards Camel. TP still alive and he'll have to opt to take it. Didn't quite take that fight cleanly, and look at this, Ulf already all the way up towards heaven, but Demerol no tradability. Allows Ulf the site, but Team Liquid the advantage in numbers. Yeah, that's the aspect of the Waylay as well, right? If you isolate yourself like that, it just didn't feel like Dema gave himself a fair fight there. Yeah, and Neki on an exploration mission all the way through in towards spawn, so he's going to take his time to try and join up with his teammates, but the timing is unbelievable. Oh, but he can't get the kill. Finally does get at least one, but it's not what he was looking for, and Team Liquid head towards the site, but lose to Fabian. So a 2 versus 2 with Wayne low. That's going to be massive in the especially when Fabian is still alive. Another 4K for him. It's the pistol for Ulf. Really stepping up, so much so I feel like he might have I don't know something roll under his chair there. But Neki a little frustrated, I think, with the fact he wasn't able to find both.
แพ้ตกรอบไหมคู่นี้เหรอครับหรือว่าคู่ฟูเซนครับ
I think it's interesting to see Ulf have
จะอะไร
like
ไอ้ยา
performers or something.
ฟังติดนี่เหรอตุ้ยเหรอ
where other Turkish teams like BBL
คู่นี้แพ้ตกรอบครับ
moved away from it, right? We know that he's such a flexible player. 5 different agents already shown in kickoff. But he's right at the crux of the game plan with what it is that they
เวเล่นแปลกจังต้องให้เวลาน้องด้วยว่ะน้องเพิ่งบินมาเนี่ยแต่บ้านเราเนี่ยโซนบ้านเราไปแข่งยุโรปอะ
just the gunplate.
แล้วพี่จันจะดูเซนไหมเซนพรุ่งนี้ใช่ไหมพี่จันคิดอยู่2 ชิ้น 2 ใจอยู่เนี่ยพี่จำไม่ได้ว่าถ้าสมมุติว่าฟูเซนชนะมันแข่งต่อวันต่อไปหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
worth rotating over. Spike still sitting back in shot.
แล้วดูไอ้ดอนน่ามันเล่นดีอยู่นะแต่ตกรอบแล้วนะ
A slow round here. I mean, look, they're up against 5 classics. There's little other way to posture it.
Yeah.
Got the spike. Camo here can maybe TP out and they can play.
แล้วอยู่บ้านเหรอครับใช่ครับ ไม่ได้อยู่คอนโดมันแพง
Yeah, and towards Miniboo. I mean, stuns all the way up towards A. And he's actually pulling
ฟู
the
เซน
spike
ชนะแข่งสัปดาห์หน้า
back across
ถ้า
to the
แพ้
second
แข่ง
map,
อา
which
ทิต
I'm
ย์
worried
นี้
about.
โอ้
Has just seen purple. Strength in numbers perhaps for Team Liquid here as they wait for the engagement to come through. Stun looking to try and fight, but doesn't win out. Neki now on towards where the spike plantable area is, but
what the
as
fuck?
the players start to make their way through, Team Liquid are starting
Ew!
to upgrades, but it does leave just Miniboo all alone on his classic as the players have all await his swing. It will go their way.
ยิงงี้ไม่ไหวนะยิงงี้ไม่ไหวนะ
The last player to go down there, the rotate from B. Ulf get through the second round, no questions asked. And I mean, that's what this kickoff journey for them has got to be all about. Just gaining as much experience as possible against these VCT opponents, building up confidence within the core for when both Sop and
ถ้า
Echo
ฟู
come
เซนแพ้
back
สายล่างต่อไหมครับสายล่างต่อครับ ฟูเซนเจอใครเหรอ DFM
to put themselves in the shot window
ญี่ปุ่น
you've not seen them play anywhere near this level before.
Yeah, 100%. Mid is where the attack will start. And it seems,
okay, W dash again.
Deep, but Neki spam does connect on towards Nat, so mid has been won. But I mean, this is going to be a B split. The players are waiting for the aggression of Wayne. Has to be cautious in this one. Fabian clears it. Oh, Mini Boo comes through like a freight train and just runs him down. Satchel out of the had half a chance there to find Neki as well, but it does settle 2-on-2.
He's
got control of heaven against his opposite number. Purple tucks into the corner. Purple none the wiser. Neki turns up at just the right time, and with Fabian by his side, it's Camo to drop the breach player instead.
Love you, bro.
Spike in no man's land.
ขอบคุณนะมามี่
It's a TP stop from Camo. What?
Okay.
No way he follows through on that.
What?
A Red Bull clutch.
Okay.
Calamity.
มีสู้ๆนะปั่นงานอ่ะ
But such a bold play to make in that
Okay.
situation. Yeah, you can see the smile on Neki's face as well, just as Camo does stick at the audacity to do it. And I mean, Ulf make a great attempt to this. That's insane. Neki was just switching between the utility, didn't have the gun out in time. That's half the reason why it was so hard for him to readjust. We head into our first ultimate cycle between the two. We've got Mini Boo's Ray's ultimate.
ปีนี้รู้สึกโหดขึ้นมาพี่แบบหลายๆทีมใช่ครับผมมันเล่นกันดีหลายทีมแล้วปีนี้
The showstopper obviously good for the retake as well. Honestly, it's one of those ones where whoever makes the least mistakes is the one coming out on top. It feels like in some of these situations, it's been really messy.
นี่เหมยอย่าลั่นพอมันกันจีจีนะแม่
Is he a lurker or is he the player that's going to scale up and allow all
ไม่แต่จริงทุกคนถ้าไม่ได้เป็นมาสเตอร์อย่าไปเสียใจไปเอาผมพูดตรงๆนะ
And here's the showstopper as they look for a kill. Mini Boo doesn't identify the right target, so Neki gets the advantage, the entry kill. It's another missed showstopper from Mini Boo.
ต้องให้ดาบใครบางคนนะครับมาป่องเอาเฮ้ยว่าอย่างไงนะ
Just assumed that someone was trying to tank it or not, but now Ulf scaling towards B, 4 members strong, all against Wayne. You can see already Demo going back, and it's actually good delay coming through from Wayne, and he TP's up and gives himself away. But Camo standing strong with that no Euro TP away. He needs to try and fight this, but can't do it. So Ulf 2 to the good now. Purple can't get one either. Neki unbelievable so far on split. And we look towards Nats with just a Spectre.
มุ่งไปเว้ยอันนี้กูพูดจริงน้องเวนอ่ะ
It's not going to be much to look at though.
ป้าป๋องเขาเพิ่งโดนไปเอาวันนี้ฉันก็เลยจัดการให้ไง
Ulf doing such a brilliant job at finding that opening pick and then grouping up together, taking the B site in full force. Leaning into the strengths of their composition and being able to overwhelm Liquid there. Yeah. That's the thing, right? But Ulf, I was speaking about it and kind of we touched on it in that last round there, right? About Ulf and this Eureka moment and how they're developing as much reps as possible. But it was something that like Demar was saying in that post plan. It felt as if the full time that we'd been playing in kickoff, we were trying not to lose, whereas now we feel as if we're trying to destroy them, right? And you can see that they want to play in terms of being aggressive, in terms of taking these fights. The fact that they have no respect for their opponents. You know, hey, listen, they feel as if they're the best in the server. I mean, you see it from BBL, kind of almost of that same crop of talent from Turkey in the past year or so. Yeah, I mean, in many people's heads, mine included, I had Ulf as that next bracket, I think. We weren't expecting them to come up in the fashion that they did, but it was that rapid development throughout the year as they joined the Turkish League only in stage 2 in 2025.
ถ้าเป็นกูนะเอาไป10 นาทีเหรอเอาก็รอบแรก ก็ให้โอกาส
experience on the international stage
ถ้ามันมีรอบต่อไปก็โดน1 วันไหนเฮีย
now into the first time out for
24 ชั่วโมงอะตึงๆอะ
first of the second half as well chasing a 2-round gap Camo has
เอา
the
คิก
ult,
มา
but
มี
not
มาห้า
quite
กว่าเหรอ
got the
ให้เวลา
money
น้องเขาหน่อย
to make this look too
เนี่ยแน่ใจ
scary
10 นาทีกูให้1 วันอะ
Nat's making his thoughts
บูม
known
2-0 ลิควิด เป็นไป
no
ไม่
better
ได้
time than freeze time to do that
เซนไม่ได้ไปก็อย่าเสียใจนะพี่จัดได้ไปอยู่แล้ว
He
เนี่ย
has been such a leader in the server. His speeches, we've all heard them. But really needs to start leading now, showing us what he's good for, grabbing those kills, holding those sights down. You can see right now it's really Neki and Fabian who's carrying off to the victory. Yeah, they've stepped up to the plate. Risen to the occasion here with their lives on the line, of course. One of these teams will be going home at the end of the day. And as it stands, all putting themselves in a prime position on the map of their own choosing. Liquid could very quickly have 3 bodies here. There's a TP available if Camo wants to take it, and 2-3 other players hanging around. Wayne is going to be so late to get here as well. Still, when I look at it, Hazza, it's still the advantage of having those weapons.
See what they can try and set up here. It's a nice nade in the corner from Miniboo to flush out Demo, but just no gunpower, no firepower to clear him out after the fact. So Ulf set up pretty comfortably here in post plant. And Liquid maybe just looking to drop to the spike when all is said and done.
Yeah, seems to be the case, or even try and grab a couple of exits here towards ramp. Alpha looking to try and explore. They have given away Team Liquid. I mean, Spike will explode. It is Ulf's round to get double digits. But yeah, I don't know about that one.
ไม่อีกกี่วันก็50 ละ
Plenty of damage dealt on the Ulf side of things. Purpo walking away
โตกันแล้วบางคนก็อาจจะยังเด็กอยู่ให้เดดแมทให้ DM ไปขอโทษมึงเอาโอ้โหไม่ปลดด้วย
attack side. Now we get to see what improvements Liquid have made coming from that timeout.
จบแล้วลิควิดหลอกเด็กก็ไม่ลอกเนี่ยเอาให้เนี่ยดูดีจับค้างละจับค้างแบบอะไรคิดแผนได้ละเราดู
In terms of having to stick a landing after a timeout,
แต่ Evidence มิน
no round more
แต่
important
Evidence
than
มิน
this for
ตัด
Team
หรอมันเรียกว่ามินเหรอวะ
because then
ถ้าเราโดน
Ulf will be
2-0 น่ะ
on 11 against an eco.
Chance to speak with the coaches as
ว่าไง
well. A point which they really hammered home in the off-season was they felt a lot of success came from their own strategic abilities, but a lack of autonomy at times.
เรา
when
แมตช์
things
พอยต์
got
เรา
rough
พลา
for
ด
the
แมตช์
Liquid
2เราโดน
side.
มันระยำเละ
Scouting around that, who's the one that steps up to the task here and makes the difference and keeps them in this map? Could it be Miniboo? Perhaps. Would it be
ผม
someone
จะข้าวมันไก่มาแล้วอยากกินว่ะ
because
ข้าวมัน
that's
ไก่
where
ทอ
the
ด
spike is headed.
เด็กกินหน้าเหมือนพี่เวงเหรอใช่เหรอ
Brawl. You can already see Camo setting up to escape, and well, Purple would be left all alone if that is the case. But they stand strong, an up-down setup, but it does trade out evenly.
Purple's
ตรง
still
นั้น
here.
ไม่แต่มันมีบางคนนะมันแบบไอ้เหี้ยมันอ่านมันเอามันอ่านแบบขาดอะอย่างนั้นอะ
The spike is backpedaling because Neki is still hanging in mail.
Thought for a minute that's where they would want to go towards B, but
เอฟเอเดนมันชงหมดอยู่แล้วทีมไหนโดนย้ำมันชงหมดเลยไอ้เหี้ยเอฟเอเดนอะจริง
for the captain to move his
ไม่
way
สนว่าอะไรอะ
in
ชง
towards
หมด
heaven.
อะ
Purpo dishing out damage, but still no kill picked up. Ulf getting ever closer to the site, which is stocked with Liquid players.
ไหวไหมเนี่ยคนเดินซ้ายอะไหวไหวไหมไม่ไหว
Ordaz was one bullet away, but can't find it by a whisker.
อยากเห็นพี่ดูแข่งไปกินชาบูไปเหรอเฮ้ยไอเดียดีน้อง
Advantage and well, they have a player advantage now as well.
Yeah, but Neki has been so
เป็นไปเลย
good.
ก็โดนมาเป็นไปเลยก็โดน
12, can he
เป็น
get
ไปเลย
the
ก็โดน
clutch?
โดนมาหมดแล้วอะ
Smoke up in his
Wait,
face.
I don't like this smoke though.
Neki, phantom in hand, looking for a spray down. Wayne and Miniboo crossing back in, finding the opportunity at a first, but Wayne will stamp it out.
ชาบูหน้าโตขอบ
Back in this one. Not the cleanest, but
Let's go Liquid
Hey,
อุ้ยน่ารัก
honestly, it doesn't matter how you win the round, it's if you win the round for Team Liquid. Had to make sure that they are
เหมือนตอนเอฟเอเจอเซต้าตอนแรกชิเนต้าตอนหลังบอกทีม
You
กา
can see right now, Ulf might find themselves in the same position Team
Yeah.
Liquid did in the last. A big swing round to come up now.
Spike plant.
เอาจริงมาสเตอร์แรกใครไม่ได้ไปไม่ค่อยน่าเสียดายหรอถ้าทีมไหนที่แบบว่าเก็บฟอร์มเดิมอ่ะแล้วไม่ได้ไปอ่ะอันนี้น่าเสียดายแต่ทีมไหนที่มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงแล้วไม่ได้ไปอ่ะผมว่าเฉยๆว่ะมีเอซอมไม่โดนปู่ก็ซอมลูกรักก็ดีซอมมันลูกรักก็ดีแบนคืออะไรครับแบนคือแย่งครับโฟเซนช็อปไม่ดีแย่สวัสดีจ้าแมงโก้ดีครับ
ระวังด้วยเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมบิดแล้วบอกพวกเป็นเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมไอแก่หัวถั่วเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมลานบินดาวอังคาร
เราไม่บินขาเป็นไม้ไฟไม่ดับเด็ดไม่ตัดเราก็ยังอยู่ครับ
As we can see already, Ulf now trying to keep Team Liquid posted on the B site.
That bad idea, bro. The stream will make your computer. But actually, bro, Shabu and stream W, bro.
The ult for retake, Purpo, the Nightfall as well. And that's exactly what he will do. Stops Auras from regrouping with the rest of the team, but Ulf will make their way through in passages.
แล้วเบดล่ะครับเบดคือใช้เพื่อนเป็นตัวล่อครับ
So late to support this, so probably looking to
ว่ะมีแมงโก้2คนมาเฮีย
Liquid have these ults for the set retake. Should be favoured to win from this position. Eki playing spoiler, late from main, still checking sewer for a potential flank, but now is when the penny drops and Ulf should know that Liquid are trying to make their way back through. Camo, the furthest player up, looking for a little bit of support, trying to find the first of those engagements, drops the flash, but Stern drops Purpo instead. Numbers now for Ulf, going through the motions. Wayne with three,
what a whiff.
Auras goes one better. He takes his third, and he
stands his ground.
Up to 11. And with that, Team Liquid also don't get the value from their ultimates. It's a massive round to win for the attack, and one that Team Liquid will not be happy with whatsoever. I mean, I don't know what Demo's doing.
NRG2 จะได้ใครครับ NRG ครับ
but overall, it's all about the round.
ผมสงสัยมานานแล้วดิ้งคืออะไรดิ้งตอนเรายิงเข้าหัวแล้วไม่ตายอ่ะแบบ140มันท่อมอ่ะนั่นคือดิ้งครับหัวโยกอ่ะพี่จ้าผมรู้คำศัพท์ภาษาอังกฤษเยอะนะแต่เรียนเป็นประโยคไม่ได้ทำไงดีครับโอ้ต้องอ่านหนังสือเยอะๆวันนี้พี่จ้าพูดจริงนะอ่านหนังสืออ่านข่าวอะไรเงี้ย
นี้เจิม DFM ให้หน่อยเครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยมจะขึ้นเรท 1% เครื่องหมายสี่เหลี่ยม
โทษนะวันนี้กูไม่เล่น 100% ไอ้แบทแมนเพื่อนดริงดื่มไม่ได้ดิ้งก็ไม่มีมึงอยากโดนกูดิ้งมาละโอ้โหหัวโยกเลยนะดิ้งเรียกเด็กนั่งดื่มโอ้โหเป็นพนักงานต้อนรับสู้ๆนะอามี่
That's what it's going to be, and it's fair enough
because that
last round was an important one, and it's one that has also affected the economy.
และคำว่าจัดเบดดิวและจัดยิงไม่ได้หมายความอะไรครับหมายความว่าไม่เป็นความจริงครับ
Really not a pretty picture right now if you're Liquid. It's around here and there for them on this defender's side so far, but this has been the pain point of their last two performances on Split. When you look at the KC game, the Fnatic game,
ไม่ใช่นะครับราชาเบดอ่ะอันนี้ไม่ใช่นะครับ
Just 3 rounds picked
ราชาเบดไม่ใช่ผมนะครับบอกไว้ก่อน
on that half.
จัดมาจำแพ้แมปแรกหรอโอ้ยไม่เอามาต้อง2-0ดีวะเนี่ย
It could be desperation time, right? This is an elimination game.
เมกาวันไหนเมกาพรุ่งนี้
At home, sure, kickoff can be one of trials and tribulations. One where you think to yourself,
แต่ละโซนใช้อุปกรณ์ทุกอย่างเหมือนกันไหมจอเก้าอี้ไม่ครับจอเหมือนกันแล้วแต่เก้าอี้แล้วแต่แบรนด์ครับใครสปอน
from the first 2 games that they've played.
Yeah, and as we know, Liquid made 2 finals last year. One of them
ปั่นไปดูบางไปทั้งกระแสบตา
placed second. They ended up winning stage 2.
Yeah.
แต่ทีมที่ได้ไปมาสเตอร์แรกก็เหมือนได้แต้มแชมเปี้ยนไปก่อนใช่ครับก็แล้วแต่ใครพร้อมกว่าแค่นั้นแหละอันนู้นชินไอเอ็มหมอวายอ่ะ What happened bro
Do those issues persist
กลับไป TikTok วันไหนจะได้ดูคลิปอยากดูคลิปสาวๆไม่ต้องไปซื้อสายหรือซื้อแดกเอาเพิ่มไม่เยอะกูไปอ่านมามันไม่มี IEM ไหนมันยาวเว้ยระหว่างม้ากับพอดชอบดูดไม่ดูดครับ
where they're going to head. I mean, it's not as if Team Liquid don't have anything dangerous.
บอลโลกพิจารณ์เทียร์ทีมอะไรหรออุ้ยยังไม่รู้เลยว่ะบอลโลกอะ
I mean, two of those players we've mentioned, Minibu and Nats, are on the B site or close to it. Demo diving in for info, baits out a lot of utility on the Liquid side, and then here come Ulf, rolling thunder through. First two kills come out, Nats with 3 of his own. Level footing as it stands, Spike can go in, the pit is not going to reach the site. But it's brought a big distraction, an ink cloud, which Nats is looking to use. Through main he'll go, but the counter pit has almost negated its effects fully. Yeah, 100%. This has given a real foundation for this post plant for Ulf.
ไอเดียดีนะแต่
To double up in backside, actually. I don't know if Stern wants to
เขาวันตี
stay
ด้วย
in
อะ
the
ดิ
pit or is just waiting for it to drop here. The toxins should be running out. Yeah, but Odaz is low. Any moment now, and yeah, there you go. In the end, Stern catches Nats out in the open air. A 1 versus 2 for the rookie. Wayne to keep Liquid moving forward. But it's been a real change of the tides. And Ulf are up to 12. One away from taking the first map, their map pick in this series. And a massive map it is because it's one that Team Liquid have always been good at.
นั่นทำเกมแทบ
And you
ตาย
think
โอ้
towards last year and how Nats was able to use the Viper to his
ใช้ตามไอ
advantage.
ดอลมึงไงรู้ไหมใครวะ
So far, I feel as if Nats this year has looked so uncharacteristically unlike himself.
นั่นมาอันตีตรงนั้นทำไมหรอให้เดาว่า
For everything Liquid
โดดลงมาแบบไม่ให้ใครเห็นไง
This is the same composition they were running during the off-season. Here comes Stemmer again, just trying to clear around the corner.
Guess
As he
ใครวะ
recalls
เล่น
back
ไวเปอ
to
ร์เหรอ
the support of his team.
I don't know.
The job is done. Matt still trying to keep things alive here. The beating heart for Liquid, but it's now starting to flatline.
200 IQ เหรอจริงป่ะถ้าสมมติไวเปอร์ไอเนี่ยไม่กดอะแล้วเน็ตอ้อมอะกลัว200 IQ เว้ย
And the players are so ready for it. Wayne gets one back. A chance
แต่พอ
to right his wrongs in the 1v1, but it's Stan's day today. 13-8.
ไอ้ยา
Ulf continue the streak and take split from Liquid. Yeah, I mean, Ulf are really growing into this kickoff, and you can see the team spirit coming through when they are winning. It looks excellent, but it is only map 1. It is Liquid not looking much better there, but we head over to Ginny on the sidelines to catch up with Neki after that result.
Okay, before you run off, really quick question. That was a 23-15 game from you. Absolutely incredible. How are you going to stay calm, collected to make sure that this is only 1 map away from your lower bracket run?
Yeah, we're gonna do lower bracket plan. We are so happy to win this first game. We are excited to next games. After this, we're gonna do the lower run, of course.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go and join the team. Good luck with
เรา
that.
จะ
We're
รับ
gonna be
สาย
doing
ล่า
game
นะ
two.
ผมดีใจที่ชนะแมปแรกแล้วเราก็จะชนะแมปต่อไป Your idol เหรอ Tense เหรอวะ W Tense in the chat bro Tense ไม่เคยอันติอย่างนั้นเถอะโอ้แต้มเท่าไหร่นะมาน้ำจบแล้วเหรออีกเหลืออีกแบบหนึ่งครับเรืออีก1แมปเรืออีก1แบบเป็นนอนไลฟ์พี่จ้าสวัสดีครับโฟเซนชอบเฮ้ยมิลลี่เหรอเฮ้ยเอายังมิลลี่เฉยบนตัวฮุกโกสลีปเย็บว่ะจัดมึนจริงกูมึนแล้วกูไม่รู้ว่ะกูมึนจัดตอนเนี้ยเอาไปบรีสลิควิดเป็นคนเลือกไม่แต่น้องเวนเขาไม่ไหวจริงว่ะอันนี้กูพูดตรงๆนะน้องเขาหลุดไปหน่อยว่ะน้องเวนอะแต่ความคิดของผมนะครับน้องเขาหลุดเกินไปI said I use shoot ear zero โอ้
เพลงใหม่ไทยเทศทีพี่จัส
โอ้ไม่รู้เรื่องแล้วเนี่ยกูเมาแล้วเนี่ยไหนครับรีวิวเพลงใหม่ทีหรอเพลงอะไรนะไทยเทศทีเพลงอะไรวะแชทมีใครรู้จักปะวะ ไม่เพลงใหม่นะน้อง5 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ย อันนี้หรอไฮโตสมิธหรออันไหนอ่ะเปลี่ยนมุมมองปาร์ตี้หน่อยไหมนอนดูแทนหลับจริงนะเว้ยกูบอกไว้ก่อนไฮทศอันนี้ก็คืออันนี้ใช่ไหมล่ะไฮโทสมิธแล้วเพลงไหนเพลงนี้ไหมเนี่ย9 ชั่วโมงที่แล้วอ่ะว่าใช่แหละไม่แล้วกูจะโดนเขาก๊อปปี้ไลท์สไตล์ไหมเนี่ยกูเปิดเพลงไอ้เย้ยแบบนี้มันโดนมาวะจะไม่โดนสไตล์ใช่ป่ะหวังว่าไม่นะเฮียไอสัตว์ไม่รู้ว่ะแต่มันเป็นเพลงอ่ะไม่รู้ว่าเพลงอ่ะโดนก๊อปปี้ไลท์ไม่น่าโดนสไตล์ป่ะแต่เขาเนี่ยจะโดนอะไรหรือเปล่ากูอยากรู้เขาเนี่ยจะโดนอะไรป่าวะผมไม่อยากรู้ว่าวงเขาจะโดนอะไรไหมมันเป็นของแปซิฟิกเลยนะได้เลยเอ้ยส่งเฮียมาเนี่ยเอ้ยไม่น่านะยังไม่เห็นพลาดพิงอะไรแบบพูดลอยๆไม่โดนเลยเนาะเนี่ยน่ากลัวนะเนี่ยกูกลัวกูจะโดนอะไรเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยกูพูดจริง We won the most votes without zero money politics holy shit ถ้าโดนจัดโดนไปด้วยกูไม่เอานะกูกลัวนะเฮ้ยมีใครดูไอช่องนี้บ้างออปติมัมเนี่ยมีใครดูมันปะที่นี่แม่งรีวิวของเดือดจัดอะไอ้นี่มันรีวิวของเดือดจัดอะกูบอกไว้ก่อนออปติมัมพามแต่มันรีวิวของดีจริงนะออปติมัมเทคเนี่ยเดือดแบบกระชาช่องหลักEMEAโคตรบูลลี่เลยมิลลี่เลยว่ะพี่จัดใช่หรอมันบูลลี่อะไรกันน่ะอะไรวะทำไมพี่จัดไม่รู้เรื่องเลยมันเปิดเพลงไม่ใช่หรอ
Yeah, I expect that from my boy Neki, who I picked as my rookie of VCT EMEA. And there's nothing to do with the fact that Salt isn't here.
What is this song?
You just outed yourself.
I mean, I'm just so excited for Salt, man. I'm so excited for this guy.
He's not here yet. But now
ฝรั่งมันฟังไม่รู้เรื่องไง
No, it was very good. And I think that just goes back to that kind of thing where it's like, if he's able to drop bombs, like Wise Nats, you know, is he gonna do one eventually? Like this is the time we're lower bracket, we're about to go out. It's like back to the wall. This is where we expect to.
ช่องมันเดือดจังวะเฮีย
performances from Liquid historically as well when it comes to that lower bracket. They're no strangers to have their backs.
จันว่าไงจ๊ะ
If anything, this is familiar.
บุลลี่ไรเอลมันอะไรของมันก็ไม่รู้เว้ยมันแต่งคำขึ้นมาเองแล้วมันก็พูดเองเนี่ยมันโอเคปะเนี่ยวันอาทิตย์ร้อนตายแน่ๆหรอทำไมอ่ะ
This isn't the same as like they have lost to some teams that they played against some teams that
วงถ้าฉันหายไปแปลว่านอนนะพักผ่อนนะเจแปนไม่เราคือแชทลิควิดเรื่องมันต่อไปยังไงวะ
When it comes to recollecting, getting back into the swing of things, forgetting map
want to
one,
hook go sleep yep bro want to hook อะไรก็ไม่รู้เอลอยู่ดีมันก็บินไว้ไอ้ของมันก็ไม่รู้เอลอ่ะ
I'm sure he's going to be on the
งงกับมัน
stage behind the scenes giving one of those out
literally right now
right now he is
that's his spot to camera just
yeah Team Liquid here I don't expect them to change composition they're going to be running probably the double
let's go Liquid
last map but on Breeze especially I think that
แบบ3หรือไม่ครับแบบ3หรือไม่แชท
so they should be looking okay here.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Breeze, like obviously they managed to get that win against KC. Vitality game, I'm not looking into it too deeply because both teams ended up losing to Vitality. I think we're expecting potentially a double boost on both sides, which I think is going to be intriguing. But in saying that, because it had been so long since Alf has actually played Breeze, I think they've had time to switch things around should they want to. But it looks as though they're still leaning into the double.
2-0 หรอโอ้ยเล่นของนีออนว่ะมินิบูนีออนว่ะอันนี้แพ้ตกรอบครับโอ้ยดับเบิลดูเอลว่ะ
It's a little bit more direct. You're going to get that Neon able to just wall up and just go in aggressively. I think that the Neon
ดับเบิลดูเอลดับเบิลสโมกวันอันนี้
like a substitution for the
ดับเบิลดูเอลเป็นโยรูไอ้โยรูไอ้เวเลนีออนโยรูเวเลไอ้โยรูนีออน what the fuck
wall up and go and that's the same style that they've been running with the breach and what's been working so well for them at the end of this kickoff run
เอาแล้วปลุกกำลังใจแล้วปลุกกำลังใจแล้วเนี่ยปลุกกำลังใจแล้วเนี่ยเอาแล้ว ยังไงเนี่ย
They've decided to opt for a neon
อันนี้ยังไงเนี่ย
That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Mini Boo, I think, especially if we hark back to 2024, I think his neon was phenomenal back then. So Breeze is a map where people are still working out the theory on it.
Want to hook, go sleep, yep, bro.
As well, one of the main things here is that they've switched Purple over to that initiator because he was playing the Jet previously when they had played Breeze. So I think Camo will be on the Yoru is
that was actually something in the green room we were talking about. I was like, Camo's farming on the Yoru here, and maybe we just see it on the Breeze.
Yeah, once again we're seeing Omen for Wayne instead of the Astra as well. So sticking with what they're comfortable with.
แต่มันได้ซ้อมน้อยได้ป่ะใช่ครับมันซ้อมน้อยดิ
their chance to equalize the score.
ส่วนกูไปซ้อมนอนได้ไหมอะตอนเนี้ยอะ
It's just, I'll be honest, like I think losing split there is not.
เบลลูอะไรคือเบลลูเนี่ยเอล
Just eyes on. I don't care about.
เอเซที่เอากลับมามันประมาณกี่บาทหรอแล้วถึงแบ็กออกไม่รู้ว่ะมันขึ้นราคาปะ
I think this is where you really test the resilience of this Team Liquid roster because of the lower bracket runs that they've been able to go on in the past. And when you've got Alf coming out like that and that confidence, you need to be able to bounce back.
Yeah,
1,800ปะวะ
a tactical shooter, so being able to shoot your gun absolutely is necessary. But whether or not Liquid is going to be able to do that as well,
ได้ไหมครับโอ๊ก
Breeze is a
แนท
question
บอก
that
เดี๋ยว
needs to
แม
be
ป
answered.
3-2-1 ตอนเช้าโอ้โห
For Liquid here, can
ไม่
they
2-1 ได้ไหมเล่า
hold on, or is this it? We'll find out with our casters Haza and Cairo.
That is exactly what we're here to find out. A stoic expression.
เดี๋ยวมึงโดนกูซ้อมจนหลับ
as Nats has spent the last 2
อย่าทำร้ายกันเลย
as much as possible. Liquid need their own
ฉันกำลังขอร้อง
this competition. Otherwise, they will crash out.
กูน้อยเนี่ยเฮียเมื่อไหร่จบแวสตัด
Are Ulf the real deal? Or do Liquid have fight back in this one yet?
ฟื้นเจ็บคอจัดอุ้ยหายไวๆนะคะฟุกรอดูตลาดเราไม่ไหวแล้ววางง่วงแล้วแกงง่วงไงแกงง่วงมาครับทุกคนนะครับยินดีต้อนรับสู่แมตช์ที่2ของคู่ที่2นะครับแมตช์นี้ลิควิดเป็นคนเลือกนะอย่าลืมโหวตนะนอน7 โมงไม่เอาแล้ว7 โมงอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยนอนได้แล้ว
losing to
ถอนเร็วตื่นเร็ว
DRX, Paper X, teams which made top 3, even top 1. To fight through middle to start. On the defender's side, Camo gets things going the way that Liquid would have hoped. 2-3 kills from his bandit.
Last player standing.
And with Ordaz left on the other side of the smoke, it might just be the clip of the week. And exactly how Liquid their first pistol to start.
Fantastic way in. Team Liquid already fixing a problem from split, winning a pistol round. They didn't win a single one there. Now get things started off perfectly on this defense, taking off guard. And that's what the young guns need to be aware of.
One enemy remaining.
Good one,
catch the last one there, but that's what the bandit is good for at close range. Deals a lot of damage.
Go, go, go.
And you
พรุ่
can
งนี้
see
ยุโรป
three
ใครเหรอ
rifles brought up on the Liquid side.
ใครที่ชนะวันนี้ไปเจอนาวีกับ
A lot of the
ใจเอ็ก
conversations
อะ
around this team was just about raising the bar professionally as well. And for what it's worth, the players look fairly relaxed, I think, in the downtime between maps. You expect them to bounce back. It's a word we've been throwing around so much, the expectations of this team.
That's what you were hoping for. Ulf's expectations keep growing as well by the way that
Whoa!
Very nice from Nats in the end.
What?
A flawless round of
นี่มัน
4K
คมเลยอะ
But yeah, maybe this is Ulf maybe having a little bit of a stumble in these early few rounds, but they have been getting better and better is the point I was trying to make.
Sure, it is an in-zone flawless for Team Liquid through Nats.
ดูดิมุมคมเลยอ่ะโอ้โห
Those lower expectations, almost, I guess, non-existent in a way for all, considering the double substitution.
EMEA is the only region that has picked Waylay on Breeze so far.
That's an interesting
ยุโรปเป็นโซนเดียวนะที่เลือก Waylay นะครับผม
region to have picked Waylay on Breeze. We spoke about it a bit in the previous map, the solo Waylay. We'd seen teams play it on Bind, Split, amongst a few.
I think,
yeah, Breeze doesn't really feel like a Waylay map, does it?
No, I guess in a way it does, in the fact that like you can see the Waylay dive deeper than that of a Jet. But I think the big thing for me is that it's actually Matt Demmer on the Waylay, and he's picked up the Neon, which is something he's been a lot more comfortable on, right? I always think of him being that Jet, the Rays, the actually the Neon as well.
เอาดี
The other aspect to that, of course, is the Yoru on the side of Liquid, which just feels like the meta duelist to be playing right now, almost as that second initiator. So, makes plenty of sense. Even with a slight change up in the roles, Purpo back on initiator.
Let's go Liquid.
In that one since Focus 2022 would have been.
Throwback.
But with the first minute already taking place, Minibu still eyes on elbow, will be turned to try and deal with Neki here. Sorry, it's just a marshal, but not enough to marshal the situation itself. Ulf let loose onto B site, but wait under wraps.
ดูเข้มขึ้นนะดูเข้มขึ้นนะ
Stun though, still in mid, and that spike in no man's land with little to no time to
ไม่ชอบประตูมิดเลยจักก็ไม่ชอบรู้สึกประตูแปลกใช่ไหม
Stun wrapping around, but Purpo just thinking about it. Looks away for only a moment. Ordaz here to potentially try and recover things. Nat is arriving late from main. Wayne is here as well. And nothing has gotten past him so far with this Guardian. Stern trying to plant inside the orb. But Wayne, Wayne really should have had that one. No time left for Stern to win the round, but he'll wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds for Team Liquid, but still some individual errors coming out. Ulf maybe feeling a little held up just in the end. But hey, listen, overall, it seems like Team Liquid are getting the better run of luck compared to Split.
I mean, I think it's due at this point in time with some of the luck they'd had in previous games, especially the start of that Fnatic match. But speak of individuals, I don't know how that's not hit, by the way.
Is that different error?
No idea.
Speaking
of individuals, it's exactly what the desk were talking about. Just a little bit of shooting the gun, right?
Yeah.
Nats has his moment, Camo, Wayne as well. Exactly what the doctor ordered as far as Liquid are concerned.
And it seems as if this one could be a formality already. Still Ordaz does have the rifle, and both duelists here. And putting Wayne under pressure as that paranoia has gone away into the wind, but the shots of Wayne have not. Team Liquid up to 4.
first couple
กู
rifle
ทีม
rounds.
อะไรไม่ได้
Rain
ตาม
is
แข่ง
looking
นานอาร์เซนชัน
brilliant
ครับ
in
ผมโหดไหม
isolation. I think one of the first
เฉยๆครับ
maps
ไม่
that
ได้
we
โหดมาก
actually saw him level up his game was Breeze. And honestly, yeah, it must be said, right?
เสียดาย
It's
เอา
always
สาม
difficult
14ครับ
switching regions, no less when you don't go into that first official with the team. So more than
They cannot
anything,
come to my side, bro. I'm telling you.
catching up for
โอ้ย
lost
ไม่บอกมา
time,
ไซส์กูไม่ได้หรอกกูบอกมึงไว้เลย
buffing out those stats.
มันเล็งหัวแต่ทำไมไม่ตามมาแค่พอดีอะดิตรงอะ
Miniboo bringing out an operator now in full.
See you tomorrow. Good night,ครับอามี่
Yeah, and this looks like group
See you
one.
tomorrow,
Look at him.
ครับ
He's already through double doors as well. He's making his way up.
เป็น
And
มิด
right
น้องเหรอ
now, the two players towards main are under pressure. Let's just split the focus of this defense fully. Brilliant refract to just get back there. As cornered is Camo. I think he's able to get out in the end there. He is. And with Miniboo finding another as well, it makes its way to a 3-on-3. Yeah, Miniboo still with this operator is going to be a real issue. But Wayne are so good. A nice triple spray down. His Team Liquid Academy are really starting to find their form.
What is going on?
And so is Wayne. He's looking comfortable doing it, even just
What is going on?
laying back in the chair as well as the timeouts queued up early here from ULF. This is the Wayne that we were promised. The one who sat at the top of EWOT's specific scouting list for most of Ascension last year. A real big talent, but we also wanted to see him come out of his shell.
What?
So, you know, let's go and then
ไม่งั้นกับใคร
yeah, 100%. This is what we've been asking of Team Liquid, right?
Batman,
Because they played against that vitality, and it was, you know, close. They looked decent enough, but then as we start to head on, we get further and further through the bracket. I think of that Fnatic match and how the expectation like setback for a lot of talent, a lot of people watching them.
โอ้ยถ้ามันเล่น
Because
ล่าง
right
นี้
now,
ต้องกับ
after
แท็ก
that first map, I'm
โอ้
thinking,
จ
God,
บ
man,
นานแล้ว
Team
บอก
Liquid,
เล
are
ย
you going to crash out this early? Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately
เรา
the
คงได้นอน
golden
กันละ
thread or the yellow
พูด
thread
จริง
in this situation which connects the two teams on Breeze. Both of them played Vitality, both of them lost. The difference being it was by a margin of 7 rounds in which Liquid ended up sort of narrowly being defeated, whereas it was
เกมนี้พี่ชายฝั่งไหนเสียวกว่ากันครับพี่ชายให้ลิควิดไปครับ
very much put behind them. Now the question asked, can they break the
Wait,
ice
make
here
it,
on Breeze more than anything else, get a foot in the door, because as it stands, it's been very slow uptake from some of the same names that helped drive them here with a lead. Yeah, and with ultimates in play, that's really expected.
เราจบคณะอะไรครับเทคโนโลยีสร้างสรรค์ครับ
The tools to do it.
ยูเวนยิงโดนเหรอเนี่ยแป๊บนึง
But
นะ
with the weapons, do you want to invest it? That's the thing. It just doesn't feel like the round. Depends
ไม่
if
มี
they're
อะไร
able
ให้
to find
เติม
a
มี
pick
แต่
here or
เติม
so.
อาหารกับของกินน่ะ
Diving into the molly, it's well placed from Nats. The Hunter's Fury connecting with teammates there. Stern backhandedly struggling to clamber through as Camo is hindered in the ultimate, but eventually is able to collect information on where ULF are setting themselves up here. Yeah, but you've got to look at the flank as well. Look at Miniboo right now. Becky with only one for now, and as you say, Miniboo closing the net from main. Liquid looking to buy him time. It's an op here, so finds the first, but doesn't even need to reposition for the second because Wayne's here again. Another double. Liquid up to 6. I don't like it, mate. I don't like it at all. Fabian using
เฮ้ยว่ะมันยิงโดนนี่ว่า
ultimates on that execute and understand that ULF have got the confidence in the like
เข้าหัวเลยเนี่ยโอวาโลโอ้โห
you kind of are if you're going to use it like your ultimates that way.
What is this game, bro?
We have a lot about these more inexperienced teams, right? Think of Gentlemates last year when they couldn't close out that string of maps so they got up to 12. Sorry to bring it up, Mates fans, but a lot of that came down to not cycling the ultimates correctly.
กลับมาแล้วแชร์ด้วยครับแม่ครับยุกิ
Roll the dice. Oh, didn't win. Roll the dice.
เพราะว่าความน้อยเต็ม10เกิดอะไรขึ้นน่ะ
You know, there comes a point where you got to bank on something, and we'll hear
เวย์มันจะลบสถิติป่าวะ
they do. This is the
เวย์มันมาจากไหนอ่ะมาจากเทียร์2บ้านเราอะโมทีที่อยู่ทีมเรือลุงเจมาผมพี่บอย
Advanced positioning from ULF.
ที่หนูยิงไม่โดนในแรงเป็นเพราะเกมแน่ๆตัดจริงครับพิม
Back outside the boathouse.
แต่มาจากโมทีครับเวย์น่ะ
Wayne, look at where he is, all the way deep in towards main, but the
Fights do go off Wayne, and Wayne is continuing on.
Necky's already spotted this out though, so diligently cleared by him, was just waiting for the support to come through. Defensive rotations have arrived, but ULF can't finish here yet. They need to go back and get the spike. It looks like A is where they'll end up heading, and it's for the better. Not if Stern can't win that fight though.
Yeah, this is getting worried. I mean,
another big 1v1.
Yeah, ULF are allowing Team Liquid a chance here, but the fights have started to go the attacks way. They win out in the end, but I'm left scratching my head.
Yeah, it felt like a real death match that round, but if the Turkish team has anything to say about that, it's going to be a round win, obviously. Of course, I just think, yeah, obviously, the spike dropped back, a little bit sloppy perhaps, but on the whole, the macro was quite nice.
เข้ากันไปแล้วเนี่ยไม่แล้วโอ้ยิงไม่โดนด้วยเมื่อกี้เวเลอ่ะโอ้
Ordaz contacting up a lot of space on A, starting to expose the weaknesses in this Liquid side.
Yeah, and after that last round, Liquid are finding themselves a bit of an expensive buy. They can find this really going the way of ULF on the attack. Both sides with an operator. As Team Liquid now know.
Camo has to be careful here. How is that not being calmed? Feel as if Dema should have been saying to his team that a player had perhaps slotted into the close positioning, but still gets one and gets out.
And I mean, Liquid will be buzzing with that. The fact that they gave nothing away, and now ULF look to re-clear the map, and they've got so much to do in this round.
They have, and Stern's position is duly noted. Wayne trying to cut him out. I believe that is Dema's ultimate actually, and now Miniboo's to go looking through the tunnel. Dema the one leading the line as it stands, but fails to turn the head. Stern gets rewarded, and it has to be Camo. On backside B, Dema chasing him down, threading the needle in and around the side, but Necky dispenses off him, and so numbers in favor of ULF now.
Oh, there is, but Purple's waiting for Nats to try and join up with him, and he's taking his time getting here.
The duo from 2021 trying to make things work in the current year. Pulled back into this lineup against the odds, and now it is only Nats to try and fend off this ULF offensive, which is looking for back-to-back rounds, and as you say, the time simply isn't there. Necky stepping up again, and ULF making it 2 from 2.
Yeah, it's a nice uptick in form, apologies. The fact that they're starting to find weaknesses, starting to actually win their duels, because at the end of the day, that's the big thing about ULF. They have that mechanical firepower, even if it is 2 substitutions.
That's what
you need to see.
ในแรงมันคลิปหมด
That's what it's all about.
มาคือหมดแล้วหรอกูถามแค่นี้ว่าเวนมันหมดแล้วหรอ
Screaming and shouting on the
มันนี่พูไม่เอาอะไรเลย
With every passing round, Dema feels like part of the furniture. That's going to be another in the books for him. That's going down early. Toxic screen lost. Still 2 rifles on this Liquid side.
Yeah, they're going hunting as well. I don't know about this.
Miniboo just on the Sheriff. And as the pistols continue to drop, the rifles are still here. Camo gets 1. Spike drops deep in middle, but ULF don't care. They're winning every duel.
Yeah, it feels as if Team Liquid are continuously picking a fight with a boxer and continuously getting knocked back at the moment. Okay, Purple with a nice shot there, but it is still 3-1.
So maybe we could put the Rocky theme on for this one, Purple.
Well, he's got a long way to climb up.
He does. He does.
Spike planted.
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a difficult task.
Unless he can find the eye of the tiger, the eye of the wolf in this situation, I suppose.
Yeah.
เริ่มมากาวแล้ว
That was so
นายมาเก็ตเขายังตี7 โมงเช้ามั้งครับ
Come on, the standards through the floor.
You're quoting the
situation.
ปั้นอย่างดีเฮีย
The wolf is not going to be winning regardless.
Oh man.
Caro, sometimes I wish I was invisible.
Invisible? Why invisible?
It's another song.
ถ้าทีมลิวแปซิฟิกโดนเล่อ่ะ
All good.
ที่บ้านเราดูโหดกว่าเยอะเลยว่ะ
But here we go. The wolves are howling. ULF have their 3rd now. And Liquid are back to the drawing board. The money not looking too great for them here either.
เริ่มมาอย่างนี้ต้องเริ่มเพราะใครล่ะเริ่มเพราะคนเดียวอะ
Things getting troubling for the defense, and we knew that this could happen at any moment. This is not great. That's not going to fill you with confidence.
โอ้ยกูเป็นปีนบูกูหลอนจัดอะ
As every round goes by, and every round that they win.
อุ้ยยาย
Frustrating signs on the Liquid faces now. Things starting to go against them after what was a very promising start, but again propped up by those individuals. Another one of them here, Wayne, but he's completely overran, and Dema, like a lightning bolt, surges into the site. Miniboo does have an answer, and Purpo will try to find another of his own, but can't in the dark. Miniboo still going here, running through the middle of the site. I don't know, Wolfmeyer thought it was their teammate with those steps up close, but Fabian finds 3 in and amongst it. And another tough pill to swallow for Liquid.
Yeah, Nat's forced to go and save all the way on the other side of the map. It feels like Alpha went, boys, we're playing double duelist. Just hit a side, and they're hitting it with all the might that they've got.
ตีหลุดมันไม่ได้อยู่ดีปะวะรีบเข้าไปอะมันก็ได้ยินอยู่ดีอะ
2 rounds are Alpha, and this is looking excellent. The fact that we've only seen, what, 2 ultimates there in that last round. They've learned from their mistakes where they threw it in on the eco. Fabian still keeps his in his back pocket.
And I think, honestly, this then brings up what I was talking about at the start of the round. The individualistic nature of this current Liquid team that I think we're seeing. That synergy maybe not as built up as you'd expect it to be, because Cairo, they were talking about with the scouting, yeah, we want to get players that can be self-sufficient, but that also comes with things like plan creation. Maybe this team, people have argued, is less vocal than the previous one, and that comes with a whole host of issues itself.
Yeah, and I think that is the big question, right? And a big conversation point within the entire Valorant scene about Nats in his position, right? The fact that he has actually been forced to really call now, like having to take before. He had vocal players like Patty Tech, etc., right, to help him out, but now he has to deal with really this year.
Yeah, and you know, what kind of cost could that have on his individual performance? And you can see it here, the numbers.
เฮ้ยพานามิวมานี่ครับคู่แรกเป็นยังไงหรอคู่แรกเฮลติก 2-1 ครับ
He hadn't previously played much of at all, right? He was always the sentinel on the side.
ยุโรปเขาเสียเปลี่ยนนิดหน่อยเขาก็ถอยไปเซฟแล้วใช่แต่มุมนี้นะมันจริงๆล่าสุดเป็นอะไรวะโดนไอ้นี่อีกแล้วนี่หลุดเกินมาเฮียแม่งเป็นเกย์
in these last couple rounds to see if they can give themselves a real advantage heading into that second half.
Yeah, I mean, not making the most of 6 rounds in a row does feel a little bit tough, a little bit of a tough position to be in.
ยังเจแจไม่ใช่นะครับส่วนยังจัดเป็นเกมอันนี้ก็ไม่จริงนะครับ
Slower start from how Alf had played in the previous, waiting to see what the defense want to do. And so far,
ไอ้จัดไม่รู้นะว่าที่เปลี่ยนเป็นเพราะแบนคงไม่ใช่ว่ะอันเนี้ยไม่ใช่ละ
Oh, Nats. Dangerous game
โดนนะสัตว์
Spike is here. Rotation quickly called though. Supply lines arriving with player numbers, but Nats goes down solo, and still Liquid left waiting for a moment when those individual players drop. Then what is there left behind right now? Ulf just cutting straight through them, one by one. It's almost flawless. And with barely a mark on the record since those first 6 rounds, we might just be heading to another even half.
Yeah, within 1 round, Ulf go. And again, it's the mechanical, it's that how everybody plays off one another. It feels as again that eureka moment coming through. The fact that we're seeing that micro being played off of every single individual showing up when needed. And think about, I go back and think about that timeout that Ulf took, right?
เฮ้ยมันบอกโดนมุกกูอ่านเนี่ยมันบอกเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Since had opportunities to reconnect with the coaching staff. Another A play here.
7-5 กูก็นอนดูทรงยังไงก็นอนแล้วเฮียตอนเนี้ย
That's at the very least hoping it's not an exact repeat of what we've just seen, and it won't be. He does find the opening kill.
and Wayne also TP
มานาฟอร์มดีไหมไม่ครับไม่ดีเลย
Spike in no man's land. This is going to be difficult for Ulf to get back.
Back in a flash.
Fabian actually just dives on in, knows exactly where Nats is, and the refract is perfect as well. Stuck in the corner without support, but eventually get cleared out, and the rest of Liquid arrive on the scene to make sure a 7th can be secured. It's Camo to nail that one on. So at the very least, 2-round advantage. Yeah, I mean the fact that Team Liquid do get to go with an advantage after six rounds.
คำถามคือพอไหมกลัวไหมวะ
Be a little bit of a saving grace, but it feels like they should have done so much better over that first half. Absolutely, and plenty of Liquid fans in the house today that have sort of.
กูท้องเสียว่าพรุ่งนี้มีงานชิบหายแล้วเอาทำไงอ่ะหลักฐานพูดมึงเป็นเกมไม่ได้เป็นครับโอ้ยกูรอว่ะเปิดเสียงนอนฟังมึงแยมแลมละกันคุณนายโบป้าป๋องอยากกินช็อกโกแลตอยากกินคิตแคท
Matt, the casters Laura introduced you. You're a very big Team Liquid fan. I think that's a great way to introduce you. You were here cheering the entire time. Decent start from Team Liquid. Lost the lead a little. How are we feeling?
I mean, first map was a bit unlucky. Now, honestly, 7-5 half. Not the best. I think after that 6-0 start, could have converted more, but we roll with it. Now, just take them up home.
Do we believe?
Super fan.
I believe 100%. I mean, the boys know they have to do it. And we know we have to do it, so I think just win it now.
All right, I think we need to make sure that the players on stage can hear you. So, any chance for Liquid?
Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid! Let's go Liquid!
We're going to be heading back to Casters. Thank you so much. I'm sure that energized them.
Let's go Liquid! เพิ่งเข้ามาจะบอกง่วงงงว่ะโอ้โหมันกี่โมงแล้วตี 4แล้วเนี่ยบิ๊กเซเว่นไหมหรอไหนเขียนอะไรนะเขียนอะไรอ่ะผมเป็นเกย์ครับผมไม่ได้เป็นเกย์ครับรอบชิงจะได้ไปภาคอีกไหมแบบไปดูข้างสนามอีกหรอไม่ชัวร์เลยครับบอกว่านะทำไมมันไม่สัมภาษณ์กูบ้างจะได้พูด let's go ทารอนพักก่อนเลยเฮีย
The pistol rounds that they've been losing out against Ulf.
Weez is only 51% attack sided on kickoff so far in VCT globally this year โอ้ 51% attack ครับ50เลยนี่ว่า
A more attacker-sided map in general, right? We've seen the switch towards the
วันเสาร์มีแข่งมึงมีไม่ถึงวันอาทิตย์อ่ะ
That should mostly be catered
8ปีนี้พี่จะได้ใครเหรอ RQ ครับโหสัตว์
So slow so far on the uptake, Team Liquid.
เวรมาขึ้นลิงมาได้ไงมันโหด
Really haven't been giving them face as far.
ยังแบบนี้มันโหดสัตว์อ่ะแต่มันมีแล้วหล่อนนะ
Back towards tunnel, he won't get found out. Bandit strikes again. That's all the difference right now. Dema, one of his own, also dealing further damage. But all the while, it leaves Ordaz unsupported on B, who's just going to tuck into the corner and buy as much time as he can. Oh, stun. The timing, very, very good for him. And makes them pay, but unfortunately, Nicky can't. Ulf still a player down. And Team Liquid, perhaps, looking to reconsider the options, but stun still towards the other side. Yeah, and holding the crosshair as well. Finds mini boot. Great start. Unfortunately, does do a bit of damage though at the same time. And Demer, obviously, we know can rotate very quickly towards B if needed.
30 seconds
He's starting
left.
to explore that option. A little bit of mid-rounding for the information. Nice shot from Demer. Leaves Ordaz in a 1 versus 2. 20 seconds left. Where are Liquid off to? Looks like the B site. They're walking into trouble here. Yeah, and he's got the perfect off angle. Do Team Liquid clear on the answer? No, the spike on the ground. Oh, Ordaz had to
my, what a throw. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god.
Get the second pistol round win.
ขับรถระหว่างง่วงดีไหมครับมันไม่ควรนะครับ
It comes right down to the
อันตรายนะไม่ใช่แค่ตัวเองแต่คนอื่นด้วยนะ
But the gun goes empty for Ordaz and
ทำอะไรก็ได้ครับอย่าเป็นภาระคนอื่นนะครับไม่มึงกินคนใช่ไหม
So the sheriff initially bought up
หลับก็เจอตื่นก็เจอ
using that to his advantage at the end and can see how frustrated the
บูฟคือทีม
coaches
อะไร
are
ครับ
with
ทีมที่ชนะ
how
เทีย
this
ร์ 2
one
ขึ้นมาครับ
started. Yeah, I mean,
พรุ่งนี้ไม่กล้าดูฟูลเซตเลยดูทีไรแพ้ทุกรอบอ่ะเอ้ยเราต้องส่งกำลังใจส่งแรงเชียร์กองเชียร์ไปให้ถึง4ใช่ไหมล่ะทุกกำลังใจมีค่าครับยืนรอเลยวะ
Just looking to death ball like they normally do. A shooting gallery, one which Team Liquid are happy to play.
หมด
And almost with a flawless round.
หมด
Nice shots from Stun on the Bandit. That makes a little bit of difference here. Still 3 rifles on the Liquid side, which they can bring to the second round.
นอนแล้วจบเกมนี้นอนเหรอ
Third round, I should say. The bonus now.
TL คือทารอนเหรอครับไม่ใช่ครับที่คุยครับ
A real one for them to kick on because I think, look, it's one thing to win the first 6 rounds in the first half. If you can reset and do the same again.
FS เจอใครเจอ DFM ครับ
to say for themselves here. Yeah. So
ผมตื่นมาอ่านหนังสือเอาดีน้องชายเอ้ยสู้ๆนะ
Nearly the bonus buy for Team Liquid. Or the anti-eco buy, apologies. Only one missing purple on that sheriff. And they wait to see if Ulf will take the fight to them. And already we're seeing that space being taken by the defense in the A main position. But
ระ
not
วัง
really
ระวัง
elsewhere
ตัว
on the
ด้
map.
วยพี่จัดเดี๋ยวไม่
It's
ที
nice.
ครับตอน
Fabian
ฟูเซน
can
น่ะเดี๋ยว
dash
ไม่
out
ที
of
ตอน
this
บ่าย
corner
3
with
ครับ
the light speed if he is required. Dema can drop. Well, I was going to say could drop the stun in there. Doesn't have the stun.
ถ้าเราไหวกับฟูเซนไหมก็ทันร้อนกับฟูเซนน่ะไม่ใช่เราวะ
Contacting this with just 2 players. I mean, it's the weak arm of the push. A great opportunity for Ulf to cause an issue. But right now, that spam not really connecting from Team Liquid and they're scared of A main. So right now, Ulf realize, hey, listen, they can come from mid. We need to be careful. And as they do try to cross, a couple bullets connect from the spam. So Ulf now aware of this. And they're grouping up to fight it. Yeah, right now it's all about the position of Stun. Just on the off angles, the players try to entry through. But Team Liquid, they've found a gap all the way towards top mid. 2 players in the corner here. Dema dealing a bit of damage. Do they expect Fabian? Or does he go overlooked? Good for the first. Nothing further. And so only Neki to shoulder the burden of this A-hold. He has a recon in pocket and a screen to try and play around from Nats. But the spike will go in. His hands are busy. The stun. All she wrote in the end. Full stun stepping up to make it a 2-on-2. Still Nats close by after planting. But Wayne lining them up and connecting onto both. In double digits phone, Team Liquid converting the bonus round will really push a massive gap.
เพื่อเป็นไปได้จะตู้ติดไหมครับก่อนจะทีวันเหรอ
Remember, they weren't able to even the round count in that first half. So even if we did see Ulf come back into this, we need to see a big performance from the defense.
วินนี้เล่นละเอียดจริงอันนี้ให้เลยวินเนี้ยเล่นสวยจัดอ่ะ
The streaks that they've been able to start
ดูมาดูให้จบ
with
เหมือน
have
กัน
made
เลย
all the difference
ดูแล้วต้องดูให้หมด
in
ไม่
that
มีนะครับ
momentum swing and keeping themselves on the right side of the round history. Ulf back to pistols and I guess this is really a test of their mettle. Do they have what it takes, the tenacity to dig in here and find a way back into the game?
Tenacity, whoa, shout out,
possibility of an 11th liquid round and what goes beyond that? Pearl, historically not a good liquid map, but one that we've not seen this Ulf team play. Yeah, what do they have in store for us as we head towards it? If we do head towards
ไม่รู้เลยว่ะดูน่ากลัวนะ
Right now, Team Liquid Academy.
Let's go Liquid, no, let's go sleep, yes.
The muscle memory kicked in. Yeah, oh my god, man. I'm heading towards
ตีเหลือว้าวสุดจัดอ่ะ
Neki lies in way. Oh my god. Site cleared out though. Liquid able to set up here. And how does the post plant look? Couple of players
Viral ใครชนะครับ
moving up towards orange. Crossfire held on double doors and well, Stun is going to get one. There's a flank happening in the meantime. Whoa, what a shot from Ordaz. That makes things interesting now. Yeah, but it's only an outlaw and right now Team Liquid Academy have control of everything that they could want. Yeah, win another one back. Liquid. Just not letting anything get past. Ordaz needs to do something impossible at this point in time. They have their 11th as expected. But now we look towards ULF again to see what they can do to keep this one alive.
พอดีกินไปแล้วเลย
I mean, we're really starting to see Team Liquid take control. This was a map that never went well for ULF when
เนี่ย
they
ก็
played
ดูด
it
มาก็ดูด
against
ไม่ใช่นะครับ
Vitality,
ไม่มี
as we
นะครับ
all know. And it looks like it could be the same case here as we head onto it against Team Liquid. The fact that when it comes down to the, I guess like even, I think of Breeze as like such an angel-heavy map, and so uncharacteristic that we're seeing ULF lose out these duels. I mean, look at Audaz and Neki, they're on single digits. I think at the same time, it's been out of the map for so long and so heavily reworked now. That I guess just in terms of the practice time that the teams have had, it's different, right? You look at even Turkey and then you compare it to Pearl, for example. Pearl was sort of in and out of the map since stage 2 is when it left last year. So towards their ascension push, at the very least, there was some playtime there, whereas Breeze is completely different. And as you say, while there was promise in their attack side, the fact that it took so long for them to get started now really puts them on the back foot. Heading into this second half where Liquid are starting to rise to the bar, to the occasion, to the level that you really demand of them. I mean, you think towards yesterday and watching Vitality play this map, they showed you, right, this is what aggression looks like on the defense, whereas I feel as if for ULF, they don't know what the measure of like aggression really is on this map, and that's why they're struggling with the double duelist.
On the way!
It looks as if Liquid have an idea of showing aggression here. Comp also in the ways that it is different.
ดูแมป3ให้ดู
Space challenges it.
นิมิตคืออะไรจังกูไม่รู้อะไรคือนิมิต
It's the hinder dropped into the main choke as Fabian's trying to
ทำให้อ่าน
read
เกม
his
เก่ง
position.
ขึ้นหรอดูแข่งบ่อยๆช่วยได้ครับ
Work to do and can only walk away with one, which won't be enough as it stands. Override position. Liquid continuing to light up the feed. With 12 rounds calling their name.
Planted.
More likely than not calling to save. Yeah, you would expect that to be the case after timeout. Team Liquid come out on top.
เป็นแข่งวันไหนวันนี้ครับบ่าย
3 thinking Team Liquid now on map point. Why would you even risk any of your investments from this round? You have some good ultimates in the next. The fact that there's the operator in play as well.
Imagination kind of like that.
Ones that they've already made a decision.
คือแบบภาพที่เราคิดขึ้นมาเองเหรอ
Yeah, I mean, with Liquid in previous weeks,
Moment
what we were saying was that they were doing the right things, but maybe the execution wasn't there.
ก็คล้ายๆเดจาวูว่าอย่างงี้ป่ะ
This second half of Breeze, it's looking much more efficient with the utility
ก็คล้ายๆเดจา
usage.
วูเท่อยู่นะเว้ย
The players
กูรู้สึกว่าบางทีกูเห็นอนาคตได้เพราะเดจาวู
And I think as well, like the thing for Liquid is they'll gain confidence in their map that they can do this, right? Because after that first half, I was thinking to myself, right, oh, you had a great start, but you're really letting this slip. Like, is that going to be the personality, the view that we're going to have of this team? That they can finish out maps. Almost similar to how we were speaking about Gentlemates previously, right? Not as bad as that. Not as bad.
แกผู้ปฏิบัตินั้นอันเกิดแต่ใจหรือสัญญาของนักปฏิบัติโอ้โหเอลมึงคนดีขนาดมึงเก่งขนาดนั้นเลยวะ
Last chance for ULF on this round. Couple ults to try and play around with.
เอาดีทำนายหวยได้ดี
Another B hold which they must surmount to.
เวลาเขาเกมภาษาอังกฤษมันติดอยู่ในหัวพูดไม่ออกเวลาเล่นแรงหรอพูดไปเด้อเดี๋ยวเพื่อนเข้าใจเอง 1A 1B อะไรเงี้ย
Team Liquid look to remove ULF from Breeze and send us all the way to Pearl, keeping themselves with just a man advantage. That could quickly slip as the players of ULF are starting to get into position. Yeah, Dema wrapping behind it, sort of lives and dies on him finding success here. Has the first, has the second. Dema still going, ult in play. ULF might still be breathing here. Yeah, the pulse could still be going, but the swing round, Team Liquid looking to get this done. It's up to Neki, but a jump up will beat his execution.
Let's go, Liquid.
Team Liquid will send us to map 3.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to say that looked much better. Nat's getting the better of that. Pre-game speech, carrying the momentum from the end of the first half into the second, and with
เติม3เว้ยไอ้เหี้ยมาน้ำเครื่องติดแล้วว่ะถ้ากูจะถามว่ามันจะกาวหรือไม่กาวก็ตอนนี้แหละถามแต่จ้าครึ่งจะดับเหรอ
Hey! Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
อยากกินช็อกโกแลตอยากกินช็อกโกแลตอยากกินช็อกโกแลต I'm about to sleep คุณนายนะเจแปน
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Have a break Have a Kit Kat
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Let's go liquid ต่อหรือนอนดีจัดต่อดีวะเฮียเกมมันยังไม่จบมึงจะไปนอนได้ไงวะในตู้เย็นมีทองหยอดเอาไหมเอา VCT EMEA มันคือโซนไหนล่ะครับยุโรปครับอยากเห็นแอรอนกลับมายากเลยเทสไม่ผ่านถ้าใครที่เทสไม่ผ่านหลังๆจะบอกว่ายากมากครับในความคิดผมนะเปิดบทแป๊บกูอยากได้ของกินว่ะกินอะไรดีวะกูไม่มีอะไรกินเลยอะทำยังไงดีทำยังไงดีทำยังไงดีทำน้ำหนักไงดีเปิดลิงก์กูจ้าเปิดลิงก์กูเหรอ
จะชอบผู้ชายหรือผู้ชายครับ
กูชอบผู้หญิงครับเอ้ยชอบผู้ชายอะไรเราเปิดลิงก์กูคืออะไรอ่ะอันนี้คืออะไรอ่ะทองอ่ะทองอะไรอ่ะเหมือนตัวมึงมากมันเหมือนกูยังไงวะเปลี่ยนชื่อ Twitch ไม่ได้เพิ่งเปลี่ยนไปหรือเปล่าเวลาสั่งโรตีไหนเวลานี้สั่งโรตีไหนได้บ้างจัดโอ้สั่งกูไหมเปเปอร์เล็กเท็กเจอร์โอ้โหน้องยากเหี้ยเนี่ยSmoking a wish is always bizarre. แมปท้ายมาเอาให้มันจบเอาให้มันจบแล้วนะมันเขียน you can only modify the capitalization of your display name แปลกๆมันคือ Ferrero Rocher กูอยากกินนะกูอยากกินช็อกโกแลตอ่ะกูอยากกินช็อกโกแลตอ่ะกูพูดจริง Black Thunder Go Find It Kit Katโอ้เซเว่นบ้านกูแม่งไกลจัดอ่ะแชทเซเว่นบ้านกูแม่งเป็นกิโลอ่ะเยี่ยกูอยู่ในป่าอยู่ในหุบเขาว่ะอีเหี้ยช็อกโกแลตมิสเตอร์บีดแม่ง200 กว่าบาทอ่ะช็อกโกแลตมิสเตอร์บีดไอ้เหี้ยสแกมกูบอกเลยเวอร์เอากูจริงสั่งแอปบอกเวลานี้กูจะมาส่งอะดิเซเว่นนะเพื่อเข้าไปหาแบบกูไม่ได้กินอีกปะวะไม่ไหวแล้วเคี้ยวกูตายว่ะ
compositional changes come out as well. I think something that we were kind of highlighting, especially throughout today, was when
ใช้สกิลไม่หนุกเหมือนแต่ก่อนนะมันเน้นยิงครับ
has kind of
มัน
changed
น้อยลง
across
เพราะ
the first
กู
two
ดาว
maps.
มานาน
We
ขึ้น
expect more of an Astra, but seeing him on this Omen has clearly been great for the team
100
in
เซ
terms
เว่น
of
เข้าแล้ว
comfortability,
คือ
like
ไง
we've
นะ
just spoken about.
Yeah, and I said this map for me was not really about the theory, it's just whether Team Nick are going to start shooting their gun, and they did.
Yeah, respectfully. I mean, 335 ACS for Camo.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Higher than 300.
เซเว่นเข้าแล้ว เซเว่นมันมีอะไรด้วยวะไอ้
Exactly,
อะไรอะ
that's
มอน
the
เตอร์
number
มอนเตอร์
you
เอ
were
เน
looking
จี
for.
ด้วย
So
ฮะ
like exceeding expectations,
แล้วมันก็
which
มี
is a
อะไร
great place to
พ
be
ง
because this
พา
is what
มี
we
พาม
needed
อะ
from Team Liquid for them to
มีพาม
at
เหรอ
least have, you know, some fight in this game. Because it would be very unfortunate to go out as an O2 in the lower bracket.
It feels crazy that you're saying that about Team Liquid because
I
like,
know, right? But like, this is the timeline that
สั่ง
we live
ถึง
in.
100 บาท เซ
exactly.
เว่นมา
But
ส่งก็ไม่ทัน
I'm glad that they were able to bounce back on that second map because it would have been really unfortunate for them
เฮ้ยงั้นเดี๋ยว
to
กูมา
finish
กู
their
ไป
kickoff
ไปหา
journey
กิน
so
แป๊บ
early
แป๊บ
when
นึง
we
เดี๋ยวมา
consider that
ไม่ไหว
this is a champs team that Ulf were playing up against. Let's not forget Ulf came from Ascension into VCT and they're managing to go toe to toe with the team that went to champs, albeit a different roster. But yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I think Haz and Kara said it best. It's like they're playing against they're a champs team who are now playing against an Ascension team who've got 2 subs. So like that second map is the kind of performance that you expect through the whole series, and you hope that that's the case for map 3. To be honest with you.
Yep, absolutely. But Wayne was one of the players that we highlighted coming into this map in regards to what we're expecting from him. He did say we're going to see some hero plays from him individually, and I feel like he did live up to that promise.
Wayne's World, I love that title so much. Yeah, I think it does just come back to moving from that Astra onto the Omen.
Yeah. A little mistake there in the lower third, but it's all good. Wayne's World is good enough for me to ignore it. Yeah, no, it was beautiful. Honestly, those shots, the Guardian clip at the start there, it was just see, honestly, like he's a player
Bro,
that
they cannot come to my side, bro. I'm telling you.
no access to Wayne's side or something.
Yeah, no access to Wayne's side.
Yeah, like a player who came over from APAC, tier 2 player. Like I didn't expect him to immediately just be popping off, and so I like to see that. You know, he's having his moments, you know.
Yeah, he's flourishing in this roster, and that's what we need to see from them. And also coming back to the conversation from kickoff, him not being here from the start, there being 3 different brackets, it does make things a little bit more peculiar. But to see him stepping up to the plate in this game specifically when he really needs to is a good sign for Liquid. And moving forward, this is what we want to see. Also want to say, like Ulf, obviously that first map, phenomenal. They really put forward a performance. What went wrong here?
What went wrong here for Ulf? Honestly, I think that Breeze is a map in which they just don't look that comfortable on, which is surprising because it's a map where you can play very direct and fast. I think that Demur especially didn't feel like he was able to spearhead that space on the Neon very well. Yeah, I think it's just like they seem much more comfortable on the maps where, ironically, a breach is in play, despite the fact that hesitations around how nerfed that agent is right now. So yeah, it feels like the breach maps are the ones where maybe they feel more comfortable in that death ball, and Dimmer, especially on the duelist, thrives a little bit more usually.
I think as well on this Breeze, it was very difficult for them to build up any sort of momentum, right? To actually be able to get themselves into the game. I think we saw glimmers of hope from Demure throughout the map when he was opping on attack in particular. I think like we saw some moments where he was trying to get activated, but I think that's just been one of the issues today for Demure, is that he's just not been able to get activated. Whereas in the last series that they played, we were praising him in the pre-show.
Yeah, I think that coming to kickoff, he, you know, was struggling a little bit, and then last week it looked like there was like a complete switch in his attitude and his kind of performance. But today is going back to that initial kind of lower performances, and if they want to win, if they want to go on a lower bracket 1 or even win today, he needs to be putting up better numbers, in my opinion.
Yeah, comparing Demure as well to Camo specifically from the side of Team Liquid is something that we want to do just to highlight a little bit of that discrepancy from map 1 to map 2.
Yeah, I think for Camo, he's having a really great performance so far. The consistency is definitely there. We've obviously seen him play Yoru across these first 2 maps. A bit of a composition change for Team Liquid, considering that it was Purple and Miniboo that were playing the double duelist on Breeze previously. I think for us now, it's just a question of, do they carry this through into the Peril? Because this is another map where Team Liquid do lean into that double duelist composition, but we don't see Camo on the duelist. So interested to see if they continue to lean into that.
Yeah, I think that one thing to note there is that like he's on the Yoru, and I think Yoru is just the strongest duelist still, and the teams that are being very successful in those upper brackets of EMEA right now are the ones that have very strong Yoru players just playing every single map. I think going forward for Team Liquid, after seeing how good Camo has been on that Yoru, I just keep him on it as much as humanly possible.
And that's absolutely fair. And if I remember correctly, off the top of my head, Corrode is next.
Pearl is next.
Pearl. Close enough.
All good.
We're testing my memory here. A bit of a goldfish every now and then. But Pearl, then. Yoru and Pearl, that what we want to see still?
Absolutely, and I hope it is Camo.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Miniboo can still be a good Yoru, but I think in terms of what angle did they go? I believe it was the waylay that they were playing on.
เอาอะไรมาเอาโดนิโทนมา
So yeah, I think in terms of Mini Boo's agent pool, he'd still be able to play the waylay so that Camel could go onto the Aura. So it completely makes sense.
All right, so looking at compositions in general for Ulf then as well when it comes to Pearl, what are our expectations here?
It's very difficult because, as I said before, the Breach seems to be their most comfortable style, and Pearl is a map where Breach isn't very popular and hasn't been for years. So I really will try and run. Probable, I'd say. But so far,
ไหนช็อกโกแลตไม่มีอ่ะช็อกโกแลตอ่ะหมดแล้ว
Yeah, I think when it comes to Ulf, it is a question of moving into that double duelist, right? I think that Fabian, in my opinion, has looked better or more comfortable on the Breach than the waylay performances that we've seen so far. I guess for me, I just want to see them come out swinging in the way that they did.
ไม่เคยกินนะ 3D อ่ะเคยกินแต่ธรรมดาเนี่ย
I think in terms of what agents they're going to play, I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Yeah, and just like that snap of the finger,
Chamber
ready. I mean, there's a brimstone from side of Liquid, and the double duelist too.
เอาไหมแบ่ง
Yeah, but my eyes are drawn straight to Ulf here with the chamber. We're going to see double initiator, so Fabian's going to be on some comfort there. But Stern on the chamber is very interesting. Another player, you know, substitute player who hasn't quite had one of those pop-off games yet, and this is, I mean, it's do or die. Like, he's on chamber. This is the time to step up and do something.
Definitely. I think as well, when I'm looking at Team Liquid's side, they haven't changed anything, right? They're running the same composition that they ran when Kick subbed in. It was him playing the Brimstone. I don't like this composition. I think when they move over onto that attack, they're going to really struggle to isolate Stern on the chamber, especially that B long space where he's going to be propped up with an operator.
I hope Ulf have done their homework here because I really didn't like the way Team Liquid played their defense last time. It's extremely passive and they give up a lot of control, especially in the center of the map. So Ulf have done their homework,
มันจบแล้วนี่ทำไมวันนี้นาน
to abuse against Team Liquid here.
มาเล่น6แมปอ่ะมีคนในโดยโทษที่ให้ตะกี้ฮะ
I guess I'll ask you two then on the desk here with your predictions in regards to, because again, do or die. This is it. You win this match, you continue, and you stay alive in this lower bracket. You lose this, you are done until stage 1.
I genuinely think that Ulf have the potential to cause an upset here.
Of course, I just think that if Team Liquid lose, then it's, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
I think that's fair. An expectation.
I mean, they have to win this game. Like they should win this map.
Well, you heard it here, Billy. They have to win this map. Do you?
แมป2ไงจะน้ำลิควิดครับนั่นคือช็อกโกแลตหรอมันหมดแล้วว่าไม่มีช็อกโกแลตที่บ้านนะมีแต่เนี่ย
These names, you
อยากกินช็อกโกแลตอ่ะ
going up against an Ulf Esports that don't have their full roster that will buy.
That came from Ascension.
They came from Ascension. They'll have their full roster back together.
จะเริ่มพักอะไรอ่ะจะเริ่มพี่เต้เนี่ยจะไปเป็นไดโนเสาร์ว่ะแล้วจะออกไปนอกอวกาศ
Great question. And with their backs against the walls for both of these rosters, one more time here in kickoff. One of these teams will be able to head onto the server as the other continues their lower bracket run. Liquid against Ulf with our casters. How
Yeah, should is a fun word because it means that something doesn't always happen. And this Ulf team have shown us in spells what the potential looks like. As have Liquid. That last map just lingers on your mind. Is there a way that they can dig back into that well of talent and provide another result? Because this is a funny one, Cairo. That win against Vitality on Pearl the other week, the first win on Pearl the organization has ever picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't strike you with a lot of hope when you consider that, but trajectory. But the one thing that you have to consider is that Ulf have not played this map. They've not shown what they can do, and that's the worrying part. Because Team Liquid are so good at prep.
Exactly. I mean.
แมปดูได้ของเช้านี้นะครับอย่าลืมบวกกันด้วยนะ
I think his first official on it
1-1 เท่ากัน
last year or something. And the Vitality result is promising, as is Miniboo finding this opening pick on the defender's side. Ulf heading A, and they are going to be able to get the plant down in the open behind these nanos.
Yeah,
that's a huge reveal.
And it's even better from the rest of Team Liquid as they get those pistols firing. They've not lost a pistol round since split.
Let's go Liquid.
Flawless.
เพราะแค่บิดคนดูก็แน่นอนแล้วกูไม่บิดอ่ะดิกูคนไม่บิดอ่ะดิ
You want to find lift off here. Huge opportunity. I mean, not only did they win both of the pistol rounds in the previous, you have to remember they converted both of the bonus rounds as well. So I think we'll be keeping a key eye on see how this one
Nice, good job.
develops. and
Nice, good, nice.
if
ไปแล้ว
it's
จ้า
gonna
คุณ
be
นายเอ
as
ล
clean
เจอ
as
กัน
the
นะ
floors that we've just seen.
เป็นห่วงนะทุกคน
Reminder for those watching at home, the
พอ
winner
พี่
of
กิน
this
ไม่หยุด
up
ไง
against
ใน
a
ใจลิควิด
GX
กลายเป็น
side
FF
tomorrow, which of course will have plenty to work on themselves.
A-Main completely been given up by Team Liquid, not wanting to challenge that at all. And as Minnie was talking about on the desk, that mid portion of the map completely given up. Only really Nats
ไม่น่าเกี่ยวกับพี่นะ
down and is
สกอร์หนึ่งครับตอนเนี้ยแมปสามแล้วเนี่ยแมปท้ายแล้ว
the map. The rest of the pack are looking to hunt for these ultimate orbs.
Really nice area of the map for Stern to try and work as well. Has the TP, of course, to be looking for these engagements, but actually Liquid back off completely. Just trying to fight through B. Miniboo, another opening pick, gets out of dodge, healthy, and good enough to find the second.
And it is just still waiting on Stern moving here, but all he's done is really break the turret. It's sure shifted the focus, but at the same time, Miniboo actually being left all alone. And it is a little bit expensive all in because of Odaz, but at the same time, now we look at Stern.
We don't get a look at him for very long. Liquid cleaning up in the air.
คู่แรกใครชนะเอเดติกครับคู่แรกอะ
Majority
2-1
of
เอ
the
เดติก
weapons. Couple Guardians and Marshall, not too much to write home about, but still an opportunity nonetheless for them to keep this snowball rolling.
I like the ideas that all
มันหมดอีก
putting
เราเว้ย
forward though in
มา
terms of like how they're using the pack to distract while Stun gets played in. We'll see if this continues on though, and see if Ulf want to explore that mid portion further. The 4 players on A for Team Liquid as they look to try and challenge this.
Yeah, you can see the TP from Stern is set up on B this time. Takes a chunk of damage from Nats, and I don't know, must have spotted the head there. I thought for a second he'd caught Stern through the wall.
ไอเวย์มันเก่งกว่าไมค์บีหรอวะตอนเฮดว่าให้มึงไม่เป็นไม่ได้หรอกจะเป็นอย่างเงี้ย
With no way out, has to win his duel and cannot. So with that, we're equal, and maybe one better through Neki.
Yeah, I have to say, Miniboo, well, it looks a little dodgy from his perspective there, just
ไม่มีทางว่ะ
expecting that second player to be walking
คนไหน
down
ที่เป็นลูก
B
ครึ่ง
when
ไท
you
ยนะครับ
often see
อี
that
โก้
solo
ครับอยู่ส่วนอเมริ
sentinel
กา
of the
ครับตอน
chamber
เนี้ย
hunting for an early pick. Now a lot of pressure put onto Nats in this position. Choked out from either side, has to try and find a way to fight, and looks like he is just going to back up for good.
Yeah, I mean, information known because of the owl drone.
What?
Trying to play forward here. Still does get one. Marshall in hand. Needs to hit the head and cannot. Can't even connect a bullet. So Spike down. But look at Wayne. Able to escape into the site, but won't be able to escape with his life. Camel gone as well. As Ulf get their first of peril.
สามแมปทุกคู่เลยนี่หว่าว่ะ
Huge 3K
วันนี้
from him
สามแมปทุกคู่เลยนะ
All
ที่เราดู
started
อ่ะ
with that slow walk up B behind
แต่ไม่เป็นไร
Stern,
เพราะ
interrupting
กู
the
ดู
play
ร้อยอยู่
patterns. Here it is. Oh my god.
โอ้โหมันยิงได้ด้วยเหรอแมปมุมนั้นอ่ะ
The pixel on the top of his head there. Stern a little frustrated perhaps with
โม
how that
โม
one
ไม่โม
worked out,
พูด
but
ความ
in
จ
the
ริง
end, the captain puts them back on track.
Yeah, and the old boys getting fired up once again. Same challenge in A main through the fade, but this time not through the C's.
เราเปิดตลาดมืดเลยมันไม่ไหวนะนอนเถอะแต่ไม่ตื่นนะเพิ่งตื่นยังไม่จบอีกหรอยังนะครับแมปท้ายแล้วท็อป
Created a foundation.
Morning,
here.
Abom.
A main control. Oh no, Miniboo's not been spotted. Actually, he's just going to pass Stern by. Neither of them. Why is it put a trademark at his feet?
What the fuck?
And goodbye to Miniboo.
Oh no.
Doubling down on this, Liquid getting aggressive through multiple avenues on the map, and all come out on top.
พรุ่งนี้ใบสามไหมพรุ่งนี้ใบสาม
Utility questionable from Team Liquid.
ที่เอลทารอนที่เอลทารอน
Talk later on as the round continues, and Ulf look to. I thought for a minute really go through art, but that's not the case. You can already see the players through B main looking to scale. Neki being so far up might catch Nats off guard though.
He still has the alarm bot on the Nano to try and play off of here. No shocks left for
He's
Neki.
all alone.
Knife goes over the top. In fact, it's just a flash, so Nats undetected for the time being. Finds his first. Chance of the second. Waiting for that underhand flash. And instead, he just eats the wall and all find the site.
very nicely done. Ulf playing with the numbers that they have. And Team Liquid, I think the towel has already been thrown in. As you can see, Purple running away. Camel with a bulldog though.
Yeah, wants to recover that up. That has to be number one priority here for Liquid to try and save face. The difference is this time from the last map is Ulf get in early. So a couple of real important rounds for them now, doubled up. Liquid just about in there financially.
ULDD มันจะหามาทำไม
It can maybe buy
เอา
around
กับ
what
เอ็นดีโอ
they've
โดน
got
กับ
here,
ULDD
but
อ่ะ
it's still not going to be
ไม่เอา
the
หรอ
full picture.
Yeah, I mean,
ULDD
they'll
ก็
get
ไม่ได้ยิงได้
challenged,
2-3
but it
ตั
won't
ว
be like what you would normally expect on a rifle round. But the thing that will probably like kind of tip the scales in Ulf's favour is they're first to the ultimate cycle, right? In terms of you can see that Neki has that Hunter's Fury as well. There is a
ได้ดู3 แมตช์
lockdown one away
คู่เลย
from
วันนี้
that,
3 แมตช์
but
คู่เลยครับวันนี้
that's insane.
Don't
You're
see
fat,
that every
yeah.
day.
Bye, bye.
I think the more worrying thing was the A main, like with the Prowler, and the fact that there was nobody identified on box.
มาว่ะ
I think while we're on this sort of topic as the operator is kept with Miniboo as well, it's interesting that he's the one who's using it, because obviously in this composition you have the Waylay who with a refract is really good at taking the space, getting on a line and then having that safety net dropping back. I guess at the same time rotation speed on the Yoru is really great to just be such an omnipresent issue. It's just about
ไม่เสื้อมันไม่เหมือนกันวะในแบ็คกราวด์อ่ะไม่เข้าใจเพราะอะไรวะ
Yeah, they do, and I mean players who are comfortable with the op, and it's difficult to try and set up sometimes.
Not every duelist player is an op player, right?
Yeah, I mean, in my head, I don't really think of Miniboot as an operator player. I always think of his rifle work, especially on that Neon during that meta.
I think that's another reason why we saw the Heretics team be so successful when he was part of it, because he's such a selfless
ว่ามานามันจนไปเท่าไหร่วะแชทตอนฮอนด้ามันไม่เป็นสปอนแล้วอ่ะ
go in, get his one, and then the rest of the team played off
ก็
that.
ตังค์มันน่าเสียไปเยอะเนาะ
A bit of a system issue.
ฮอนด้าไม่เป็นสปอนอ่ะ
Work someone in like Comeback, who is an op player by trade, absolutely.
เตรียมมาน้ำที่มีฮอนด้าไม่แปลกจัดเลยวะ
Not right now from what we've seen as they stay alive in the lower bracket
เหี้ย
result earlier today.
ศาสนาหรือเปล่าเว็บเสี่ยงดวงเว็บเสี่ยงดวงศาสนาหรือเปล่าเพราะคนเดียวเยี่ยเพราะคนเดียวโดนหอสปอนน่ะเว้ยไม่มีโลโก้ฮอนด้าแล้วมันแปลกเฮ้ย
There it goes.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but hey, listen, that's sometimes the way it goes. But
กูถามจริง
funny that I've been
เฮ้ยกูถามจริงอันเนี้ย
looking in. We're speaking about difficulties. Do you know what's really difficult?
No, Cara, what is really difficult?
Saying Ulf twice. You ever tried it?
No, I'm not falling for that.
Yo.
Come on, with you, man. This guy's been going around the green room all day.
ภาวนาแล้วเนี่ย
People for content.
Man, it's what?
For your little TikTok videos.
Just play it. I just wanted you.
I don't know. Why don't you say Purpo burglar alarm for us?
Purple.
ของใครเนี่ย
How about you say
it's the color of the player?
Yeah. See, how about you say Ulf twice then?
ของน้องเวนเหรอหรือมินิบูวะ
If one of the players does it, then I'll do it.
ของมินิบู
No, I'm not buying into your games. Not yet. We'll see how long this tech pause goes for.
ลุกไปเข้าห้องน้ำเมื่อกี้ตะกี้เผลอสะดุกปักเขาพิมพ์ใช่ไหมเนี่ย เมาส์มีปัญหา
These young guns, in terms of like how they've come in here, right? And we look at this game, this Team Liquid game, the fact that they've got to map 3. How do they start to measure in your expectations as coming into this?
ผมแม่งฟุ้งนอนเลยเนี่ยมันง่วงนอนจัดอะ
Obviously, kickoff is a bit of a one-off. It's basically them getting acclimatized to the league.
แบบนี้ใครอ่ะผมไม่ลิควิดไปว่ะ
As if like so far, I think they look pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, I mean, they look about as good as you expect them to, right? With 2 subs. Like, this is what Mini mentioned on the desk there as well, that this Liquid team has championship
ของมัน4 ทุ่มเตี้ยของเราตีอีเหี้ย
those big events at least by the end of the year. That's sort of the goal that you set, right?
Okay.
Whereas Ulf here, it's like
ขี้โมจัดอีกกูขี้โมอีกกูยังไม่พูดเลยเพื่อน
like Stern and Dema, for example, right? They don't know how much longer they're necessarily going to get. So for them, that is a completely different opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I necessarily buy into the Team Liquid like championship / like internationals.
ตะกี้ไปแอบดูดมาแล้วไม่ได้ดู
You think of like what has every player been able to achieve, right? And I think of like obviously Miniboo, Nats, and Camo. They're the ones who have been able to achieve the highest, right? Being able to attend champions events, etc. I think my biggest question marks for me is more like Wayne and Purple. And what they were able to come in. But the real
เอาดี
problem that I have with this roster is how much they're forcing the
อันนี้คืออะไรวะแฮทให้แบบอยู่ในไอ้นี่ไว้หรอ
pickup of duelists. It reminds me so much of that Giant X roster at the start of 2025. When
มาแล้ว he's playing oh yeah maybe that bro
didn't know how all the pieces worked together, and then they switched up, got players that were actually comfortable in their roles. Like for instance, right, if you don't have Camo on a fade, I don't think there's someone who's actually accustomed to that role. You don't have a player getting misidentified.
มาสวดจะเลิกสวดแล้วนะไอ้เหี้ยนั่นน่ะ
That A main that cost Purple his life, right? That's the point that I want to try and make.
กินเนี่ยเลยนะหิวข้าวว่ะเอ้ยเริ่มได้แล้วไปเยี่ยขอร้อง
People are willing to admit on this Liquid team because Camo at the very least had a huge reveal on the first round. If we want to go for that, he has had impacting spells, but I do agree it has been constructed in a certain way, and to sort of flip that back to the ULF side then here as well, and for the tech pause that we're currently experiencing, a client issue, so the restart should have that one fixed soon. This has to be so tough, right? Because you've just won 2 rounds in a row. You don't want to say it, but this is a chance for them to have built up momentum. You can kind of see from the faces of the players on the stage there, Dema, Stern, some of the ones who, like I said, this is a huge opportunity for them. When it all hangs in the balance, you just got to keep yourself as focused as possible right now.
Well, I mean, they experienced it the other day, though.
ว่าไปนอนกันเถอะ
They were able to
อี
bounce
อ่ะ
back,
พูดจริง
each other, right? So I don't think it's necessarily as much of a problem as you think.
Yeah, that is
พอกูจะไปบอกนอนเท่านั้นแหละไอ้หน้าหีจะเริ่มเลยนะมึง
up, enjoying it. Everybody knows you, so it was, you know, not a problem.
Many was
ใช่ไหมหรือยัง
threatening to bite my ankles. Sorry, bite my legs.
He was.
I swear that man, he needs to be kept at arm's length.
Well, that was your suggestion. Unfortunately, we can keep that conversation at arm's length as well. We can shelve it for now because it looks as if we should be heading back in game, receiving from the players, and the timer has begun to count again. So what can ULF do here? They found 2 rounds.
เอาจริงมากกูดูแค่ครึ่งแรกนะกูไม่ไหวว่ะกูพูดจริงว่ะ
to try and respond, but
ไม่เกินไปว่ะ
in itself with the amount of time between the 2 rounds that we've seen played.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this, right? The fact that Team Liquid don't have the best buy, but we're able to save a couple of those big weapons from the round previous.
ต่อหรอ
เนี่ยผมจะหลายครับแต่แบบ if Nats can get a lockdown online
เฮ้ยอีกแล้วแบบ100-200ได้ไหมล่ะพร้อมลั่นเลยอ่ะทำงานบ่ายกูยังนั่งดูกับมึงเหรอ
Liquid at the very least are gonna have numbers here.
เอฟเอกี่โมงเอฟเอไป3ครับ
Divide and conquer. It's a risky game because, as I said, that Yoru is able to reposition neatly, already in connector.
คงนอน8-4อยู่ต่อ
Make his way between the map.
เฮ้ยอะไรเนี่ยนะน้ำเชี่ย
The deep alarm bot from Nats looks like Liquid really want to play on the sites where possible. Purpo has the coverage on B with his own Vandal.
I like this from
ขอบ
Stun.
คุณครับเฮียขอบคุณครับ
Under the veil of Team Liquid, totally
เฮียของต้า
unknown.
เอาดีเฮีย
And Stern again, just seemingly avoiding each other.
Yeah, but look at the space he's able to
ได้
take.
ครับ
Camo needs
อย่า
to
ว่าไงผมอ่านกันนะเฮีย
Oh, that's
เฮ้ย
coming in at the perfect time. Can't make it work. Wait, no, what's going on?
ฆ่าเพื่อนด้วย what the fuck โอเค
And then Camo will close it up. So
โอเค
Liquid find the lead. Just only 1 casualty in all of that.
Mate, EMEA, Peril, what is going on with these rounds? Come on, we need to be having a chat.
กูเซน2-0ไหวไหมถ้าไม่รั่วก็ไหว
We might need a few more than just 1 telestrator here, mate. It's interesting, actually. I mean, it kind of reminds me of a conversation from Sliggy's stream the other day. He was
ว่าโด
talking
นดีเอ็ม
about
หมอดูก็หากูบอกเลยอ่ะ
he feels it's the same with
พูดจริง
Abyss.
เฮ้ย
Just because the overall level is maybe struggling, like teams scrimming each other, then there isn't that improvement, I suppose. So
มันหมดอยู่จอยแล้วนะแบบเนี้ย
a conversation to have, sure, if you want to open that can of worms, but
โอ้เฮียนี่แหละ
for
ยัง
this
เฮีย
round,
ไม่รู้
Stern has an op this time.
Yeah, and he's not necessarily looking like he was before. It's more about getting him on an angle and seeing if he can hold the space.
ไม่รู้แนทติดใจอะไรคือจอยนะแบบเนี้ย
So ULF looking to work other areas of the
ระหว่าง
map.
เอ็มเอ็นรั่วกับดีเอ็มลั่นอันไหนน่ากลัวกันเหรอทั้งสองกันนะพูดจริง
As you say, Pearl has been a map which EMEA has had difficulties with for a long time, and with the amount of raw talent, firepower, double duelists we're seeing, who knows? seems to be
ไอ้
Pacific
กล้องหายเครียดเรื่องแมวยังหรอมันเครียดเรื่องอะไรอ่ะ
not the team. And as all for now
ไป
making
วัดตู้จังวะ
their way towards A with that roster behind them, it's actually Purpo who strikes first. Stern gone on an extremity
แมวมัน
again.
ป่วยแมวมันทัก
Look
what
at
the
Neki and look at the
fuck
space he's able to buy. It looks as if Ulf want to go back towards A after faking.
And Liquid haven't rotated on this though. They're still committed to this site.
That seems to be the case as the operator of Miniboot looks to hold on from backside. You can see Nats holding on to that lockdown. A nice shot from Miniboot will allow for the ultimate to come on late. But Nats and Team Liquid still stay ahead. That spike denied in terms of going down, and there's not a whole lot of time left to get it. Both need to get a move on, and they're going to try and attempt it, but a utility good, and it's denied the round.
Oh, but it's so close, Cairo. There was half a second in it there, and if
ถ้าวันเสาร์กูใส่
managed to get himself around the corner, then all
ถ้าวันอาทิตย์กูใส่เสื้อสีส้มไปมอกูจะโดนต่อยไหมหรอไม่โดน
allowed for Fabian to take back
โดนทำไมความชอบเราใช่ไหม
I mean, the rotation here from Ulf not the worst, but Liquid just
Yeah,
committed to their game plan.
Yeah, literally. It's a very nice one. The fact that you can see like that much delay coming through, no wonder Ulf are going to go straight for a timeout. Just reset the
pace.
ยังไงหรอ I think it makes perfect sense. I was talking
รูปเกี่ยวดีกว่าครับของเด็ดเยอะอ่ะนะDaryl, what's up, bro? Is FS still in? Yes, they are. They're playing today. 3 p.m.
During that time, they can't talk with the coaches. Just get back in contact with them and try and put yourself in the right headspace, I think.
ที่ก็เล่นเป็นล่าสุดคือจอยน่าจะปะ
This is about players that don't have experience on the VCT stage, perhaps. As you say, they're building themselves up as they're going through this tournament, but it's still a long process, right? It's a year-long competition. It's not just decided by this one kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big aspect to it, is the fact that you have chances to develop yourselves, you have chances to really learn from your mistakes, and I think, I mean, Ulf have already benefited from that.
Yeah, and they'll be hoping that that continues.
นะฝากไปติดตามตูบกันด้วยนะทุกคนนะ
something else for them to
ผมมีไลฟ์เก็บจมูกตูบนะไปดูตรงดูสาวว่าในตูบอะ
young player in the league, you never know when that next opportunity comes.
ผู้ช่วยโค้ชหน้ามันสล็อตเลยเหรอ
Into the bye rounds, there are plenty of ults on the Ulf side. Liquid using a couple of theirs in the previous.
กันเอาจุดหายตูบอะ
Still this attack struggling to deal with Miniboo's op. It pops up here and there. This time it's on the other side of the map.
And Demo without a buy.
น้องของไทยมันเหมือนปะ
ultimate as they look to send it in, but nobody wants anything to do with this. Would rather just leave it alone, vacate. And you look at Liquid, they could go a step further.
I mean, no reason to give him what he wants, right? Still stuck on a classic, but faults of their own, and it's a scary prospect if they get into post with both Null Command and Cosmic Divide here.
Yeah, I thought for a minute Team Liquid were going to go for a fight, but that's not the case. So Null Command in, and that's going to delay this retake even further because they can't use the utility that they want to. Manipoo's operator, excellent in shutting down Fabian. He needs to be brought back up, and you can see looking to try and play Protector, but there's nobody to protect the rest. So it's Fabian, time ticking away, smokes down Fabian, able to hit the shots that he needs to, as well as Neki. So just like that, the snap of a finger.
ดูเอเนต่อไหมวันนี้ไม่มีเอเนครับเอเนพรุ่งนี้
I can't believe it. It's another huge moment from Neki. Fabian with his own
แพ้แบบเป็นคนแพ้เมื่อกี้
But they'll get it through just about. You can see what the idea was there, the call to play deep into secret with the ultimate. Dema the whole time is literally left on a classic because Liquid aren't willing to give him a fight. He ends up being good cannon fodder as the core is restabilized and Fabian can retain that control.
4-2 ไอ้เหี้ย
Just has to be a little bit better in terms of the coordination from Liquid on their retake, I think.
Oh my god, what a throw, bro.
I mean, disconnected.
Olivier, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? มินิบูมาจากดีเอสเราพี่ใช่ไหมครับมาจากดีเอสครับมินิบูอะ
Will throw when given the opportunity. We can see Cosmic Divide, and right now it looks like Alpha happy to identify an issue and trying to continuously exploit that as once again they hit the A site with full brunt and Spike gets planted very open.
Yeah, Liquid with a chance to flood here though, plenty of numbers in place.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but what is going on.
โอ้โหแล้วโดนนะเวอร์ไป
At least confirms the
โอ้ shit
advantage, but Purple
Yes, low.
diving in. Oh, well, Sheriff against the Phantom. There'll be Dema to come out on top.
เอ้ย
key there on his keyboard and ends up making a mess of it. Close in the end, but
Nowhere to run,
closer than
yeah.
he really should have been. Of getting himself in a post plant, Liquid flooding back through after the spike went down, and I think more than anything, you've just got to credit Dema again, how selfless he was trying to make these rounds happen. Talk of players like Neki as well, who perform at their best when the rest of the team are.
มันไม่แฮนด์ฮอกกันเลยมันไม่ด่ากันเลยอ่ะคู่นี้อะไรวะเศร้าว่ะ
Yeah, another big swing round
ด่ากันด้วยดิ
in terms of the damage done to either team. The economy not in a comfortable state. But it is in fact Ulf who probably has the better of the
ไปนอนบ้างเหรอเดี๋ยวรอคู่นี้จบแล้วครับแล้วไปนอนครับ
But operators in play for both teams.
And Minibooz is soon to be tested. Dema again trying to wreak havoc against the organization of which he previously represented their academy. Took home the first stage in Northeast last year as a substitute there.
จะสปอนหายอีกเหรอจ๊ะ
Has been detected, and that's where Ulf want to
ไม่เอา
go.
นะ
Just send it straight down his throat.
Yeah, the utility stopping anybody from getting a real swing out, but you can see Wayne looking to dance with the idea.
รับเลยบวกแต่ว่ามันหนักหน่วงนะสำคัญอะ
Gets punished for that, so advantage Team Liquid.
And a very passive post plant here as well. Ulf have to fight on site with where the spike's gone down.
Oh, but Stun's going to be identified through the alarm bot, and he needs to get a move on to support the rest, because it's essentially an advantage for Team Liquid to come back in 3 versus 4.
Oi.
Down. It's unbelievable. So he even stands up and looks to go one further. Now a 1 versus 1. A chamber versus knives.
Unreal.
And it's the chamber of Stun that comes out on top.
อย่างโยนอะ
I don't know how
อย่างโยน
Ulf
อะ
managed to get away with that. But again, they go all guns blazing into the fire, and it's Liquid that get burned. Bit of a messy start, but then as I say, when the spike was planted and with Audas going down, no post-plant tools, you just have to commit to the fight. It's an insane dart from Neki. And Stern wraps it up.
And you can see though, as the team play off one another, it's like, listen, if you die, I'm dying with you. Like, you know what I mean? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Neki straight in for the trades, and I love that about Ulf.
And that's exactly the brand of Valorant that's been winning games for teams so far at this stage in the season.
Yes.
What was it that the Vitality coaches were talking about after that first map that they played yesterday against GX? How could you go from losing the way they did against BBL to smashing GX 13-0? Going back to the basics, the fundamentals, seeing what works for them, right?
Yeah,
and moving from that point forwards, and I think that's what Ulf have achieved here.
And I think there was a really big conversation point run about Toronto last year about what's more important, macro versus micro, right? And you think about G2, right? The one that many, and I guess is one of the coaches you spoke about, Pal, they were really saying that like they really admire the brand of Valorant that G2 want to play, but in the end it was actually Paper X who came out on top at that event in Toronto. So is it micro or is it macro that wins maps?
Yeah, like you say, a micro-heavy team.
Come into the unknown.
Tends to do better on the international stages, but when it comes to domestics, I guess G2 doing their own thing. It's
but is it a regional thing?
I don't know, man. Could be here all day. There's a game of Valorant going on, and right now, Ulf look to be taking things by the scruff of the neck. Liquid left with bits and pieces out of the timeout here. Nats has a Bucky. He's playing back halls on B. Sole defender as Ulf are grouping to re-hit the site, which they just found success on.
Yeah, Stun being called over as well. So it seems like a decision has been made for the attack. Team Liquid once again trying to do this bunker down strategy that we saw in Split. Nearly get a set.
Double off, Atta off, Timber no off หรอเอาดิ
It's Nats versus everyone here. He has been highlighted. His utility will have no effects. Dema makes it look easy in the end. Ulf this time
แม่งได้ดูของจริงว่ะ
with a much better plant to
ดู
facilitate
ขึ้นมันจะไหวไหม
from up high.
ถ้าแพ้ก็หมายนะ
With a last gasp attempt at causing some issues, and Camo's got off to a good
ไปนอนไปดูในแผ่นร้านเดี๋ยวไปนอนจะแบบยุกี้
really long range weapon that you can consider there. Stern from the corner has a
แพ้ตกรอบครับ
Dema
กลับบ้าน
quite caught by the hinder just yet, but let off the leash.
สเปย์ง่ายนะวันเดลอะ
A couple back of their own, but Dema wrapping it up in the end, and Ulf continuing off that timeout again in this first half.
เมอร์คิวรี่สวัสดีครับ
Keep on building.
ซับโบ
Keeping that momentum on their side. Many had spoken about how he wasn't impressed by Team Liquid's defense. It seems to be
ด่านบุกหรือการผมก็ด่านบุกว่ะ
right now after a couple of spells here and there of 2 rounds. I mean, if you don't win that pistol and that anti-eco, right now you're looking at an 8-2 half for Ulf.
Yeah, and it's crazy too because you were talking on the last map about how the timeout got them their foot in the door, right? Those 5 rounds in the first half. They've managed to replicate the same effect here, but to even a greater extent potentially. Just depends how many more of these rounds they can recuperate. Liquid now with a full buy.
เนี่ยนี่มึงบอกว่าคือจอยแม่งไม่ใช่แล้วสำหรับแบบนี้
Split the B site this time.
นั่นเชมเบอร์ไซเฟอร์อะไซเฟอร์ยังไม่ใช่เลยตอนนี้
Very easily, a shoulder being seen. Mini boot at least able to take Stern offline.
First bloods have been so important.
สกินไฟฟ้าโบครับใช่โบไวส์ไวส์
Purpo following it up with a snap of their fingers. It ends with an in-zone flawless for Liquid.
Yeah, fantastically done, and simply done actually, realistically, just holding smokes, not moving position, and it felt as if they weren't really challenged. This is a big kill from Miniboo to just try and teeter on the edge of...
แต่แบบนี้ต้องเล่นออฟไปยังไงก็ต้องเล่นนะเนาะไม่เล่นคือมึงโยนจัดอะ
Nice utility from the fade.
It's also the round which Liquid have been setting up for from their own timeout, so you have to give credit where it's due. A simple read against Ulf's repeated hits of the B site, and looks like they've got it spot on here as well, because at the very least it's an early A pop.
One of the 5 ultimates that was available this round will be used very, very quickly, and more mollies to be thrown into the mix.
โดนอีกอะไรวะนะโอเค
just before that smoke
สแกนก็มี
is going to give Liquid once again an advantage to try and
สวย
work
จัด
from, and work from. They will. It looks good. Demo getting
โอ
caught
เค
by his own team's ultimate.
สั่งเวยเพื่อนสั่นเลยนะเมื่อกี้
Come away with the kill.
Yeah, Ulf trailing by 1 in this position. Stern has his ult and is just looking for an overpeak.
Looking for Camo, but immediately head taken off. So up to the tour de force of.
แล้วมึงรอดูนะเชมเบอร์มันจะเอาออฟมาไล่ยิงลิควิดเหรอ
Be a difficult one, and now identified
ตอนการ
main through the prowler.
ถ้าเฮียเชมเบอร์อ่านขาดอะว่ามันดับได้เลยมันดับลิควิดได้เลย
And with a bucket or an operator, it's not the best of weaponry you could want.
Liquid have the contact set up here as well. Needs to clear close. Knows Camo's there. Just waiting for the swing.
So probably a 6-6 half unless something epic was to come through from Stun. He does get the first.
พี่วาไม่กดอะไรวะ
So we end up all
อยู่ใบเว้ย
into half time.
Yeah, some great defensive fade utility there from Camo on the site hold. Sees deafens the
6 โอเวอร์ดามเนี่ยง่วงแล้วเนี่ยแชทไม่ใช่ตอนแรกม้านำเหรอแล้วมันก็ม้ากาวเนี่ย
We'll find out after this.
โอ้ยมันถึงเวลาบินแล้วปะเนี่ย
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot. 6 ตลอดอินเดียจัดครึ่งหลังเฮ้ยต้องตื่นนะเว้ยบ่ายเราต้องตื่นมาดูตอนบ่ายนะเว้ยโอเคปะไม่งั้นนะไม่งั้นโดนตีนะต้องตื่นมาดูนะตอนบ่ายอะครึ่งหลังใครได้ทีมนั้นชนะมึงก็พูดถูกครึ่งหลังใครได้ทีมนั้นชนะเนาะใช่ครับใครได้เนี่ยเฮียคำถามเลยตอนเนี้ยเฮียกูก็อย่าลืมกันวะ ในมาร์เก็ตไปเข้าอ่ะ7 โมงครับในมาร์เก็ตอ่ะฟูลเซนสิวะแล้วทำไมมันมีญี่ปุ่นข้างหลังวะไอ้เหี้ยแปลกๆพรุ่งนี้กี่โมงบ่าย 3บิดยังไง300จัดไม่บิดเฮียเขาโอนมาขนาดนั้นจะบอกมันง่วงเนี่ย เล่าอาการตัวเองให้ฟัง
Making their own map pick. Things couldn't be closer heading into the final half of this series. One of them going home in the lower bracket, and someone who's going to hope that he won't.
เอามาไอ้เหี้ยเป็นเกมนี้
going is Dema.
Yeah, I feel like since the last game, he's really upped his game. But overall, like, you compare Dema to Sop, and it feels quite unfair. Not had the best of starts in kickoff Demo.
อยู่กันจนจบพี่จับไปน้องชาย
He's always struck me, as I said before, as this neon jet, raised type of player, right? Sure. He's on his comfort. He needs to be shown as his best. If he wants to try and put himself in the shop window for future
He's just a hard entry player more than anything else. The picture that we're trying to paint, and now on the defender side, how can you tailor that to your advantage? Liquid heading over to the attack and taking A main beyond this smoke, which
คือจะเล่าว่าตัวเองทวิตไม่ใช่เล่าตัวเองง่วงนอน
when Camo's prowler hits,
เอ้ยรีเทคเอว่ะ what the fuck
realize, okay, there's nothing here, and all the same in middle.
Yeah, they're starting to reset their shape. It's all. I thought for a minute we're going to go even go into the back lines of Team Liquid, and right now, Ulf happy to give everything up.
Yeah, it looked like for a moment Dema wanted to fight from backside, but he's given it up now. A double up in secret. As Liquid have ambitions of their own to fight this one forward, perhaps. No, it's Ordaz under the microscope.
ไปสู้อาร์ตปะ
Good for
แอตตาโดนนะ
two as the players
เปิด
come
จัด
his way. Can't connect a whole bunch. So we look towards the rest. Fabian, another player who's pretty good on these pistol rounds, and well, unfortunately, Camo looks to put Liquid even further in front. Player to the good, and still that spike not being worked.
Yeah.
His time is beginning to tick away, and that's perhaps may have already won this
2-1
round. This is 2-1 with both players in main, and Nikki only a frenzy in hand.
Chill.
Close and personal, but that puts this
76 รอบมี800ของวันไอ้เหี้ยได้อะทีมไหมครับแต่เล่นไม่เป็นนะครับอเล็กทีมดีอ่ะมันเล่นยากไหมอ่ะ
Another pistol
อันนี้ใช่พี่เจ๋งบิ๊กแอนไหมครับใช่ครับผมเองครับ
By my count, that's now 4 in a row over the last 2 maps, so definitely giving themselves the best
อันนี้ดีนะ เดินบุกอาร์ต
Really like the reaction for them to fight into the art space. Made it difficult with Ordaz being the casualty. No smokes to make that defuse any easier.
ยิ้มไปทีไอ้นี่บอกในสตรีมแอลเดี๋ยวมีแอลอ่ะเกมไปเกมได้ไหมอ่ะเดย์ไปเดย์อ่ะเกมดีต้องใช้สมองอะไรวะต้องใช้ความจำต้องใช้ความจำกับสมองคิดมึงไม่น่าได้มึงมีพูดถูกพี่ตัวนี้คุ้งมาดีครับคือไม่เข้าใจเกมคือมันคือเกมที่แบบวางการ์ดอย่างเดียวใช่ป่าววะว้าวโอ้อินิเชเตอร์ในดวงใจเฮียหน่อยครับลีโอครับตะครอนปกติใต้กินข้าวไทยหรืออินเดียแล้วแต่อารมณ์ครับไทยอินเดียฝรั่งเศสอังกฤษแล้วแต่ครับ
Being a very vocal duelist, you know how important he was to Heretics.
Yeah, and I think that with this in-zone flaw,
เกมดวงเหรอโอ้แล้วดวงกูมาด้วยดิเฮีย
to rely on the duelists to be these entries, to be in this position, like Purple being able to get a ridiculous kill, right? But at the same time,
ปาไม่ต้องรีเพย์แล้วต่อเลยเฮียต่อเลยปะ
If I'm not mistaken, I think he was blinded by the flash of Miniboo there as well. So while we don't know much about what the calling structure looks like, maybe not.
เฮ้ยสวยกำไรมันอ่ะมันคือเวนคีปป่ะชัดใช่ป่ะ
But no, he is absolutely
กำไรที่มันใส่อ่ะ
leading the line right now
ใช่
on
ไหม
the server. One thing which Ulf are without, other than moments, is someone putting up big numbers.
that is it. And I mean, you look towards that first map, right? Think of Ordaz. Oh,
What?
stun. Demo.
What?
Nice mid engagement. And that's
ตัวแรกโดนได้ไงอ่ะ
for a minute like he was going to head towards B, but instead, no. They back off.
มันจะมีหมากแต่ละเผ่าวางหมากให้ครบเผ่านั้นแล้วก็ไปสู้กันวูฟขอ2วินคืออะไรเนี่ยแพ้ตกรอบใช่ไหมตกรอบครับก่อนจบต้องมีเทคพอแล้วมันมีไปแล้วดิเทคพอได้เฮีย
Trying to find anything here. Camo, who's been pretty good individually, will not be able to find himself a kill here. And Natsu finds himself all alone in a 1 versus 4. He's been good for a clutch here or there over the years, but
ไม่กดขาไม่กดแรง
feels like a tough ask. So Ulf straight back in it.
โอเคไม่เป็นไรโบนัสไม่เป็นไรไปบายลาวไป
But seeing him on Killjoy on Pearl in 2026, it's like just a shock to the system of the old.
ดูได้ไงวะเฮียคนลักกี้อ่ะตัวแรกอ่ะ
In terms of this round, I have to say, impressed with Ulf just doing their thing.
พรุ่งนี้ก่อนไหมพรุ่งนี้ไม่กดนอนพักไม่ได้พักเนี่ยนอนก่อนไม่สบายด้วยเนี่ย
And now a chance to really move forwards and actually level up the score, stop Liquid from finding a commanding lead.
Yeah, I love how towards the start of this map I was like, oh, I don't know if I like this triple duelist.
ลักกี้อะไรเอมเหรอโอเคกูยอม
15 kills, 10 assists, shows you how comfortable he is. And how comfortable Team Liquid could get as they head towards the space site, which is only stocked with 1 player.
Yeah, it is just necky, and he doesn't really have a way to fall away from this position either. He is committed to this. Nightfall not going to hit him or Stern.
I mean, able to stay alive, almost gets away with a kill.
Okay, what the
Team
fuck?
Liquid will flood the kill.
พี่ดูเอเวนต์ไหมครับดูครับ
And Ulf, I mean, a bit disconnected. Stern's still in towards that lane. Oda is nowhere near, probably trying to support through stars.
ไก่บ้านกูขันแล้วไม่ยังไม่จบเลย
Looking to head to 9.
เฮียไม่เอาสุดเกินเว้ย
Unless either of these Ulf players can do anything about it. Stern without a TP, 10 toes down, trying to take anything that he can. But Oda
ไปเว้ยลิควิดไปเว้ย
in his wake and just forced to save up what he can. I mean, Ulf have money here still to buy around. They
พรุ่งนี้กินอะไรดีเฮียแต่ไม่กินตอนนี้หรอ
It was Liquid
KFC
honestly,
ไหม
on the receiving end of this one that could have been in a bit more of a troubled position. But a huge round.
NA ไม่แข่งเลยตัดให้จำแจมพักก่อนเลยเฮียเดี๋ยว NA วันต่อไปมึงเดือดได้ดิตี 3ลากยาวอ่ะแต่ดูทุกวันไม่เบื่อหรอช่วงนี้ดูทุกวันเลยแล้วนานทุกคู่ชอบอ่ะไม่รู้ว่าดูวันโลสนุกนะแต่ต้องมีเพลเยอร์ที่รู้จักอ่ะมันถึงจะสนุกงงไหมถ้ามีเพลเยอร์ที่ไม่รู้จักอ่ะไม่อินแบบโซนจีนอ่ะจะไม่อินเลยดูยังไงก็ไม่สนุกเพราะว่าไม่อินไม่รู้จะได้อะไรอะไรเงี้ย
So far in this series, the spray battle just strafing. Protected bullets, don't know what those are, but it won't matter with Stern's op here, teed up by a Fabian flash. Looking for something, gets on the line, but Liquid should know this.
Yeah.
And personal right. He's able to net himself the kill. And there's more utility. Team Liquid firmly with mid control.
All doubling down though, the flash doesn't get the best coverage from that corner.
ไม่หนุกอ่ะโซนจีนดูยังไงก็ไม่หนุกเว้ยมันเลือนอ่ะมันเซตอัพก็แปลกแผนก็ไม่รู้ว่ะ
All of Ulf's forces forced to look towards mid.
OTA จัดหน่อยของขวัญวันเกิดยังไม่ถึงนะครับไม่ต้องหรอก
Escalations from parts of the map, especially the extremities.
Oh, this looks like great mid rounding. If they can isolate Nats in A main here.
Well, he's already seen the leg. Doesn't anticipate the KO. So Fabian will put Ulf in an advantage.
อะไรวะ
Look at this. The pack is elsewhere.
Yeah, it's exactly what Ulf needed to do.
แต่พอดูอะไรอย่างงี้มันก็ท้อนะสัตว์ทำไปทำไมก็ไม่รู้
Late rotation towards this B site though. Neki has his first.
Yeah, the player's so delayed, trying to get out.
Awesome.
And it's a brilliant round to come out from Ulf.
Really well constructed from front to back. Those first couple of fights in middle, a little bit touch and go with Stern's op. You could see what the plan was, but then that instant reaction to pressure Nats on the extremity, give themselves a bit of control if maybe Liquid wanted to head through art.
เวนมีโอกาสเป็นมาสเตอร์กี่เปอร์เซ็นต์นะครับ
Settling themselves in this.
ผมไม่25ก่อนแล้วกัน
Which ends up claiming the round. So just one in it now, and Liquid letting loose
กั
that
นไม่กัน
final timeout.
Yeah, need to sit down and talk about things before Ulf get the momentum at their backs.
ถ้าเล่นแบบที่เล่นอยู่แบบที่ FNN บอกก็ไม่ไหวว่ะพูดจริง
Latter stages of
เฮีย
the game, right? The latter stages of an elimination series.
อุ้ยกวีเลเซอร์สวยว่ะอุ้ยอยากได้อ่ะ
It's crazy to say, right? With it being
มันดูนั่งสบายมากเลยอ่ะ
2 game as things stand. Liquid that win over a KC team which were close against Heretics.
มาสเตอร์เริ่มเดือนไหนครับเดือนนี้ครับ
which we almost expected to see the two Ascension rosters, or I guess Ascension organizations, in the lowest perhaps, just in terms of how things were for them, but. Yeah, I mean they've gone from stage
ซื้อให้แล้วเอากุ้ยเอาซื้อให้ก็เอาแลกพร้อมแลกอะถ้าซื้อให้อะ
challenge to beat this Liquid team, even as worn down as they look right now.
Yeah, I think like to beat a
ดู
team
ไม่เบื่อรับ
like
กาวขนาดนี้หล่อน
the fact that like you have
หล่อนแล้ว
players that we've mentioned right who have been all the way to champs. It feels like Liquid got the best.
มันอยู่ในแผนลิควิดอะพี่ตาปล่อยพวกตามสกอร์ก่อนเขากลัวเดี๋ยวจบไปครับพี่โอ้โหจบเถอะน้องเฮียจะ6 ชั่วโมงแล้ว
This would be a massive result for the Ascension team.
เลเซอร์เข้าจัดหรอเขาได้นะเลเซอร์
I mean, Nats knows what it's like to face a rebuild. It's one of the reasons why he stayed in this team so long. Continues to deliver here.
Oh,
gonna get away with it in the end, and Liquid quickly pivoting, and Ordaz hooked in by the stun player. Couldn't finish it off, but He's no better.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Will try and play this way, aggressive, in your face, trading off one another, but there can also be ways to manipulate that. That's exactly what Team Liquid have done.
Setting up for this one, Dema again, just the one, and so Fabian has to be the
พี่อะไรหล่อนเท่าเซต้าสีเขียวหล่อนรอยเฮียอะไรอะโดดยิงบ้างปล่อยของยิงบ้างวิ่งเล่นบ้างโอ้ยเฮียหนักแต่ไม่ฮาหนุกดีนะนั่นนะตลกดีขอถึงพอ1 ชั่วโมงเพื่อพอกูจะไปละ
Wayne still with seconds to buy, but Fabian maybe
Nice. 3 more rounds. 3 more rounds.
Wayne to take them to 10. Liquid closing in now.
Yeah, double
7 โมงเช้าครับพี่เต้7 โมงเช้าครับพี่เต้สุดหล่อ
Players lost there in the end. 2 Ulfs 5, and I actually don't hate if they
ทุกอย่างอยู่ในการควบคุมเหรอ
looks like it is going to be the case.
Let's go Liquid.
Nice Wayne. Let's go Wayne.
You talk about players like Wayne.
อย่าดูเลยเปลืองตามันฮาอยู่นะเว้ยถ้าอยากดูเอาติดตลกกันหนุกอยู่หลุดดีกูได้แต่ขำอ่ะกูได้ขำกับกุมหัวไอ้คู่นั้นอะหิวข้าวไหมครับหิวครับหิวข้าวง่วงนอนเจ็บคอ
The Nats conversation. Kiko coming out of the team saying that he's a guy driven by routine and he is going to get the results that he wants in the end. One step at a time. Liquid overrunning mid control right now.
ไม่เอาระวังชักกันอะ
Hunter straight in as a reaction to the utility, but at the same time, Team Liquid have beat
เล่นแม่งเลยพี่เต้ผมรู้พี่เต้ทำได้ครับ
Into Fabian's crosshair there go. So a double
อย่าไปยอมครับอย่าไปยอม
to the good, go to the defense, and a real chance to try and claw back around.
It was a really nice combination there to start, but Camo finds Fabian on the overextension. Ulf still have Stern in main, and he is yet
ไลฟ์รวมๆ18 ชั่วโมงรวมปฏิฟิกด้วยรับยอดรัวๆตายแล้วเนี่ยไม่ไหวแล้วเนี่ย
is very likely. You've also seen Ordaz now move over into long, so control on either limit for Ulf as it stands.
Looks like Team Liquid going.
Where do they go?
Yeah, a bit confusing.
10 วิอะไรเซฟบ่
Has to be. Really?
Yeah, I mean, Ulf have all of the control. There's not too much that you can do from this position in the end.
โอเคเขาจะก็ได้วะมันดูอึดอัดไปหมดมั้งเอาชัวร์เราหน้าดีกว่ามั้ง
Mini boo on 100. And I mean, what? All it was expended there for Ulf was the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
ปูเซนเป็นเล่นไหวไหมหรอถ้าไม่ไหวก็จีอะครับผมรู้แค่นั้นแหละ
The stun in from Dema to do a little bit of damage. If that had landed, maybe even an extra.
นั่งคิดเลยกันนะนั่งคิดกันแล้วเอาไงดี
Fabian, the one who does the heavy lifting, and now, as I was saying earlier, where we didn't have Ulf players fragging out and actually starting to go positive.
เฮ้ยรีเพย์อะไรขนาดเราเฮ้ย
You know, 3 players now with 13 plus kills.
What the fuck?
And actually, it's Liquid slowing down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, frustration from the coaches, and there's no way to interject from them anymore. It's all left to what's on the server.
And Ulf 1 round away from equaling things out.
ถ้าขึ้น10คือนอกแผนเหรอชิบหายนะน้องไม่เอานะ
If Ulf can see that things are heading in the right direction, no reason to give a break in.
กลับมาจากมอก็แล้วยังเลี้ยงเล่นไม่เสร็จอีกเหรอดิยุโรปมึงทำยี่อะไรกันก็ไม่รู้เนี่ย
Trending downwards. Spike has been left to
ขอ
the
โอทีนานๆถ้ามันมีเทคพอร์ตไม่ไหนรอบเดียวกูไปนะเว้ย
setting up to split this
กูพูด
through
จริง
middle again. It's been a changing of the guard though. It's Fabian this time.
มีโอทีเกิน1 รอบกูก็ไปอะตอนเนี้ยไม่มีอะไรเอากูอยู่แล้ว
Very early. Yeah, I mean.
โอ้โหก็ตาย
Under the collar there, under the pressure. Oh, Neki. Brilliant shot.
เฮ้ยลั่นยี่อะไรขนาดนั้นนะเพื่อน
Player count equal. So it's up to Liquid to try and beside, but Odaz takes heads. So Purple's stuck in a corner to try and clutch up a 1 versus 3, and all the players are there to capitalise. 10-10 is the score. Dazzling from Odaz once again. And Liquid cannot allow themselves to be blinded by the lights right now. Alpha brought this back to even footing again. Each of the players having their moments. Odaz is like a turret here on a swivel.
300มันไม่รวมมันไม่นี่ดีอะไรทีพอร์ตอ่ะก็บอกว่านายอยากมีทีพอร์ตแล้วตอนเนี้ยกูจริง
Huge cycle.
เฮียมันยิงงั้นกูว่าโอทีแน่เลยสัตว์
As it seems like Ulf want to stop Team Liquid coming anywhere near the B side or the A side, sorry. Yeah. After continuous errors on the B side for Team Liquid. I mean, it's a mixed buy for Liquid. They're going to want a scrap here. Oh, but do they really want a scrap? Because it's Ulf you're up against.
Oh my god.
Come out on top. Camo and Wayne, yeah, sure you have ultimates, but do you have what it takes? It seems to be the case. Is Wayne's Sheriff is that exactly where he needs to? And now a chance for the round to breathe. Wayne with 2 under his belt. He has the ult, the molly. If he can get to post plant here, there is a serious chance of winning this round.
เชมเบอร์ดักมีหล่อย่างเลยนอกจากว่ามันอ้อมไปยิงเชมเบอร์ฝั่งนู้นอะไทมิ่งอะทุกอย่างมันต้องไทมิ่งเลยว่ะตอนเนี้ย
Position Scuba is deadly.
Yep.
Teleport's ready.
He's already seen the cross here. Oh, the barrel, sorry. He's already won the round. Ulf will take the advantage towards the latter stage of the second half of the final map of this series, an elimination series.
โอ้มึงนัดเดียวแตก
Playing behind the same main smoke that Odaz has been placing for the
บินอยู่เลยนะเมื่อกี้
5 rounds or so. It's been a
บินอยู่เลยมันยิงกันนะ
of their default on the defender's side. And Liquid didn't quite look prepared for it. At least Purpo dived in and follow-up
ผม
difficult.
รบกวนเป็นการแนะนำร้านเติมเกมนะครับนี่เลยครับผมน้องชายแกต้องอัพเติมเร็วเติมไวปลอดภัยแน่นอนนะครับผมไม่ตกใจเติมเกมได้เลยครับน้องชาย
Into enemy lines and Stern immediately punished for that.
ไปแล้วจัดไปดูอย่างอื่นกว่าแม่งล้ำจัดเลยเหรอเฮ้ยดูไว้มันจบซีเดี๋ยวมันค้างคานะ
The reclear will come through. You can see already Neki looking for
และทีมไหนก็แพ้กูเชียร์มา3 ทีมวันนี้ชนะ3 ทีมเฮ้ย 100% อยู่เนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
Scaling has been pretty difficult for Liquid on the whole. They've been trying to play through middle a lot. And all for having these hero moments in tight spaces. 2 players towards B, and it looks like that's the direction Liquid are heading for the moment, at least making themselves known in connector. Yeah, they get through mid, but remember they had problems last time trying to get out of there, and Neki may be a little bit too eager to take those fights.
พี่จ้ามากี่โมงครับพี่จ้าเดี๋ยวจะมาประมาณบ่าย 2ครับมาดูฟูเซนแล้วก็เป็นเล็กต่อ
Yeah, that's massive, but the operator looks to try and get onto the angle, but immediately taken out. This could be flawless by Team Liquid, and it certainly seems to be the case. So Odaz, with plenty of economy at his back, will attempt a 1 versus 5. Don't hold your breath. It is not gonna happen. Mini Boom gets a quad kill. Exactly what Liquid need for a bit of a lift here, and in flawless.
ผัดพริกเกลือหมูกรอบกับกะเพราเนื้อไข่ดาวกะเพราเนื้อไข่ดาวไม่สุก พูดแล้วหิวเลยว่ะ
answer back. But there was ultimates invested in that last one.
ในมาร์เก็ตเช้ามา7 โมงครับในมาร์เก็ตอะ
One thing they don't have, money.
มีเอซบ้างยังหรอวันนี้ยังไม่มีเลยครับเอซ
available for Stern here, but if they don't win now, that final round could be costly, and to lose in a fashion like that against a Liquid side which they've given a damn good go.
ทำไปกี่ว่าหลังด้วยควรนี้เด้งไหมถ้าสายล่างไม่ชนะก็เด้งถ้าชนะก็ไม่เด้งคีย์บอร์ดเฮดดี้คีย์บอร์ดปกติต่างกันมากไหมไม่มากครับหนูตี 4มันเอา6 แมปแบบวันนี้ตี 5เลยเนี่ยวันนี้6 แมปรักษาสุขภาพด้วยจ้าขอบคุณครับเห็นว่าไม่สบายโอ้ยขอบคุณครับ
And yeah, with Spike lost, but they're still moving in towards the operator. We're able at least to find Fabian, but Stern can't quite connect the shots. So we'll look towards Ulf's main control on A.
And on B as well. Neki routing this one out at the same time. So if they head towards the other side of the map,
อันเดอร์แมนต้าขอบคุณครับครับยินดีต้อนรับสู่โรตีแกงครับผมขอบคุณครับ เวลครับดูโรตีแกงเบล
Another huge moment to win them this one, though. I think.
Yeah, it looks as if Liquid already looking to identify Neki. Worried about the positions that Ulf could have maybe taken up. With that lockdown looking to pop, Neki.
Oh, thank God.
The crosshair back. Cross wrestle.
Why are we throwing?
Demo certainly can.
Why the fuck are we throwing?
Some clean shots from him. So back to 2v2.
Yeah, and all of these players are split up from one another. Liquid may be looking to fight towards spawn.
Nice cosmic divide stops that backside being a problem for them. But Wayne holding on from lane, seeing if he can pop out and prove an issue too. Oh, a nice stun. Oh, Daz caught. So it's a 1 versus 1. Wayne does not have a lot of health.
Miss Molly.
And it's not going to be good at all. As Dema sends Ulf to map and series point.
Such a key round, and it's Dema again that will take Ulf to 12. A 1v1 against the new boy Wayne. I have to say, it felt like if there were any errors made in this round, it was on the Ulf side. Really trying to get into the fights here nice and early, but once again, you're seeing the value they're getting from this main control. It's ridiculous.
Still that frustration for the coaches. Frustration for the fans who have come here.
Oh my God. 4v2.
Go for that lower bracket run.
กี่รอบแล้ว
See Ulf have all the ultimates that they need. They have the better of the cycle at this moment in time. And it's going to be straight away mini boo popping his.
Yeah, this is the catalyst for Liquid. This is the one that could get things going. He has cleared a path out to the A site in its entirety. Think how many times Ulf struggled to retake here. That's what they might just be up against. If they can see this one home before an overtime.
You say that, but Ulf
ไปดึงไมฟิกมาดีกว่าไมฟิกเทสไม่ผ่านแต่ว่าเวงดีกว่าสิครับ
And I'm also thinking of the no command.
เวงไมฟิกเทสด้วยกัน
Which has just been
ใน
taken
ลิควิด
offline. A massive kill by Naz, and an even bigger second. It's now Team Liquid have a chance. They have some life in the game, but not before Ulf try the retake, and it's not worked.
Overtime. Oh my God, we're going overtime.
We're going all the way.
Oh my God, we're going overtime.
It is
Okay.
nothing less than this game deserves. Everyone left on the edge of their seat to find out how it will conclude. But Liquid, of
ไม่
course,
จบง่ายๆไม่จบง่าย
making sure it goes the distance. It was a 14.
ๆสัตว์เอ้ยสเตจ1รอบไฟนอลจะไปโฮจิมินห์ไหมหรอ
Their first as an
ถ้าเขาชวนก็ไปครับ
And some similar issues there for Ulf on that same A retake that I was talking
ทำไรคนดู
about. Didn't really get a chance to pop Fabian's ult as he went so
พี่เบนยังไม่นอนหรอเฮ้ยมันไม่ได้คุยกันนานสบายดีไหมครับผม
Couple of fine margins, but it makes all the difference.
The winner of this match will face Giant X tomorrow. Thank you so much. Wow, we did not know that.
In that next game tomorrow as well.
GX are going to be loving this because the
คู่
longer
นี้
the
สนุก
game
เท่าเซตา
goes,
ซีเห็นไหมเหรอ
the less
เทียน
time
เหรียญ
either
พอ
of
ๆกัน
these
นะ
teams have to prep for
เฮียไปแล้วแม่เสียบางกูนะครับยุกี้
Prep. Purple straight away will get the first kill. There goes Stern. The defense with the advantage so far.
It's not the first time Stern has lost his life on B, but Liquid should
Hey.
be acutely aware that this is a position
เราดู
that
ตลอดแต่ไม่ได้
Neki
ทาก
likes to
โอ้ย
fall
สวัสดีครับ
off
หวังว่าพี่เป็นสบายดีนะครับผม
Now tasked with rejoining the rest of his team, spike in hand.
เช้านี้กินอะไรเดี๋ยวไอ้สัตว์กินเตียงเนี่ยกูนอนแล้วไม่กินยี่เลยนะนอน
Through.
Oh, hey, hey,
Wayne
hey.
though does mark the escape in towards spawn. You can see Purple just watching anybody trying to get in towards lane.
Yeah, it's a great TP set up from Miniboo as well. He'll be ready to join the rest of the team as he's holding on to B, where Ulf are scaling with intent.
นึกว่ามีแต่คม
Miniboo's operator on the lane. Where is Demon gone? He needs to try and find Miniboo, but Neki does instead. So it's a 2 versus 3. And Spike looking to go down. Demo going further.
Yeah, Ulf
Yoni,
against the
Yoni,
ulti
Yoni,
again.
Yoni.
This is how they like to
Yoni,
play.
Yoni, Yoni.
Demo tries to bust down at the
ขอบคุณนะ
wrong time. That's
ทำไมไม่รู้แต่โอเค
You can't try and take him off guard. It's Neki now. Has to
Wait,
show us his
wait.
ball.
Oh my god.
Round the side, the
No
players
way.
don't know. There he is. A perfect play.
Has the ult.
And a 1 versus 1 to try and play up against Wayne. But it's the controller player instead that will win out against Ulf's leader.
I mean, in what world do you expect to find Wayne up there when you reposition? In Wayne's world, I suppose, because that's the one where Liquid get up to 13 rounds. A dramatic fashion again. Neki always good for that kind of play, but as you said, takes a moment for them to get rid of Miniboo.
And I mean,
so close.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne very correctly identifying the flank player. You can see Lohan.
คนเป็นเครียดจัดอะ
Looks as
เหี้ย
if on the offside they're enjoying it.
เย้ย
They're going through their paces, man.
It's like we've won.
เราเชียร์ทีมอะไรครับเราเชียร์ลิควิดครับ
Lohan being put through it. Poor guy.
One more round.
เป็นเช้าวันเดียวครับคิว
Opportunity here
ตื่นเช้าจัง
for Liquid to take it in the first of the OTs. Heading towards the A site again. It's served them well up until this point. Fabian all hands on deck,
Oh my
but
God, let's
Miniboo
go.
will cut him loose. Ordas still hanging around here, needs to win that next duel, but he's going to lose it at the hands of Wayne. It's now a 5 versus 3. Ulf, what have you got left?
Yeah, the players so late to rotate.
โอ้ย
Gets to fire
เหี้ยไม่
onto
ได้เข้า
Miniboo.
สโมองมันไหวปะวะ
Real opportunity here now. Liquid continuing to play that time. Wayne has the molly, he's just used it. Camo in the back lines and still Ulf struggling to get in. No smoke, no cover, no hope in hell or so you'd feel. The wall goes up, that's a bit of a distraction. Dema sliding in to be the problem, but it must rely on Stern. Liquid trying to solve all their problems here. But up against Stern, it's no problem at all. They may have washed away the blood, but we're yet to
จ้า
see
ว่าวัน
if
นี้
this
จะผ่อนไล
Liquid
ฟ์
side has sealed the wound.
คนไทยอีกไม่เอาอย่าเลยครับ
Long
ผ่อนไล
night
ฟ์เย
in
อะ
the
แล้ว
office,
ไปแชท
but they stay alive in the lower bracket.
กูขออนุญาตพูดนะครับกูขออนุญาตพูดตรงนี้นะไอ้จัด 100% แปซิฟิก2 คู่ถูกยุโรป2 คู่ถูกเฮียมาดิมาเลยสัตว์นะถึงเวลานอนแล้วกูแฮปปี้แล้วเฮียวันนี้แม่นจัดไหนเฮียวันนี้แม่นจัดใช่ครับเจอกันอีกทีนะครับเวลาบ่าย 2 บ่าย 3นะครับทุกคนนะโอเคไหมไม่ไหวแล้วครับพรุ่งนี้ให้ใครเหรอพรุ่งนี้ขอไม่เจิมนะครับกูว่าแล้วก็ตบมือให้หน่อยทีมอัสเซนชั่นเล่นดีแล้วเว้ยตบมือครับอุ๊บเก่งมากเจอกันสเตจ 1เว้ยกูว่าทีมนี้ไปไกลมึงอะไรกูเจิมอะไรเซต้ากูก็แม่นรออะไรกูทีมไหนตอนไหนกูถูกไม่เคยชมหรอก
จำผมได้ไหม
โอ้ยตาสวัสดีครับจำได้ครับตายังไม่นอนหรอตามันถึงเวลานอนแล้วเนี่ยโอ้เจิมเลยจ้าวิลเลจ100ไม่เอากูว่าปลายแชทเจอกันนะครับบ่าย 2บ่าย 3นะครับผมเชียร์ฟูลเซนเชียร์เป็นเปเล็กขอบคุณที่เข้ามาชิมนี้ขอบคุณทุกซับดูบิดทุก follow ทุก donation ดูแลสุขภาพร่างกายกันด้วยนะครับวันนี้วันศุกร์แล้วเนาะถ้าใครมีเรียนใครมีทำงานอะไรก็สู้ๆนะวันสุดท้ายของอาทิตย์นี้แล้วนะครับเดี๋ยวก็เสาร์อาทิตย์แล้วถ้าใครไม่ได้นอนไม่มีอะไรทำก็นอนหลับเต็มที่พักผ่อนเต็มที่แล้วไปเจอกันตอนบ่าย 2บ่าย 3ครับคุณนายสวัสดีครับคุณนายครับทุกคนจุ๊บมะอะไรเงี้ย